Greetings, fellow fans. You're tuned into Cosmic Wand, presenting to you today, what if Wednesday Addams and Harry were forced into a soul bond at Hogwarts and had to share each other's darkest magic? Show some love by liking and subscribing. Enjoy the story ahead. Chapter 1, The Girl Who Walked with Death. The Great Hall had seen its share of oddities over the centuries. Peeves flooding the Hufflepuff table with custard. A troll wandering in on Halloween. The ceiling once glitched during a 7th year's experimental charm and rained actual frogs for 6 minutes. But no one, not the ghosts, not the portraits, not Dumbledore himself, had ever seen the Sorting Hat scream. It wasn't the kind of scream a hat should be capable of making. It was deep and old and ragged, like something buried alive clawing its way out of a coffin. The sound ripped through the hall and killed every conversation dead. Candles guttered. The enchanted ceiling, which had been showing a pleasant September twilight, flickered to black for half a heartbeat, and several first-years burst into tears. The girl sitting on the stool didn't flinch. She sat perfectly still, pale hands folded in her lap, dark braids hanging like twin ropes against her black robes. Her face was composed in an expression of polite, clinical interest, the way someone might look at a particularly fascinating autopsy. Harry Potter watched from the Gryffindor table, his fork frozen halfway to his mouth. Beside him, Ron had gone the color of old porridge. "What the bloody, shoo," Hermione hissed, though her eyes were wide and her hand had gone to her wand under the table. The hat stopped screaming. The silence that followed was somehow worse, thick and ringing, the kind of quiet that happens after an explosion. Then the hat spoke, and its voice was different. Smaller. Almost afraid. "I have sorted thousands," the hat said, and every person in the hall heard it, because the hat was not whispering to the girl beneath it. The hat was making an announcement. Godric's heirs and Salazar's chosen and every shade of mind between. "I have touched darkness before. I sat on Tom Riddle's head and felt what he would become." The hall rippled at that. Harry's scar gave a dull, distant throb. "This," the hat said, "is something else entirely." The girl tilted her head slightly. "You're being dramatic," she said. Her voice was flat, low, utterly calm. "American. I was told this would take 30 seconds. You carry death in you, child. I know. It's one of my better qualities." The hat made a sound that might have been a laugh or might have been a sob. "There is no house for what you are. But there is a house for what you want, and what you want is," the brim rippled. "Interesting. Very well. Let it be, Slytherin." The word rang out and the Slytherin table did not cheer. Nobody moved. Nobody breathed. The girl lifted the hat off her head, set it on the stool with careful precision, and walked toward the Slytherin table with the unhurried gait of someone who had never rushed for anything in her life. She passed the Gryffindor table. As she did, her eyes, dark, flat, depthless as well water, swept across Harry's face, and his scar blazed. Not with pain. Not with the sick, probing wrongness of Voldemort. This was different. This was a tuning fork struck against bone, a frequency that lived somewhere behind his ribs. His vision doubled and for one disorienting heartbeat he saw himself through her eyes, a boy with a lightning scar and something else coiled behind his irises, something she recognized. Then she looked away and the moment broke and Harry gasped like he'd been held underwater. "Mate." Ron's hand was on his shoulder. "Mate, you all right?" "Your scar, I'm fine." Harry wasn't fine. His hand was shaking. "Who the hell is she?" Hermione was already leaning forward, and Harry could practically hear the pages turning in her head. "Wednesday Addams. She transferred from Nevermore Academy. It's an American school for, well, outcasts isn't the right word exactly. It caters to students with unusual magical affinities. Psychics, shapeshifters, necromancers. Ron said, too loud. Lavender Brown, seated nearby, scooted visibly further down the bench. They just let necromancers walk around in America. Apparently they let them transfer to Hogwarts too, Harry said. He was watching her. She'd reached the Slytherin table and sat at the far end, where no one else was sitting. She didn't seem to notice or care. She picked up a knife, ignoring the fork entirely, and began eating with mechanical precision. Draco Malfoy, seated at the center of the Slytherin table, was watching her too. His face was unreadable, but his jaw was tight. Harry forced himself to look away. His scar had settled to a low hum, almost pleasant, like the afterglow of a bell. Something had just changed. He couldn't name it, but something had shifted in the bedrock of things. Dinner ended. Harry didn't eat much of it. He'd spent the rest of the meal trying not to stare at the Slytherin table and mostly failing. Wednesday Addams ate without speaking to anyone, deflected 2 attempts at conversation from Pansy Parkinson with responses so brief they might have been surgical incisions, and at one point appeared to be feeding scraps of roast chicken to something under the table that Harry sincerely hoped was a cat. "Stop looking at her," Hermione murmured as they filed out of the hall. "I'm not, you've been staring at her for 45 minutes. You're about as subtle as a bludger." Ron, walking on Harry's other side, shoved his hands in his pockets. "Honestly, can't blame him. That was the single most disturbing sorting I've ever seen, and I was there when the hat tried to put me in Hufflepuff." "It didn't try to put you in Hufflepuff. It considered it, Hermione. For a full second. That's 40 years off my life I'm never getting back." Harry almost smiled. Almost. The 3 of them climbed the shifting stairs toward Gryffindor Tower, and the castle settled around them the way it always did at the start of term, groaning and creaking like an old ship finding its bearings. Portraits murmured to each other as they passed. A suit of armor on the 4th floor turned its head to track them. Harry stopped walking. "You two go ahead. I need some air." Ron and Hermione exchanged a look, the look they'd been exchanging all summer, the one that said he's doing it again, he's pulling away, but Hermione just nodded. "Don't stay out past curfew. Filch has been worse since, I know." "I won't." He wouldn't, but he needed to move. The castle felt too close tonight. Everything felt too close. The prophecy sat in his chest like a stone he'd swallowed, and the memory of Sirius, the veil, the falling, the absence, was doing what it always did when the nights got quiet. Harry walked. No destination. Just movement. His feet took him down a corridor he didn't consciously choose, past a tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy, down a narrow stair that smelled of dust and old magic. The castle was doing that thing it sometimes did, rearranging itself around him, and he let it. He ended up on the ground floor, near the entrance to the dungeons. He didn't realize where he was until he heard the voice. "You're following me." Harry spun. Wednesday Addams stood in the mouth of a corridor, half swallowed by shadow. She'd removed her school robes and stood in a plain black dress that looked like it belonged in a different century. Her braids were severe. Her face was pale in the torchlight, and she was watching him with the flat, evaluating attention of a predator deciding whether something was prey or simply irrelevant. "I wasn't," Harry said. "The castle, it does this sometimes. Moves you where it wants you to go." "I know. I've been reading about Hogwarts since I was 9. She stepped out of the shadow, and Harry noticed she was carrying something, a small leather case, the kind that might hold medical instruments. The castle is semi-sentient, anchored by 4 ley lines and 1,200 years of accumulated magical resonance. It also has terrible taste in interior design. You should see the room of requirement." "I intend to." They stood in the corridor, 10 feet apart, and the air between them hummed. Not with tension, exactly. With potential. Like the moment before a storm breaks, when the pressure drops and every living thing goes still. "The hat screamed because of you," Harry said. The hat screamed because it wasn't prepared for what it found. Wednesday tilted her head. The gesture was precise, almost mechanical, like a bird examining something on the ground. Most minds it touches are cluttered but ordinary. Mine is organized, purposeful, and contains a working familiarity with death magic that predates formal schooling. The hat found that uncomfortable. Most things do. I don't. The words left his mouth before he'd thought them through. Wednesday's eyes narrowed, the first change in her expression since she'd appeared. That's because you're carrying a piece of someone else's soul behind your scar, she said, and you've been touching death since you were an infant. The corridor went very, very quiet. Harry's wand was in his hand. He didn't remember drawing it. How do you know that? I felt it when I walked past you in the Great Hall. I'm a necromancer, Harry Potter. I sense death the way you sense magic. And what lives in your scar is not alive, but it's not fully dead either. It's stuck. Suspended. Her gaze didn't waver. It's a piece of a soul, torn and anchored. Whoever did that to you committed an act of magic so vile it made my evening considerably more interesting. Harry's heart was hammering. He'd known about the connection to Voldemort for years, felt it pulling and pushing, the dreams and the visions and the pain. But no one, not Dumbledore, not Snape, not anyone, had ever looked at him and just said it like that. Like it was a diagnosis. Like it was a fact to be examined rather than a horror to be whispered about. You can't tell anyone, he said, and hated how his voice sounded, thin, almost pleading. Why would I? It's your business. Wednesday paused. Besides, who would I tell? I arrived 3 hours ago. I know exactly 4 people at this school, and 2 of them are ghosts. You've already made friends with the ghosts. Friends is a strong word. The Bloody Baron is tedious but informative. Nearly Headless Nick has boundary issues. The Grey Lady is the only one worth speaking to, but she deflects every personal question, which means she's hiding something worth finding. Wednesday tucked the leather case under her arm. I was on my way to the Forbidden Forest. There's a particular species of thestral that's only visible to people who've seen death. Yeah. Harry lowered his wand. Slowly. I can see them. Something shifted in Wednesday's face. It was subtle, a fractional softening around the eyes, or maybe just a sharpening of focus. Of course you can. I could show you where they gather. If you want. The offer hung between them. Wednesday studied him for a long moment, and Harry had the distinct impression he was being disassembled and examined at a molecular level. Fine, she said. They walked to the Forbidden Forest in silence, and the silence was comfortable. The Thestrals gathered in a clearing about a quarter-mile past Hagrid's hut, in a place where the canopy thinned enough to let moonlight through. Harry had found a spot in his 5th year, during the worst of the Umbbridge months, when the forest was the only place he could go without wanting to hex someone. There were 6 of them tonight. Skeletal, bat-winged, with white pupilless eyes that caught the light and threw it back like mirrors. They stood among the trees with an eerie stillness, and when Harry and Wednesday entered the clearing, every head turned toward her. And then they moved. Harry had never seen a Thestral move that fast. All 6 crossed the clearing in seconds, converging on Wednesday like iron filings drawn to a magnet. They surrounded her, pressing close, their bony heads lowering, their leathery wings folding and unfolding. One of them, the largest, a stallion with scars across its flanks, pressed its muzzle against Wednesday's palm and made a sound Harry had never heard from a Thestral before. A low, thrumming keen. Almost a purr. Wednesday stood in the center of them and her face did something extraordinary. It didn't soften. It didn't warm. But something behind her eyes, behind the mask, behind the armor, recognized these creatures, and they recognized her, and for a moment Harry was looking at something private and ancient and raw. They know what you are, he said quietly. Yes. Wednesday's hand moved over the stallion's muzzle, tracing the ridge of bone beneath paper-thin skin. Thestrals are psychopomps. Guides between worlds. They exist in the liminal space between living and dead. Her fingers found a scar and lingered there. I've always been comfortable in liminal spaces. I've been able to see them since I was 14. Cedric Diggory died right in front of me. I know. I read the accounts. Poorly written, most of them. The prophet treated it like a scandal rather than a murder. That's because the ministry didn't want anyone to believe Voldemort was back. Wednesday glanced at him. Most people flinched at the name. She didn't flinch, because flinching was apparently not something she did. I'm aware. I'm also aware that you fought him in a graveyard at 14, in the Department of Mysteries at 15, and that the adults in your life have a consistent pattern of putting you in danger and then being surprised when you survive. Yeah, actually. That's pretty accurate. I don't intend to be surprised. She looked back at the Thestrals. When I was 8, I raised my first dead body. It was my pet scorpion, Nero. He'd been dead for 3 days. I brought him back for 11 minutes, and during those 11 minutes, he was exactly as he'd been in life, same temperament, same habits, same inclination to sting my brother Pugsley. A beat. The necromancy came naturally to me the way breathing comes naturally to most people. My family understood. Nevermore Academy understood. The magical world, in general, does not understand. You don't seem worried about that. Worry implies I consider their disapproval relevant. Harry laughed. It came out sudden and unguarded and slightly raw, and Wednesday's eyes tracked the sound like it was something worth cataloging. My godfather died last year, Harry said, and he had no idea why he was saying it, except that the clearing was dark and the Thestrals were calm and this girl had looked at the worst thing in his head and called it interesting instead of terrible. Sirius Black. He fell through a veil in the Department of Mysteries. A literal veil between the living and the dead. The veil of ending. Wednesday's voice sharpened with genuine interest. One of the most significant necromantic artifacts in the Western world. The ministry keeps it in their death chamber and has no understanding of what it actually is or does. He fell through it, and he was gone. Gone doesn't mean destroyed. Not with that artifact. Harry went still. What? The veil doesn't kill. It transitions. The distinction matters. Wednesday was looking at him now with an intensity that had edges. Whether what's on the other side is accessible or survivable is a different question. But your godfather didn't die in the conventional sense. He was moved. The clearing was very silent. The Thestrals stood like sculptures, moonlight sliding off their angular bodies. Harry's throat had closed up and his eyes burned, and he was suddenly, viciously grateful for the dark. Can you, he stopped. Breathed. Is there any way to, I don't know yet. But I intend to find out. Wednesday said it the way other people said past the salt. Flat, certain, as if the question of retrieving a soul from a dimension of death was a logistics problem rather than an impossibility. The veil is in the ministry. I'll need access. You've been at this school for 3 hours and you're already planning to break into the Ministry of Magic. I'm not planning to break in. I'm planning to be invited. Breaking in is a contingency. Harry stared at her. In the moonlight, surrounded by Thestrals, braids hanging like dark blades against her pale skin, Wednesday Addams looked like something out of one of the stories Aunt Petunia used to tell him to scare him into good behavior, the kind of story where the dark thing in the woods wasn't the villain but the point. You're serious, he said. I'm always serious. It's one of my defining characteristics. We just met. And you've already told me about the soul fragment in your scar and your dead godfather. You're either extraordinarily trusting or extraordinarily desperate. I suspect both. Wednesday tilted her head. But the soul piece interests me, and the veil interests me, and you interest me, Harry Potter. That doesn't happen often. Harry opened his mouth to respond, but the words died in his throat because his scar erupted. Not the slow throb from dinner. Not the tuning fork ring from the Great Hall. This was a full, screaming blaze of pain that drove him to his knees, and behind his eyes the world dissolved into red and then black and then into a room he recognized, high-ceilinged, cold, stone walls, a chair that was almost a throne. Voldemort was laughing. He felt it, my friends. The boy felt the ripple. Something has changed in the current of things, and Potter is at the center of it, as always. Harry was on the ground. He could feel the damp earth, the leaf litter, but he could also feel the cold stone beneath different feet, could see through red eyes the circle of masked figures, could feel the euphoria of a mind that experienced joy only in the suffering of others. Find out what it is. I want to know what has touched my Horcrux. The vision broke. Harry came back to himself gasping, curled on the forest floor, and Wednesday Addams was crouching beside him with her fingers pressed to his scar. The pain stopped. Not faded. Not dulled. Stopped. Like a door slamming shut. Harry gasped again, this time with relief, and looked up at her. Her face was inches from his, and her expression was, he couldn't parse it. Not concern. Not fear. Something analytical and fierce and deeply, coldly angry. He was in your head, she said. He does that sometimes. No. He was in your head just now, looking through your eyes, and he saw me. Wednesday's fingers were still on his scar. Where she touched, the skin was cool, almost cold, and the absence of pain was so profound it felt like a drug. The soul fragment is a two-way door. He can look through it whenever he wants. I know. Dumbledore's been trying to teach me a clemency is a patch on a severed artery. You don't need a mental wall. You need the door sealed. Her eyes were very close, very dark. Or removed entirely. Removed? Harry's voice cracked. Can you do that? I told you. I'm a necromancer. Soul magic is my domain. Her fingers lifted from his scar and the pain didn't return, though a faint warmth lingered where she'd touched. But removing a soul fragment anchored by a killing curse and 16 years of symbiotic growth is not something I'd attempt in a forest on a Tuesday. It's actually Wednesday. The pause that followed was so perfect that Harry almost forgot he was lying in dirt with the remnants of a psychic vision throbbing behind his eyes. That, Wednesday said, is the first time anyone has made that joke and I haven't wanted to cause them physical harm. High praise. Don't get used to it. She stood and offered him a hand. He took it. Her grip was stronger than he expected, her skin cool and dry, and when their hands touched, the hum between them surged, audible now, a low resonance that made the thestrals shift and stamp. He said Horcrux, Harry said, and the word tasted like ash. In the vision. He called it his Horcrux. A Horcrux. Wednesday's eyes went flat and hard. That confirms it. A soul fragment created through murder and dark ritual, used to anchor the Maker to life. Your scar contains a piece of Voldemort's soul deliberately created through the murder of your mother. She processed for a moment. He said my Horcrux. Possessive singular. But the way he spoke, the context, implied awareness of a system. Multiple anchors. You got all that from a 2-second vision. I was in contact with the fragment while it was actively transmitting. Your scar is essentially a radio, and I was holding the receiver. She paused. It was deeply unpleasant. His mind is fractured. Broken in ways that go beyond psychopathy. He's shattered himself so many times that what remains is less a mind than an echo chamber of rage and hunger. Harry stood there in the moonlit clearing, thestrals at his back, looking at a girl he'd known for 2 hours who had just told him more about the thing in his head than 5 years of hints and evasions from every adult in his life combined. Dumbledore knows, he said. About the Horcruxes. He's supposed to be teaching me about Voldemort this year. His history. I think he's building up to telling me about them. Building up to it. Wednesday's tone could have etched glass. You have a piece of a Dark Lord's soul in your skull, and the most powerful wizard in Britain is building up to explaining it. He has his reasons. I'm sure they're very wise and very paternal and will get you killed. Harry didn't argue. He couldn't. The anger he'd been carrying since Sirius, the rage at Dumbledore's distance, at the prophecy, at the relentless, grinding weight of being the chosen one in a world that kept choosing to fail him, surged, and for a moment his magic surged with it. The air around him crackled. Leaves lifted off the ground in a slow spiral. The Thestrals crooned. Wednesday watched the display without stepping back. Good, she said. You should be angry. Anger is a resource. Most people tell me to calm down. Most people are afraid of what you might do if you don't. I'm interested in what you might do if you let yourself. The leaves settled. Harry's magic settled. But something in his chest didn't, something new and sharp and hungry, something that had recognized itself in the flat dark of Wednesday Addams's eyes. We should get back, he said. Filch patrols the grounds after 10. I'm aware. I memorized the patrol schedule from the entrance hall records during dinner. Of course you did. They walked back through the forest, and the Thestrals followed them to the tree line before peeling away into the dark. At the edge of the grounds, where the path split toward the castle's main entrance and the dungeon access, they stopped. Tomorrow, Wednesday said. I want to see the room of requirement. I'll show you during free period. And I want access to the restricted section. Hermione can help with that. She knows how to get permissions. The bushy-haired girl who had her wand drawn under the table during my sorting. She's protective. She's smart. I can work with smart. Wednesday turned toward the dungeon entrance, then paused. The thing in your scar. You've been living with it for 16 years and you're still yourself. That's not luck and it's not love and it's not whatever comforting narrative Dumbledore has given you. That's will. Yours. She looked back at him. Don't let anyone tell you the darkness in you is his. It became yours the moment you survived it. She walked into the dungeons without another word, and Harry stood in the September night with his scar humming and his hands steady for the first time in months. He didn't sleep much. He lay in his four-poster in Gryffindor Tower and stared at the canopy and thought about Horcruxes and soul fragments and a girl who could touch his scar and make the pain stop. At 2 a.m, an owl arrived. Not Hedwig, a ministry owl, grey and officious, with a sealed scroll tied to its leg bearing the purple wax stamp of the Department of Mysteries. Harry opened it. Mr. Potter, your presence is required at the Ministry of Magic tomorrow evening, September 2nd, at 7 p.m. An artifact in the Department of Mysteries has been behaving anomalously since the events of last June and requires the attention of individuals with specific magical resonance. Headmaster Dumbledore has been notified. You will be escorted by a member of the Order. Additionally, a new student at Hogwarts has been identified as possessing relevant magical affinity and will be summoned separately. This is not a request. Algernon Croaker Unspeakable, Department of Mysteries. Harry read the letter twice. Then he got out of bed, pulled on his invisibility cloak, and went to find Wednesday. He was halfway to the dungeons when he realized two things. First, that he had no idea how to get into the Slytherin common room. Second, that he didn't need to, because Wednesday Addams was standing in the entrance hall, fully dressed, holding an identical letter. You got one too, he said, pulling off the cloak. Delivered 12 minutes ago. I was already awake. She held up the letter. Algernon Croaker. Head of the Unspeakable Division. His published work on liminal magic is derivative but occasionally useful. She looked at Harry. He wants us in the Department of Mysteries. The last time I was there, people died. I'm aware. Are you going? It's not a request. Everything is a request. Some requests simply have consequences for refusal. Wednesday folded the letter with precise, origami-sharp creases. But yes. I'm going. The Department of Mysteries contains the veil, and I have questions about your godfather that won't answer themselves. Harry looked at her. Pale face, dark braids, leather case still tucked under one arm. Standing in the entrance hall at 2 a.m. like she'd been expecting this. Together, then, he said. Together. Neither of them knew what that word would come to mean. Not yet. The next day was precisely as terrible as Harry had expected. Double potions with Snape first thing. Harry arrived to find that 6th-year potions was smaller than expected. Slughorn had replaced Snape as potions master, Harry remembered, and the genial, walrus-like man was already holding court at the front of the dungeon classroom when Harry walked in. Ah, Harry, boy. Delighted, absolutely delighted. Your mother was one of my finest students, did you know? Remarkable talent for, he knows, Professor, Hermione said crisply from her seat. She'd saved Harry a place. Ron was on her other side, looking vaguely queasy, which was his standard state in any classroom before noon. Harry sat, and 3 seconds later the dungeon door opened and Wednesday walked in. The room's atmosphere changed. Harry could feel it, a physical shift, like barometric pressure dropping. Every student in the room turned to look at her. Draco Malfoy, seated at the back with Blaise Zabini, went rigid in his chair. Wednesday ignored all of them. She walked to the only open seat, which happened to be directly in front of Harry, sat down, removed a quill and a notebook from her bag, and waited. Slughorn blinked at her. Ah, Miss Addams, yes. The transfer from Nevermore. Welcome, welcome. We're just about to begin with Amortentia, based on the cauldron you've prepared as a demonstration piece and the fact that you've arranged the room for maximum dramatic effect. Wednesday hadn't looked up from her notebook. It's the most complex potion in the 6th-year curriculum and you've chosen it as an opener to identify which students have genuine aptitude. Standard pedagogical strategy. Slughorn's mustache twitched. Well. Quite right. You've studied ahead. I've been brewing Amortentia since I was 13. My mother uses it as a party favor. A ripple of whispers. Hermione was staring at Wednesday with an expression that was equal parts horror and fascination. Ron leaned over to Harry. Is it weird that I'm terrified of her? He whispered. Give it time, Harry whispered back. She grows on you. Like a fungus? More like a really effective curse. Wednesday's head turned fractionally. She'd heard them. Harry caught the ghost of something at the corner of her mouth that on any other face might have been amusement. Slughorn, recovering admirably, launched into his demonstration. Amortentia, Polyjuice Potion, Felix Felicis, the greatest hits of advanced potion making, simmering away in cauldrons at the front of the room. Students leaned forward, intrigued despite themselves. Now then, Slughorn said, gesturing to the mother-of-pearl sheen of the Amortentia, who can tell me what they smell? Hermione's hand shot up. I smell freshly mown grass, new parchment, and, she stopped, flushing. Spearmint toothpaste. Ron went slightly pink. Harry made a mental note to ask about that later. Excellent. And you, Miss Addams? Wednesday leaned toward the cauldron. Her expression didn't change, but something in her eyes sharpened. Graveyard soil after rain. Old book bindings. And, she paused. The pause lasted 1 second too long. Black tea with no sugar. She sat back without elaborating. Harry, sitting directly behind her, caught a scent drifting from the cauldron, treacle tart, the woody smell of a broomstick handle, and something new. Something cool and dark and clean, like the air in the Thestral clearing. He didn't volunteer what he smelled. Slughorn didn't push. The class moved on. They brewed Draught of Living Death, a hellish potion that required precision Harry usually lacked. He opened his borrowed textbook and found the margins crammed with handwritten notes in cramped, spiky handwriting. Crush the saprophoros bean with the flat of the blade, do not cut. Harry tried it. The bean released a flood of juice that was easily double what cutting produced. He followed the notes through every step, clockwise stir, counterclockwise, the half stir that wasn't in the printed instructions, and by the end of the lesson, his potion was a perfect pale lilac. Slughorn was ecstatic. Merlin's beard. Lily's talent reborn. A clear winner, Harry, boy, this earns you the Felix Felicis. He pressed the tiny golden bottle into Harry's hands. Across the room, Wednesday met his eyes. Her gaze dropped to the textbook, then back to him, and her expression said, very clearly, you didn't brew that. You followed someone else's instructions. Harry pocketed the Felix Felicis and felt oddly exposed. After class, Wednesday fell into step beside him in the corridor. Hermione and Ron, walking ahead, kept glancing back. The textbook, Wednesday said. Whose notes? I don't know. It's a used copy from the cupboard. The handwriting is from approximately 20 to 25 years ago, based on ink oxidation. The brewing modifications are beyond Newt level. Whoever owned that book was either a prodigy or a professor. She looked at him sideways. You should find out who. Does it matter? Knowledge always matters. Ignorance is how people end up walking into departments of mysteries unprepared. Harry thought of Sirius. The anger flared, and he let it. Speaking of which, he said, tonight. Tonight, Wednesday agreed. I'll meet you in the entrance hall at 6:30. She peeled away toward the Slytherin corridor without a goodbye, and Hermione immediately materialized at Harry's elbow. Harry. What is going on? I'll explain later. You'll explain now. Hermione, you spent the last 5 years keeping us in the dark about things that nearly got all three of us killed. I thought we'd established that this is a terrible strategy. Hermione's voice was tight but not angry. Worried. That girl, the Sorting Hat screamed, Harry. She's a necromancer. She's in Slytherin. And you're acting like you've known her for years. Harry stopped walking. Ron stopped too, hands in his pockets, waiting. She can feel the thing in my scar, Harry said. She knows what it is. And she can make the pain stop. Hermione's face went through about 6 emotions in 2 seconds. What do you mean, she knows what it is? I mean she touched my scar and diagnosed it in 30 seconds flat. Something even Dumbledore's never done to my face. Hermione's mouth worked. That shouldn't be possible. Scar curses are, she's a necromancer, Hermione. The thing in my scar is a soul fragment. It's exactly her area. The corridor was empty. Harry kept his voice low anyway. I've been summoned to the ministry tonight. Department of Mysteries. Wednesday got the same summons. Something in there is reacting to both of us. Ron's face had gone the color of old parchment. The Department of Mysteries. Harry, the last time, I know. Sirius, I know, Ron. Silence. The castle creaked around them, old stones settling. We're coming with you, Hermione said. You're not summoned. I don't care. The last time you went to the Department of Mysteries without us, it was a trap. I'm not making that mistake again. She lifted her chin. We'll be under the invisibility cloak. You won't even know we're there. Harry looked at his 2 best friends, Hermione with her jaw set, Ron with his fear visible but his stance solid, and felt the familiar ache of loving people who would walk into danger for him no matter how many times he asked them not to. Fine, he said. But if Wednesday finds out you're there, I'm not protecting you. Why would she? Because she's Wednesday. She finds out everything. At 6:30, Harry arrived in the entrance hall with the invisibility cloak draped over one arm and a carefully blank expression. Ron and Hermione were already somewhere nearby, he couldn't see them, which was the point. Wednesday was waiting by the main doors. She'd changed into what Harry was beginning to suspect was her version of formal wear, the same black dress, but with a high collar and buttons that looked like they were made of bone. Her leather case was strapped across her back. Your friends are 12 feet to your left, under an invisibility cloak that has a slight shimmer along the left hem, Wednesday said without looking up. Under the cloak, Ron whispered something profane. They insisted, Harry said. I would have been disappointed if they hadn't. Loyalty is undervalued. Wednesday glanced toward the shimmer. If you're coming, stay behind us and don't touch anything in the department. Some of those artifacts respond to intention, and Gryffindor intention tends to be enthusiastic. From under the cloak, Hermione made a sound that might have been indignation or might have been grudging respect. The escort arrived a moment later, Kingsley Shacklebolt, tall and calm, in his aura robes. His eyes found Wednesday and lingered for a moment, assessing. Miss Addams. Harry. Kingsley. Harry trusted Kingsley. Had since the beginning. What's this about? I'll tell you what I know, which isn't much. The Veil's been active since June. More active than it's been in centuries. The Unspeakables have tried everything to stabilize it and nothing's worked. 2 weeks ago, it started producing a sound, a resonance that matches 2 specific magical signatures. Ours, Harry said. Yours, Kingsley confirmed. The department wants you to approach the Veil under controlled conditions. Dumbledore agreed, with stipulations. Dumbledore's not coming. Dumbledore's hand is getting worse. Kingsley said it carefully, like he was choosing each word. He trusts you, Harry. And he's curious about Miss Addams. Everyone seems to be, Wednesday said. They traveled by Portkey, a battered tin can that Kingsley produced from his robes. Harry grabbed it, Wednesday grabbed it, and in the entrance hall 2 invisible bodies stumbled forward and grabbed it too. The hook behind the navel. The spinning. And then they were standing in the black-tiled atrium of the Ministry of Magic, and Harry's stomach clenched because the last time he'd stood here, Sirius had been alive. The Ministry at night was nearly empty. Their footsteps echoed. The fountain in the atrium had been destroyed during the battle and hastily rebuilt, the new statues were less grandiose, more generic. A witch, a wizard, and a centaur in a pose of cooperation that probably made actual centaurs furious. They took the lift down. Level 9. The Department of Mysteries. The corridor was the same. The black door was the same. Harry's skin crawled with memory, the dreams that had led him here, the trap, the running battle through rooms of prophecy and time and death. Croaker met them at the door. He was old, wiry, with eyes that had seen too much and a handshake that was perfunctory to the point of rudeness. Potter. Addams. Follow me. Don't wander. Behind them, invisible footsteps whispered on stone. Harry didn't look back. They moved through the circular room, the one with the rotating doors, and Croaker navigated it with practiced ease, speaking a word Harry didn't catch. A door clicked open. The Death Chamber. It hadn't changed. The stone amphitheater descended in tiers toward the center, where the ancient stone archway stood on its raised dais. The veil hung in the arch, a tattered, black curtain that moved in a wind that wasn't there. And it was singing. Not the whispers Harry remembered from 5th year. This was a sustained, low, harmonic tone, a chord made of voices that weren't quite voices, resonating from somewhere deep inside the archway. The sound filled the chamber and vibrated in Harry's bones. Wednesday stopped walking. Her hand shot out and grabbed Harry's wrist. "Do you hear that?" she said. Her voice was different. Not flat. Not controlled. Odd. The singing? Yeah. It's not singing. It's calling. And it's calling both of us. Croaker led them down the stone tiers to the dais. Up close, the veil was worse, the fabric moved and rippled, and shapes pressed against it from the other side, suggestions of faces and hands that appeared and dissolved. It started 2 months ago, Croaker said. The resonance increases daily. We've measured its magical output, it's drawing power from somewhere, building towards something, and every model we've run suggests it's going to peak. He looked at Harry and Wednesday. Tonight. What happens when it peaks? Harry asked. We don't know. That's why you're here. Wednesday released Harry's wrist and walked to the edge of the dais. She stood 3 feet from the veil, braids hanging still while the fabric churned, and she was listening with her whole body, head tilted, eyes half closed, fingers slightly spread. There are thousands of them, she murmured. Thousands of souls on the other side. Not dead, not all of them. Some are, preserved. Held. Like insects in amber. Her eyes opened. Your godfather is one of them. Harry's heart slammed against his ribs. You can feel him. I can feel his signature. It's distinct, canine, somehow. Warm. There's a wildness to it. Her brow furrowed. He's intact. Not degraded. Whatever the veil does to those who pass through, it hasn't destroyed him. Harry stepped forward. The veil's song intensified, and his scar began to burn, not with Voldemort's intrusion but with something else, a pulling sensation, as if the thing behind his scar was responding to the thing beyond the veil. Wednesday felt it too. He could tell by the way her fingers curled, by the sharp intake of breath. The soul fragment, she said. It's resonating with the veil's frequency. The archway recognizes it as a piece of someone who should be dead. Voldemort's not dead. No. But parts of him are. The pieces he tore away, they exist in a state between living and dead. Just like the souls in the veil. Her jaw tightened. The veil isn't just a gateway. It's a nexus. A point where the membrane between life and death is thin enough to, the veil pulsed. Light, cold, white, and absolutely wrong, erupted from the archway. The singing became a roar. Harry felt himself pulled forward, felt the Horcrux in his scar screaming in a frequency that matched the veil's crescendo, and Wednesday was being pulled too, her heels sliding on the stone dais, her hands coming up to shield her face. Get back. Croaker shouted, but it was too late. The veil reached for them. Tendrils of that not-quite fabric, that tattered darkness between worlds, lashed out from the archway like living things. One wrapped around Harry's wrist. One wrapped around Wednesday's. And where the tendrils touched them, their magic ignited. Harry saw it, actually saw it, with senses that had nothing to do with eyes. His magic was red gold, violent, a storm of raw power and grief and fury. Wednesday's was black silver, precise, cold as surgical steel, threaded with the unmistakable signature of death. And the veil was pulling them together, winding their magic like thread on a spindle, braiding it. Wednesday screamed. It was the only sound she'd made that wasn't controlled. A raw, ragged sound of shock and pain and something underneath that might have been wonder. Harry screamed too, because the pain was extraordinary, not in his scar but everywhere, in every cell, in the spaces between atoms, as something fundamental in his magical core was torn open and fused with something fundamental in hers. He saw her memories. Not all of them, flashes, fragments, a kaleidoscope of images that wasn't his and was, a dark mansion, a smiling woman with wild hair, a hand emerging from a graveyard plot to wave hello. A cello playing in a stone room. A monster, her monster, the hide, the thing that lived under her skin, raging behind her eyes. The loneliness. The absolute, architectural loneliness of being something the world didn't have a category for. She saw his. He felt her in his memories like a cold hand turning pages, the cupboard under the stairs, the bars on the window, Hagrid in the doorway saying you're a wizard, Harry, Cedric's blank dead face, Sirius falling, the prophecy, neither can live while the other survives, and then the veil let go. They collapsed. Harry hit the stone dais hard enough to bite through his lip, and the taste of blood was a sharp anchor back to reality. Wednesday landed beside him, on her hands and knees, breathing in controlled gasps. The singing stopped. The chamber was silent. What, Croaker breathed, was that? Harry sat up. His whole body was vibrating. His magic felt different, larger, more complex, with harmonics and undertones it hadn't had before. And beneath it, running through it like a river of cold silver, he could feel her. Not her thoughts. Not her emotions. But her presence, a constant, unmistakable awareness, like a second heartbeat. Wednesday sat up too. She was staring at her own hands. Then she looked at Harry, and her eyes were different, still dark, still flat, but with something moving behind them, a depth and a fury and a terrified recognition. Soul bond, she said. Her voice was hoarse. The veil forged a soul bond. That's impossible, Croaker said. Soul bonds are theoretical. No one's documented or confirmed. We are sitting on the floor of your death chamber bleeding from our eyes, Wednesday said, and Harry realized she was right. Both of them had thin lines of blood tracking from their tear ducts, black in the chamber's dim light. I assure you, this is documented now. Harry reached up and touched his scar. It wasn't burning. It wasn't hurting. It was quiet, for the first time in his life, and in its place was a connection that went deeper than anything Voldemort had ever managed, a thread of cold silver that led directly to the girl sitting beside him. He could feel her. Not invasively, not the way Voldemort's connection felt, like fingers scrabbling at a window. This was structural. Foundational. Like discovering you'd always had a room in your house you'd never opened, and now the door was wide and someone was standing in it. Wednesday, he said. I know. Her voice was barely a whisper. I feel it too. From somewhere behind them, the invisibility cloak rustled, and Hermione made a sound that was halfway between a gasp and a sob. Croaker was already moving, pulling instruments from his robes, casting diagnostic spells that sparked and fizzled against whatever the veil had done to them. This changes everything, he was muttering. This changes the entire model. If the veil can forge bonds between living subjects, if it can braid magical cores, stop. Wednesday's voice cracked like a whip. Croaker froze. You are not going to treat us as experimental subjects. What happened here was not an experiment. It was an event, and we are the survivors, and you will give us space to understand what has been done to us before you begin taking notes. Croaker opened his mouth. Closed it. Opened it again. I'll need to report this to the minister. Report whatever you like. But if anyone from this ministry attempts to study, separate, or contain us without our consent, they will discover that the bond between a necromancer and a boy who survived the killing curse produces effects that are unpleasant to witness. Wednesday stood. She was unsteady for half a second, then locked it down. Harry. We're leaving. Harry stood. The new connection between them pulsed, and he felt her exhaustion, her fury, her fear, actual fear, tightly controlled, buried under 17 layers of composure. She was afraid. Not of the bond. Of what the bond might make her feel. He sent something back through the connection. Not words. Not images. Just a steady, stubborn pulse of I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. We figure this out together. Wednesday looked at him. For the first time, her mask cracked, not much, a hairline fracture, a flash of something raw and young and real beneath the armor. Then it sealed shut again, and she was Wednesday Addams, and she turned and walked up the stone tiers without looking back. Harry followed. Behind them, the veil hung still and silent, and whatever lived on the other side of it settled into patience. It could wait. The bond was forged. What came next was going to be interesting. They didn't speak until they were back in the atrium. Kingsley, who had been waiting by the lifts, took one look at their faces, at the blood drying on their cheeks, at the way they stood too close together, like planets in orbit, and asked no questions. He conjured a handkerchief, handed it to Harry, and produced a second one for Wednesday. "Portkey back to Hogwarts is ready," he said. "Dumbledore's been notified." "Good," Harry said. "He's got some explaining to do." The portkey deposited them in Dumbledore's office. The old wizard was waiting behind his desk, his blackened hand resting on a stack of papers, Fawkes dozing on his perch. His eyes swept over them, the blood, the bond he could clearly sense, the way they stood together like a single unit, and something in his expression shifted. Surprise, Harry thought. Genuine surprise. It wasn't an expression he'd ever seen on Dumbledore's face before. "Harry," Dumbledore said. "Miss Addams. You sent us there," Harry said. "You approved the visit." "I did. I expected the veil to respond to your presence. I did not expect this." Dumbledore gestured to the space between them, and Harry saw his fingers tracing the air where the bond lived, a visible thread, he realized, if you knew how to look. Thin as spider silk, bright as starlight. A soul bond. Forged by the veil of ending. "You knew what the veil was," Wednesday said. "Not a question. I knew what it was believed to be. A doorway. A passage between the living and the dead." Dumbledore leaned back. "I did not know it could do this. I suspect no one alive did. And yet you sent two teenagers with death-adjacent magical signatures into a room with a reality-warping artifact and hoped for the best." Wednesday's voice could have frozen lava. "Your judgment is either catastrophically poor or deliberately manipulative. Given your reputation, I'll assume the latter." Dumbledore's expression didn't change. But something behind his eyes did, a flicker of assessment, of recalibration. He was, Harry realized, taking Wednesday seriously. Not as a student. As an equal. "You are correct that I hoped your presence might stabilize the veil," Dumbledore said. "The artifact has been growing more dangerous, and the resonance with your signature suggested you might calm it. I did not anticipate it would bind you." "And the Horcruxes," Harry said. The word landed like a grenade. "Were you ever going to tell me?" The office went very still. Fawkes opened one eye. Dumbledore looked at Harry for a long time. "Yes," he said finally. "This year. I plan to tell you everything this year." Wednesday figured it out in one conversation. "Miss Addams has advantages I do not." Necromantic sight, 4-1. Dumbledore turned his attention to her. "What did you see in the veil, Miss Addams?" "Thousands of souls. Sirius Black's among them, intact, not degraded. Multiple Horcrux signatures resonating through Harry's scar. And when the bond formed, I saw, felt, the full scope of the fragment in Harry. It's parasitic but stable. Deeply integrated after 16 years of coexistence." She met Dumbledore's eyes. "I can remove it. Given time, preparation, and the right conditions, I can extract the Horcrux from Harry without killing him." The silence that followed was the loudest thing Harry had ever heard. "That," Dumbledore said, and his voice was rough, "is something I have been trying to find a way to do for 15 years. Then you should have hired a necromancer." Harry felt something through the bond, a spike of cold satisfaction from Wednesday. She'd landed that one exactly where she wanted it. Dumbledore almost smiled. "Almost. Perhaps I should have. Miss Addams, you and Harry clearly have a great deal to discuss and very little patience for an old man's cautious revelations." So let me give you what I can tonight. He told them. All of it. Tom Riddle's history, the obsession with immortality, the Horcruxes, plural, as Wednesday had suspected. The ring, already destroyed, at the cost of Dumbledore's hand. The diary, destroyed by Harry in second year, though he hadn't known what it was. The locket, the cup, the snake, the unknown artifact likely connected to Ravenclaw or Gryffindor. And Harry. I have long suspected, Dumbledore said, that you, Harry, are an unintentional Horcrux. Created the night Voldemort killed your parents. His soul, already unstable from multiple divisions, fractured once more, and the fragment latched onto the only living thing in the room. Harry sat very still. He'd known. Since the corridor, since Wednesday had said it, he'd known. But hearing it from Dumbledore made it real in a different way. Official. Carved in stone. Wednesday's hand found his. Her fingers were cool and dry and her grip was iron. How many total? She asked. 7 pieces. 6 Horcruxes and the main soul in his body. 2 are destroyed. 4 remain, plus Harry. 4 remain, and one of them is a snake, Wednesday said. Which means it's mobile, defended, and sentient. The others will be hidden and heavily warded. Correct. We'll need to hunt them. Yes. Good. Wednesday stood. She hadn't released Harry's hand. Then we have work to do, and we'll do it better without your careful management. You will share everything you know about the remaining Horcruxes, locations, protections, research. All of it. No more building up to things, no more age-appropriate revelations, no more protecting Harry by keeping him ignorant. That ends tonight. Dumbledore looked at her. Then he looked at Harry. She's right, Harry said. I'm done being handled. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. Fawkes rustled on his perch, feathers catching the candlelight. The portraits of former headmasters were awake and watching, their painted eyes wide. Very well, Dumbledore said. Everything I know is yours. But I must ask something in return. You can ask, Wednesday said. We'll decide whether to give it. The bond between you is unprecedented. It will draw attention, from the Ministry, from Voldemort, from forces I cannot predict. Be careful with it. Not because I doubt your abilities, but because the world has a way of trying to destroy things it doesn't understand. Let it try, Harry said, and through the bond, Wednesday's approval hit him like a shot of ice-cold fire. They left Dumbledore's office together. In the corridor outside, Ron and Hermione were waiting, visible now, the cloak bundled under Ron's arm, Hermione's face blotchy with dried tears. We heard everything, Hermione said. The Horcrux, Harry, I know. Harry looked at his friends. His people. I know what I am. And he nodded at Wednesday. Can fix it. Ron looked at Wednesday. Wednesday looked back, and whatever Ron saw in her face made him swallow hard and nod. All right, Ron said. All right. So we're doing this, then. Hunting pieces of you-know-whose soul. Voldemort, Wednesday said. His name is Voldemort. The word is ugly but the fear you give it is uglier. Say it. Ron opened his mouth. Closed it. Squared his shoulders. Voldemort. Again. Voldemort. Better. Wednesday released Harry's hand and looked at all 3 of them. We have 4 Horcruxes to find, a soul fragment to extract, a Dark Lord to kill, and a ministry that will try to stop us the moment they understand what we can do. I suggest we start tomorrow. I need 3 hours of sleep and access to your library's restricted section. She turned and walked toward the dungeons. At the corner, she stopped. Harry. Yeah. The bond. I can feel what you're feeling right now. Grief and anger and something reckless underneath. Sorry. Don't be sorry. Channel it. Her dark eyes held his. Through the bond, he felt her certainty, cold, absolute, like bedrock. We're going to destroy every piece of him. And then we're going to get your godfather back. And if the world doesn't like how we do it, the world can burn. She disappeared into the shadows. Harry stood in the corridor with his two best friends and a soul bond thrumming in his chest and the war ahead of him, and for the first time since Sirius fell through the veil, he felt something that wasn't grief. He felt ready. Chapter 2, What Lies Between Us. Harry woke at dawn with someone else's nightmare dissolving behind his eyes. It wasn't his, he knew that immediately, the way you know a smell doesn't belong to your house. The images were knife-sharp and clinical, a stone room with no windows, a girl strapped to a table, electrodes on her temples, a man in a white coat asking her to do it again, show us again, make it move. The dead thing on the adjacent table, a cat, gray, stiff, twitching. The girl refusing. The man increasing the voltage. Wednesday. He was seeing Wednesday's memory. Harry sat up in bed, gasping. The dormitory was still dark. Ron's snoring formed a steady bass line from the next bed over. Neville mumbled something about dirigible plums. Seamus was dead to the world. Through the bond, he felt Wednesday snap awake in the Slytherin dungeons. A pulse of cold fury, not at him, at the memory that had leaked, followed by a deliberate, surgical clamping down. Like someone slamming a vault door. Stay out. The thought wasn't words exactly. More like a pressure, a direction. Harry pulled back instinctively, and the vault door held, and he was alone in his own head again. He sat in the dark for a while, breathing. His scar was quiet, genuinely quiet, not the false calm of Voldemort resting, but a deep, structural silence, as if something had been rearranged at a level below conscious awareness. The bond sat where the pain used to live. A cool silver thread running from the base of his skull to somewhere deep in the castle below him. She was awake. He could feel her moving, not her body, her mind. She was reading. Of course she was reading. It was 4:30 in the morning and she was already working. Harry got dressed, grabbed the Marauder's map, and left the dormitory. The castle was different at this hour. The portraits slept in their frames, the corridors were silver-gray with pre-dawn light, and the only sounds were the distant groaning of pipes and the soft click of his shoes on stone. Harry checked the map. Filch was on the 7th floor, Mrs. Norris trailing behind him. Snape was in his office. Did the man ever sleep? Dumbledore's that was motionless in his quarters. Wednesday's that was in the library. He found her in the restricted section, which should have been locked and warded but apparently wasn't, because she was sitting cross-legged on the floor between two shelves with 6 books open around her in a semicircle and her leather case open beside her, its contents spread out on a velvet cloth. He could see them now, not medical instruments. Bone tools. Thin, white, carved with symbols he didn't recognize. A needle made of what looked like obsidian. 3 vials of liquid so dark it seemed to eat light. You saw the memory, she said without looking up. I didn't mean to. I know. The bond is new. It leaks. She turned a page. That was Nevermore's predecessor institution. A research facility in Vermont that studied students with necromantic abilities. My parents removed me after 3 months and burned the facility to the ground. My mother handled the removal. My father handled the burning. They experimented on you. They experimented on several of us. I was the youngest. I was also the most powerful, which made me the most interesting to them, and the most dangerous to leave in their custody. Another page turned. I was 8. The cat they wanted me to reanimate had been dead for 6 days. I could have done it, I'd done it before, but the principle of compliance offended me, so I refused. She paused. When my parents arrived, I reanimated every dead specimen in their laboratory simultaneously. 47 animals and 1 human cadaver from the university next door. I walked out through the chaos. My mother said it was the proudest she'd ever been. Harry sat down across from her. The restricted section hummed around them, dark books, old books, books that whispered and shifted on their shelves. Between them, the bond pulsed steady as a heartbeat. The memory leaked because we were both asleep, Wednesday said. Consciousness acts as a filter. When we sleep, the bond is unregulated. We'll need to work on that, or every night will be a showing of each other's worst moments. I've got plenty of those. I know. I saw the cupboard under the stairs. Her voice didn't soften, but something in the bond did, a flicker of that cold fury, redirected. Not at him. At the people who had put a child in a cupboard and kept him there for 11 years. Your relatives are still alive. Yeah. Pity. Harry laughed. It was a raw, surprised sound that echoed off the vaulted ceiling, and Wednesday looked up from her book for the first time. She studied him the way she studied everything, with total, unblinking attention. You laugh easily, she said. Considering everything. It's either laugh or start hexing things, and Hermione gets upset when I hex things. Hermione sounds like a moderating influence. She's the reason I'm alive, about 60% of the time. Ron's the other 40. Wednesday closed one of the books and slid it aside. I've been researching soul bonds since 3 a.m. The existing literature is sparse, speculative, and mostly wrong, but there are useful fragments. The bond we share is not a marriage bond, despite what the more romantic texts suggest. Marriage bonds are consensual, symmetrical, and limited in scope. Ours is involuntary, asymmetrical, and apparently limitless. Asymmetrical how? Your magical core is raw power. Enormous capacity, volatile output, tied to emotion. Mine is precision and specificity, smaller in volume but infinitely more controlled, specialized in death magic and necromantic manipulation. The bond hasn't merged these. It's braided them. Your power feeds my precision. My precision shapes your power. She picked up one of the bone tools, a thin stylus, and held it up. Think of it as a key and a lock. Either is useful alone. Together, they open doors that shouldn't exist. That's either amazing or terrifying. Those aren't mutually exclusive. Harry reached for one of the books, a heavy, leather-bound volume with no title on the spine. He opened it to a random page and found dense, handwritten text in Latin, accompanied by diagrams of 2 human figures connected by a line through their chests. The vinculum anime, Wednesday said, reading upside down. A theoretical framework from the 12th century. The author hypothesized that soul bonds were the original form of magical alliance, predating wands, predating structured spellwork. 2 magical beings linking their cores to become something greater than either alone. She tapped the diagram. He also hypothesized that the bond would eventually kill both participants, so take it with appropriate skepticism. Kill us how? Magical overload. The theory suggests that 2 bonded cores will continuously amplify each other until the combined output exceeds what the physical bodies can contain. Like 2 mirrors reflecting a beam of light back and forth until the heat melts the glass. Harry looked at the diagram. The 2 figures were surrounded by increasingly frantic annotations, the handwriting deteriorating as the author apparently grew more alarmed by his own conclusions. He was wrong, though, Harry said. Almost certainly. His model assumes passive amplification, that the bond operates automatically, without conscious direction. But we're not mirrors. We're people. We can regulate it. Wednesday set down the stylus. The question is whether we want to. What do you mean? If we regulate the bond, contain it, keep it under control, we gain a modest increase in magical ability and an empathic link. Useful but unremarkable. If we let it grow, if we stop treating it as a problem to manage and start treating it as a resource to develop, the potential is. She searched for a word. Unprecedented. Unprecedented. The Horcrux in your scar connects you to Voldemort. The bond connects you to me. Through you, I can access the Horcrux network. I can feel the other fragments. She leaned forward. I felt them last night, after the bond formed. Faint signatures, scattered, but real. A cold spot somewhere in London. Something sick and twisted hidden in a vault or a cave. The snake, circling its master. I can feel them the way you feel a loose tooth, a wrongness, a thing that doesn't belong. Harry stared at her. You can track the Horcruxes. With time and development, yes. The bond gives me a channel through your scar to Voldemort's fractured soul, and my necromancy gives me the ability to sense soul fragments. Combined, we can hunt every piece of him. Her dark eyes locked onto his. But only if we stop holding back. The restricted section was very quiet. Books whispered. Dawn was creeping through the high windows, painting the shelves in gray and gold. I've spent my whole life being told to hold back, Harry said. Keep your head down. Don't make trouble. Don't use too much magic. Don't let the darkness in. And how has that worked for you? People keep dying. Wednesday nodded. People keep dying because you're fighting a war with one hand tied behind your back. Because the adults around you are more afraid of what you might become than what you're facing. They would rather you fight Voldemort at half capacity than risk you becoming something they can't control. And you're not afraid of that? I've been something people can't control since I was born. It's not a condition. It's a feature. She began gathering her bone tools, placing them back in the leather case with careful precision. The bond is going to change both of us. My control will shape your power. Your power will fuel my reach. If Voldemort felt a ripple last night, he'll feel an earthquake when we stop limiting ourselves. Harry turned the bone tool case over in his mind. The cupboard under the stairs. The prophecy. Sirius falling. The Horcrux squatting in his scar like a parasite. 16 years of half-truths and gentle handling and being told to trust in love as a weapon while the people he loved kept dying. All right, he said. No holding back. No holding back. They sat there in the early morning silence, surrounded by forbidden books, and the bond between them hummed, a low, resonant chord that was learning its own frequency. Wednesday pulled one more book toward her. There's something else. The bond has a physical proximity component. For the first few weeks, separation beyond a certain distance will cause pain and magical instability. The texts disagree on the exact range, some say 50 feet, others say line of sight. We're in different houses. Yes. The dormitories are on opposite ends of the castle. Yes. That's going to be a problem. I've already drafted a letter to Dumbledore requesting adjacent quarters. I expect he'll comply, given the alternative is two teenagers experiencing magical destabilization in their sleep. You've been busy. I don't waste time. She snapped the book shut. Now. Show me the room of requirement. You promised. Harry checked the map. Still early, the castle was mostly empty, though early risers were beginning to stir. He stood, offered Wednesday a hand, and she looked at it for a moment before taking it. The bond flared at the contact, not painfully, but vividly, like a light brightening. He could feel her pulse through her skin, steady and slow. He could feel the edge of her thoughts, not the content, but the texture. Sharp. Organized. Like a library where every book was a weapon. They left the restricted section. Wednesday didn't bother to relock it. Harry led her up through the castle, through corridors that were starting to fill with the first gray light, past suits of armor that creaked and portraits that blinked sleepily. On the 7th floor, he walked past the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy 3 times, thinking, I need a place where we can work. A place where we can train. A place where no one can find us. The door appeared. Harry opened it. The room of requirement had outdone itself. The space behind the door was enormous, vaulted ceiling, stone floor, lit by floating candles that cast a warm, steady light. Against one wall, a rack of training dummies. Against another, shelves crammed with books on combat magic, soul theory, necromancy, and bonding. In the center, a clear space large enough for dueling. And in the far corner, something that made Wednesday stop dead. A work table. Stone-topped, carved with runes, set up with everything a necromancer would need, bone dust, grave earth, silver instruments, preserved specimens in jars. The room had reached into Wednesday's needs and built her an altar. The room provides what you require, Harry said. It's been useful. Wednesday walked to the work table and ran her fingers along the rune-carved edge. Her face was doing that thing again, the knot softening, the sharpening of focus that meant she was feeling something she wouldn't name. This will do, she said. They spent the next 2 hours working. Not on anything dramatic, on the bond itself, on learning to control what passed between them and what didn't. They sat cross-legged on the floor, facing each other, knees nearly touching, and experimented. Wednesday sent an image through the bond, a thestral in flight, skeletal wings spread against a night sky. Harry received it clearly, not like legilimency, not like an intrusion, but like a thought that happened to originate somewhere else. He sent one back, the first time he'd flown a broomstick, the rush and freedom and vertigo of it. Wednesday's eyebrow twitched. You love flying. More than almost anything. I've never been on a broomstick. We can fix that. I doubt it. I prefer modes of transport that don't require straddling a stick and hoping for the best. They practiced filtering, learning to choose what passed through the bond and what stayed private. It was like learning a muscle. Harry found that if he concentrated, he could build a wall, not an occlumency wall, nothing that rigid, more like a curtain. He could feel Wednesday on the other side, sense her presence, but the specifics dimmed. Wednesday's control was better. She could regulate her side of the bond with surgical precision, wide open, partially filtered, or sealed shut. She taught Harry her method, visualization not of walls but of doors. Doors could open and close. Walls had to be broken or built. Doors were a choice. The bond responds to intention, she said. It's not trying to violate our privacy. It's trying to connect us as completely as possible, because that's what it was designed to do. Our job is to make that connection deliberate rather than accidental. So we control the flow. We control everything. That's the point. By the time they finished, Harry could open and close his side of the bond at will, though it took concentration. Wednesday could do it without visible effort, which she attributed to years of mental discipline and Harry attributed to the fact that she was Wednesday. Breakfast was an event. They walked into the great hall together, and the room rippled like a stone had been thrown into a pond. Harry Potter and the new girl. Gryffindor and Slytherin. The boy who'd fought Voldemort and the girl who'd made the Sorting Hat scream. Every head turned. Every conversation paused. At the staff table, Snape's eyes narrowed to slits. McGonagall's lips pressed thin. Dumbledore, his blackened hand tucked beneath the table, watched with an expression of carefully calibrated serenity. Wednesday ignored all of it. She walked to the Slytherin table, sat at her usual spot at the end, and began eating with mechanical efficiency. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table. The bond stretched between them, 50 feet, 60, more, and held. No pain. Not yet. Just the steady awareness, the second heartbeat, the knowledge that she was there. Where have you been? Hermione demanded the moment he sat down. Your bed was empty at 5. I checked. You checked the boys' dormitory at 5 a.m.? Ron said, looking up from his eggs. I checked the map. I had a copy made. Harry, you were in the restricted section with her for 2 hours, and then the room of requirement. What's happening? Harry loaded his plate. He was ravenous, the bond seemed to burn energy like a furnace. We're learning to control the bond. She can track the Horcruxes through it. Hermione's fork clattered against her plate. Ron choked on his pumpkin juice. She can what? Hermione hissed. The bond connects me to her. My scar connects me to Voldemort. Through me, she can sense the other soul fragments. She felt them last night, locations, directions, signatures. Hermione's eyes were doing the thing they did when her brain was running faster than her mouth could keep up. Harry, that's extraordinary. If she can actually locate the Horcruxes, that changes every tactical calculation. Dumbledore's been searching for years, she can do it. I felt her doing it. And you trust her? Harry paused. He thought about the memory he'd seen, the 8-year-old in the lab. The parents who burned the place down. The girl who walked with death and never flinched. Yeah, he said. I do. Ron, who had been quietly demolishing a pile of sausages, swallowed and said, so we've got a necromancer who can track soul fragments, a soul bond that makes you both more powerful, and a Dark Lord who just found out about it and is probably losing his mind. He paused. Honestly, that's the best tactical position we've been in since this whole thing started. Hermione stared at Ron. Harry stared at Ron. What? Ron said. I play chess. I know a good opening when I see one. Harry grinned. Across the hall, he felt a pulse from Wednesday, not amusement exactly, but something adjacent. She'd heard the exchange through the bond. Your friend plays chess. The thought came through clean and sharp. He's brilliant at it. Good. We'll need a strategist. The Morning Post arrived with the usual avalanche of owls. Harry got the Prophet, which he opened without enthusiasm. The front page made him drop his toast. Ministry confirms unprecedented magical event in Department of Mysteries. Sources within the Department of Mysteries have confirmed that an artifact of significant historical importance exhibited anomalous behavior last night, resulting in what one unspeakable described as a bonding event of unknown classification. 2 Hogwarts students, Harry Potter, 16, and transfer student Wednesday Addams, 16, were present during the event. Minister Fudge has scheduled an emergency session of the Wisingamot to discuss potential security implications. Harry read the article twice. It was remarkably short on details. The Department of Mysteries earned its name, but the implications were clear. The Ministry knew. Which meant everyone would know. Through the bond, Wednesday's reaction was ice and iron. They move fast when they're scared. Are you worried? I don't worry. I prepare. Across the hall, Draco Malfoy was reading the same article. Harry watched him, the pale face, the tight jaw, the way his eyes flicked from the paper to Wednesday and back. Draco looked like a man watching a chess board rearrange itself into a configuration he hadn't anticipated. Their eyes met. Draco looked away first. The morning's classes were almost normal, if you didn't count the staring. Double charms with Flitwick, who was so excited about having Wednesday in his class that he nearly fell off his stack of books twice. Wednesday demonstrated a charm Harry had never seen, a modification of the disillusionment charm that didn't just conceal the caster but made observers forget they'd been looking in that direction at all. Marvelous. Flitwick squeaked. A perceptual modification rather than an optical one. Where did you learn this, Miss Addams? I invented it when I was 12. I needed to disappear during a school assembly. Why? Asked Flitwick. The school counselor wanted to discuss my emotional availability. I made myself emotionally and physically unavailable. Flitwick awarded Slytherin 15 points and looked like he wanted to adopt her. During Defense Against the Dark Arts, Taught this year by Snape, who had finally claimed his coveted position, things got more interesting. Snape spent the first 10 minutes of class demonstrating non-verbal spells, his wand moving in sharp, economical motions, his voice the usual silky monotone. The ability to cast without speaking gives the wizard a significant advantage in combat. Your opponent has no warning. His dark eyes swept the room and landed on Harry. Some of you will find this beyond your capabilities. You may sit and watch. I can cast non-verbally, Harry said. Snape's lip curled. Can you? Want me to demonstrate? The room held its breath. Harry and Snape had been circling each other for 5 years. Everyone knew it. This was different, though. Harry felt different. The bond hummed in his chest, and Wednesday's precision was there, not controlling him, not directing him, but available, like a tool waiting to be picked up. By all means, Potter. Snape flicked his wand, and a training dummy materialized in the center of the room. Disarm it. Harry didn't raise his wand. He looked at the dummy. He thought Expelliarmus, not as a word but as an intention, a direction of will, and the bond amplified it, Wednesday's precision shaping his power into a blade instead of a bludgeon, and the spell hit the dummy so hard it didn't just disarm it. The dummy's arm came off. The wooden limb clattered to the floor. The class erupted. Snape's expression didn't change, but his eyes, those black, fathomless eyes, widened fractionally. Excessive, Snape said. Sorry. I'll aim smaller next time. See that you do. Snape turned away, robes billowing. But Harry caught it, the moment of recalculation, the same look Draco had worn at breakfast. Snape knew something had changed. At the Slytherin end of the room, Wednesday sat with her hands folded, watching Harry with an expression of clinical satisfaction. Through the bond, you used the amplification. I barely thought about it. It was just there. Good. That's how it should work. Instinct, not effort. After class, Snape detained Harry with a word, Potter. Harry stood by Snape's desk while the other students filed out. Wednesday lingered in the doorway. Leave, Miss Addams, Snape said without looking at her. No. The word was flat, final, and utterly fearless. Snape turned to face her, and the temperature in the room dropped. Two people who operated in cold and dark, staring at each other across a classroom. The bond means that what concerns Harry concerns me, Wednesday said. And I don't leave rooms when I'm told to. Snape's jaw worked. Harry expected an explosion, points docked, detention, a tirade. Instead, Snape looked at Wednesday for a long, measured moment and seemed to reach some private conclusion. Fine, he said. Stay. He turned back to Harry. The nonverbal casting. That was not your ordinary level of ability. I've been practicing. Don't lie to me, Potter. I taught you occlumency. I know the shape of your magical core better than any teacher in this building. What you did in class today was not practice. It was amplification. Someone, or something, is boosting your output. The bond, Harry said. There was no point hiding it. Snape would find out anyway, and lying to Snape was usually more trouble than it was worth. Snape's eyes narrowed. The soul bond. I've read Croker's report. The headmaster briefed the staff this morning. His gaze flicked between them. You are aware that soul bonds are inherently dangerous. The magical amplification is not a gift, it's a symptom. Your cores are trying to equalize, and the process will stress both of you in ways you're not equipped to handle. We're handling it, Wednesday said. You're 16 years old. Age is not a measure of capability. You, of all people, should know that. Wednesday stepped into the room, and the shadows seemed to move with her. You were 16 when you invented the Sectum Sempra curse. You were 16 when you joined the Death Eaters. You were younger than we are when you made choices that shaped the rest of your life. The silence that followed was so complete Harry could hear the torches guttering. Snape's face went blank. Not angry. Not defensive. Blank, the acclumancy blank of a man who had just been hit in a place he didn't know was exposed. How did you know about Sectum Sempra? Snape said quietly. The textbook Harry is using in potions. The handwriting matches the annotations in 3 restricted texts on dark spell development. Your penmanship is distinctive, left-handed, cramped, with a particular way of crossing your T's that's consistent across decades. Wednesday tilted her head. You're the half-blood prince. You invented spells and potions modifications as a teenager that surpass most professional work. You then joined a genocidal cult and spent the rest of your life trying to atone for it. I'm not here to judge your history, Professor. I'm here to tell you that Harry and I are going to do what needs to be done, with or without your approval, and your time would be better spent helping than warning. Harry stood very still. He hadn't known about the textbook. He hadn't connected the half-blood prince's handwriting to Snape. But now that Wednesday said it, the pieces fell into place with sickening clarity, the brilliant notes, the dark spells, the modifications that went beyond skill into genius. Snape. Of course it was Snape. Snape looked at Wednesday for a very long time. Then something happened that Harry had never seen before and would never see again. Snape almost smiled. It wasn't warm. It wasn't kind. It was the cold, bitter recognition of one outsider acknowledging another. You are going to be extraordinarily dangerous, Miss Addams, Snape said. I'm already extraordinarily dangerous. This is me being polite. Snape turned away. Get out. Both of you. And Potter, return that textbook. You don't need my old notes. You have something better now. They left. In the corridor, Harry exhaled like he'd been holding his breath for 10 minutes. You knew it was Snape. I suspected after seeing the handwriting. I confirmed it by watching him cast during class. His wand movements matched the kinetic diagrams in the textbook margins. Wednesday walked beside him, her stride even. You should still return it. The spells in those margins include at least 2 that could cause serious harm, and the potion's modifications, while brilliant, are the work of someone who was experimenting without safety protocols. You just told Snape, to his face, that he was a teenage Death Eater and that his life's work was in a textbook I've been cheating off. I told him the truth. People find the truth more disarming than any spell. You're terrifying. Thank you. They had a free period after defense, and by unspoken agreement they went to the room of requirement. Hermione and Ron were waiting. Harry had sent a message through the galleon coins from Dumbledore's army, repurposed for private communication. The room had reconfigured slightly since that morning. The bookshelves were fuller. The worktable had acquired additional supplies. And in the center of the room, a large, flat stone surface had appeared, like a table, but inlaid with a map. Not a geographic map. A magical one. Lines of force crisscrossed it, pulsing with faint light, and at various points, symbols glowed. Wednesday went straight to it. The room is responding to our need. This is a ley line map of Britain. She traced a line with her finger. Hogwarts sits at the nexus of 4 major ley lines, that's why it was built here. The Ministry of Magic sits on 2. And these, she touched 3 points that glowed a sickly, pulsing red. Are Horcrux signatures. Hermione crowded in beside her. You can see them. Right now. Through the bond, through Harry's scar, yes. The signatures are faint but distinct. This one, she touched the point nearest London, is underground. Deep. It feels like a vault. Gold and stone and very old wards. Gringots, Harry said. Dumbledore mentioned Bellatrix Lestrange's vault. This one, a point on the coast, somewhere far north, is in a cave. Water. Darkness. Something designed to drown anyone who tries to reach it. And the third? Wednesday touched the last point. It was inside Hogwarts. Here. In the castle. Above us. Her finger traced the map upward. Something hidden. Something that's been here for a very long time. Ron whistled low. There's a Horcrux in the school. There's a piece of Voldemort's soul in the castle where we sleep, Wednesday confirmed. Yes. The four of them stood around the map, and the weight of what they were looking at settled over them like a physical thing. 3 Horcruxes, located. The snake, wherever Voldemort was keeping it. And the fragment in Harry's scar. We need a plan, Hermione said. A real one. Not charging in like we usually do. Hey, Ron said. Sometimes charging in works. Name one time. Ron opened his mouth, considered, and closed it. We start with the one in the castle, Wednesday said. It's closest, it's accessible, and we can reach it without alerting the Ministry or Voldemort. If it's been here since Riddle's time, it's likely hidden in a location connected to the school's history, somewhere a student would have access but few people would think to look. The room of requirement, Harry said suddenly. Not this version, there's another version. The room of hidden things. It's where generations of students have stashed things they want to disappear. If Riddle hid something at Hogwarts, that's where he'd put it. Wednesday looked at him. Through the bond, a spike of sharp approval. Show me. Harry walked to the door and stepped into the corridor. He paced 3 times, thinking, I need the place where everything is hidden. The door shifted. Changed. When he opened it, the room of hidden things stretched out before them, an impossible space, a labyrinth of towering piles of discarded objects, broken furniture, banned books, old robes, shattered crystal balls, rusting cauldrons, and 1,000 years of Hogwarts detritus. There's something in here, Wednesday said immediately. She stepped forward and her eyes went half-lidded, her head tilting in that bird-like way. Through the bond, Harry felt her necromantic sense unfurling like a cold hand reaching into the dark. I can feel it. Sick. Twisted. The same frequency as the fragment in your scar. She started walking. Not searching, tracking, moving through the maze of junk with absolute certainty, turning left, right, left again, ducking under a stuffed troll, stepping over a crate of fanged frisbees, until she stopped in front of a battered old cabinet. On top of the cabinet, half hidden under a dusty wig and a tarnished tiara, sat a diadem. Ravenclaw's diadem, Hermione breathed from behind them. The lost diadem of Ravenclaw. It's been missing for 1,000 years. Wednesday reached for it and Harry grabbed her wrist. Don't. The diary, the last Horcrux I encountered, it fought back. It possessed Ginny Weasley for most of a year. Wednesday looked at his hand on her wrist. She didn't pull away. I'm a necromancer. Soul fragments don't possess me. I possess them. But she lowered her hand. You're right to be cautious, though. We shouldn't destroy it here, not without preparation. Destroying a Horcrux requires either basilisk venom, fiend fire, or what? Or me. She said it simply, without bravado. Necromancy is soul magic. If I can extract the fragment from your scar, I can extract one from an object. The question is containment, what happens to the fragment when it's pulled free? The diary fragment died when the basilisk fang hit it. Because basilisk venom destroys magical containers, and the soul fragment can't survive without its anchor. Same principle with fiend fire. But extraction is different. Extraction means removing the fragment intact, which means I'd need somewhere to put it. Why would you want it intact? Ron asked, looking faintly green. Because an intact soul fragment can be interrogated. Wednesday's eyes were very dark. I can speak to the dead. A soul fragment is close enough. If I extract the piece of Voldemort from this diadem, I can question it. Learn what Riddle knew when he made it. His secrets. His fears. His plans. The silence in the room of hidden things was absolute. That's horrifying, Hermione said. Yes, Wednesday agreed. Is it also useful? Hermione looked at her for a long moment. Then, slowly, reluctantly, she nodded. We need to plan this carefully, Hermione said. If we destroy the diadem or extract the fragment, Voldemort might feel it. He felt the diary's destruction. Harry said he didn't, but the connection might work differently now that the bond exists. Correct, Wednesday said. The bond amplifies Harry's connection to the Horcrux network. Any disruption we cause will be louder than it otherwise would be. We need to be ready for a response. Harry looked at the diadem. Dusty, tarnished, unremarkable. A piece of Voldemort's soul, sitting in a pile of junk for decades. We'll come back, he said. Tonight. After hours. With everything we need. They left the room of hidden things, and the door sealed behind them, and Harry felt the Horcrux's signature fade as the room shifted back to its neutral state. The bond pulsed. Wednesday's determination bled through, cold, absolute, relentless. And underneath it, buried so deep he almost missed it, a flicker of something else. Something she would never say out loud. She was glad she wasn't doing this alone. Harry sent back an answering pulse. Neither am I. The afternoon brought two things Harry hadn't anticipated, Draco Malfoy and a letter from the Ministry. Draco found Wednesday first. Harry was in the library with Hermione, researching Horcrux destruction methods, when the bond tightened, not painfully, but with Wednesday's equivalent of a raised eyebrow. She was on the grounds, near the lake, and someone was approaching her. Through the bond, Harry watched. Draco came across the grass with his hands in his pockets and his shoulders too high, the posture of someone pretending to be casual while being anything but. Wednesday was sitting on a flat rock near the water's edge, Thing, her disembodied hand companion, who had arrived in her luggage and created a minor panic among the Slytherin first-years, perched on her shoulder like a grotesque parrot. Addams. Draco stopped 6 feet away. Malfoy. Wednesday didn't look up from the book she was reading. You've been trying to speak to me since breakfast. I assumed you'd approach by lunchtime, but you waited. Either you were gathering courage or gathering intelligence. Both, actually. Wednesday turned a page. Sit down. You're blocking my light. Draco sat. Up close, Harry could see through the bond what Wednesday was seeing, the hollows under Draco's eyes, the way his hands wouldn't stay still, the slight tremor in his left hand that spoke of sustained stress and insufficient sleep. You know who my father is, Draco said. Lucius Malfoy. Currently in Azkaban. Death Eater. Wealthy, connected, and stupid enough to get caught. Draco flinched. He's not. He carried a Horcrux in his pocket for 11 years and gave it to a schoolgirl without understanding what it was. That is not the action of a clever man. Wednesday closed her book. But you didn't come here to defend your father. You came here because you're carrying something, a task, a burden, something Voldemort gave you, and the appearance of an unpredictable variable has destabilized your plans. Harry felt Wednesday's perception through the bond, the way she read people like texts, parsing body language and microexpressions with the same precision she applied to magical theory. Draco was an open book to her. Draco went very still. What makes you think you've lost weight since last term? Your left forearm itches, you've scratched it 11 times since you sat down, which is consistent with a new dark mark that hasn't fully settled. You're watching the 7th floor corridor, which means you're interested in the room of requirement, and you glance at the vanishing cabinet in the room of hidden things every time you pass it. Wednesday paused. Yes, I noticed the cabinet. It's paired with one in Borgin and Burke's. You're repairing it. The color drained from Draco's face so completely he looked like a ghost. How? I notice things. It's compulsive. Wednesday looked at him directly for the first time. You're trying to create a passage into Hogwarts for Death Eaters. Voldemort gave you this task as punishment for your father's failure, and the implicit threat is that if you fail, your family dies. Draco's mouth opened. Nothing came out. You're 16 years old, Wednesday said. You've been given a suicide mission by a psychopath, and the adults in your life are either complicit or powerless to help. Your mother is terrified, your father is imprisoned, and you are entirely alone. Draco's jaw clenched. His eyes were bright with something that might have been fury or might have been tears or might have been both. If you're going to turn me in, why would I turn you in? The institutional response would be expulsion or arrest, neither of which solves the underlying problem. Voldemort would simply give the task to someone else, and your family would be killed as an example. Wednesday tilted her head. I'm offering you something more useful than punishment. I'm offering you information. Information about what? About the fact that Voldemort is going to lose. She said it with the same flat certainty she said everything. He has made himself vulnerable in ways he doesn't understand, and the people he's fighting have capabilities he hasn't accounted for. Your family's survival does not depend on his victory. It depends on your ability to choose the right moment to change sides. Draco stared at her. You don't know what he's like. You don't know what he'll do if. I know exactly what he is. I've felt his soul. It's broken glass and screaming ego, and every piece of it is findable. Wednesday let that land. You don't have to decide now. But you should know that the future you're betting on, the one where Voldemort wins and your family is rewarded, doesn't exist. He doesn't reward loyalty. He consumes it. Draco stood. His hands were shaking. You're insane. Possibly. But I'm also right, and you know it, because you're clever enough to see the board even when you're losing. Wednesday opened her book again. The Vanishing Cabinet. You'll need leprechaun bile to stabilize the connection between the paired units. The magical resonance of the two cabinets has drifted after years of separation, and standard repair charms won't realign them. Draco froze mid-step. Why would you help me fix it? Because you're going to fix it regardless, and I'd rather know when the passage is open than be surprised. She turned a page. When you're ready to talk, really talk, you know where to find me. Draco walked away. His steps were unsteady, and halfway across the grounds he stopped and put his hands on his knees, like someone who'd been punched in the stomach. Through the bond, Harry said, you just told our enemy how to fix his weapon. I told a frightened boy that he has options. The cabinet is irrelevant. He'll fix it whether I help or not. What matters is that when the moment comes, he remembers this conversation. A pause. You disagree? Harry thought about it. He thought about Draco on the train, stomping on his face. Draco in the bathroom, crying where he thought no one could hear. Draco at the astronomy tower in a future that hadn't happened yet, wand shaking, unable to do what he'd been told to do. No, Harry sent back. I don't disagree. Good. Now pay attention. Something's happening. The ministry's letter arrived during the afternoon's final class, History of Magic, which Professor Binns delivered with his usual ghostly indifference to the fact that his entire class was either asleep or plotting. An official ministry owl swept through the window, dropped a sealed parchment on Harry's desk, and departed without waiting for a reply. The letter bore the personal seal of the Minister for Magic. Mr. Potter, in light of the events of September 1st at the Department of Mysteries, and pursuant to Emergency Educational Decree 47, revised, the Ministry of Magic hereby assigns a senior undersecretary to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in an advisory and oversight capacity. This individual will have authority to monitor, evaluate, and if necessary restrict any magical practices deemed unstable, dangerous, or inconsistent with established ministry guidelines. The assigned liaison will arrive at Hogwarts on September 5th. Your cooperation is expected. Cornelius Fudge, Minister for Magic. Harry read the letter. Through the bond, he felt Wednesday reading it through him, her reaction a blade of ice. "They're sending a handler," she said. "They're sending Umbbridge." He didn't know how he knew. The letter didn't name anyone. But the language, the bureaucratic precision, the veiled threat disguised as procedure, the emergency decree, had her fingerprints all over it. "Who is Umbbridge?" Wednesday asked. Harry sent the memory. Not words, the memory itself, raw and unfiltered. The pink office. The blood quill. "I must not tell lies" carved into the back of his hand, over and over, night after night, while a woman in a pink cardigan sipped tea and smiled. The bond went very cold. Wednesday's rage was nothing like Harry's. Harry's anger was fire, hot, volatile, consuming. Wednesday's was ice. Deep, structural, patient. The kind of cold that didn't burn but froze, that stopped molecular motion, that turned living things to still, brittle, breakable things. "She tortured you," Wednesday said. Not a question. "She tortured a lot of us. And she's coming back." Yeah. Through the bond, Wednesday's ice hardened into something that wasn't rage anymore. It was purpose. It was a decision already made, a verdict already rendered, a sentence waiting to be carried out. "Good," Wednesday said. "I've been looking for a project." That night, they went after the diadem. Midnight. The castle was asleep. Harry wore his invisibility cloak. Wednesday didn't bother. She used her own charm, the perceptual modification that made observers forget they'd been looking. They met on the 7th floor, and Wednesday was carrying her leather case and a small stone bowl she'd procured from somewhere Harry didn't ask about. "The bowl is a soul vessel," she said. "I carved the runes myself. It will contain the fragment once I extract it. And if it fights, then I fight back." She looked at him. "Stay close. The bond amplifies my reach, and I'll need your power to fuel the extraction. It's going to feel intense. More intense than having the bond forged in the first place. Different." The veil was impersonal. This will be personal. I'll be reaching into a piece of Voldemort's soul and pulling it out of its anchor. He made these fragments through murder. They're saturated with death, and death is my medium. Harry paced before the wall. "I need the place where everything is hidden." The door appeared. They stepped inside. The room of hidden things was different at night. The towers of junk cast long shadows, and the air was thick and musty, and somewhere in the depths of the room, something skittered. Wednesday navigated the maze with the same unerring certainty as before, leading Harry through the labyrinth until they stood before the cabinet and the dusty diadem on top of it. Up close, Harry could feel it. Not through his scar, through the bond. Wednesday's necromantic sense was flowing through the connection between them, and through it, the diadem pulsed with a sick, wrong energy. It was like hearing a note played slightly flat, almost right, close enough to fool you, but fundamentally off. Wednesday set the stone bowl on the floor and opened her leather case. She selected 3 bone tools, the stylus, a thin blade, and something that looked like a tuning fork made of human rib, and arranged them beside the bowl. "Sit behind me," she said. "Put your hands on my shoulders. When I begin, open the bond as wide as it goes. I need everything you have." Harry sat. He placed his hands on her shoulders. Through the thin fabric of her dress, her skin was cold, and beneath it, her muscles were taut as wire. The bond hummed between them, a closed circuit, a loop of power waiting to be opened. "Ready?" she asked. "Ready." Wednesday reached out and picked up the diadem. The moment her fingers closed around it, the fragment woke up. Harry felt it through the bond, a shriek of alien consciousness, a mind that was a splinter of a mind, all rage and paranoia and the desperate, animal need to survive. It lashed out at Wednesday, trying to do what the diary had done to Ginny, trying to sink hooks into her thoughts and pull. Wednesday didn't flinch. She held the diadem in both hands and her eyes went black. Not dark, black, pupil and iris swallowed by something that had no color at all, a void that was the visual equivalent of the cold she carried inside her. "Open," she said. Harry opened the bond. Power flooded through the connection, his power, raw and vast and volatile, pouring into Wednesday like water into a channel. She shaped it instantly, her precision turning his chaos into a scalpel, and she drove it into the diadem. The fragment screamed. Not metaphorically. The sound came from the diadem itself, a thin, high, agonized wail that echoed off the piles of junk and made the shadows jump. The diadem vibrated in Wednesday's hands, and Harry could actually see, with the bond-enhanced perception, the soul fragment writhing inside it. A dark smear, a stain on reality, shaped vaguely like a face. Riddle's face. Young, handsome, twisted with fury. "Release me," the fragment hissed. "You don't know what you're touching, girl. I am Lord Voldemort." You are a scrap," Wednesday said. Her voice had changed. It was layered, harmonic, as if she were speaking from more than one throat. The necromantic voice. The voice that commanded the dead. "You are a torn page from a ruined book, and I am the hand that turns you." She pulled. Harry felt it, felt her reaching into the diadem with something that wasn't physical, a hand made of will and death magic and the cold precision of a surgeon separating tissue from bone. The fragment fought. It thrashed and screamed and tried to show them things, horrors, visions, Voldemort's greatest hits of murder and torture and cruelty, designed to shock and paralyze. Wednesday walked through the visions like they were tissue paper. Harry felt her contempt through the bond, genuine, bone-deep contempt for the crude manipulation of a fractured mind that thought it could scare a girl who'd been friends with death since childhood. "You show me murder," she thought, and the fragment heard it. "I'm a necromancer. I've spoken to the dead since I was 4 years old. Your victims don't frighten me. They inform me." She pulled harder. Harry poured more power through the bond, and he could feel the cost, a deep, aching drain, like running uphill, like the Patronus charm times 10. His vision blurred. His scar blazed, not with pain but with resonance, the Horcrux behind it responding to the destruction of its sibling, vibrating in sympathy. The fragment came free. It happened in a rush. One moment it was embedded in the diadem, ancient and entrenched, and the next Wednesday ripped it loose with a final, brutal pull, and it came screaming out of the metal and hung in the air between her hands, a writhing dark shape, a piece of a human soul stripped of its anchor and shrieking with the existential horror of sudden exposure. Wednesday guided it into the stone bowl. The runes flared. The fragment hit the carved stone surface and the bowl closed around it, not physically, but magically, the runes activating in sequence, sealing the fragment in a prison of carved bone and ancient containment magic. The screaming cut off. The bowl hummed, once, and went still. Wednesday set the diadem down. It was just a tiara now, old, tarnished, empty. The sick energy was gone. Where a Horcrux had been, there was just metal and gemstone and dust. Harry's hands were still on her shoulders. He was shaking. She was shaking too, the first time he'd ever felt her body do something she hadn't authorized. "It's done," she said. Her voice was her own again, flat, controlled, human. But there was an edge to it, a rawness, like someone who'd been screaming for a long time. "Are you okay? I just extracted a fragment of the darkest wizard in history from a 1,000-year-old artifact using your magical core as a battery. Okay, is not the applicable metric." She turned her head slightly. Their faces were very close. "Ask me if it worked." "Did it work?" "Yes. The fragment is intact, contained, and available for interrogation. She held up the diadem. And this is now just an ugly piece of jewelry. Harry laughed. It came out breathless and slightly unhinged. Wednesday's mouth did something that on any other face would have been a smile. On hers, it was a controlled relaxation of the muscles around her lips that conveyed satisfaction without surrendering dignity. "One down," Harry said. "One down. And Voldemort felt it, I could sense the echo through your scar. He knows a Horcrux has been compromised. He doesn't know which one, and he doesn't know how." Wednesday placed the bowl carefully in her leather case. "We should move. He'll be sending inquiries." They left the room of hidden things. In the corridor, the castle was silent, the torches burned low, and through the bond, they were both buzzing with the aftermath of what they'd done, the power they'd channeled, the barrier they'd broken, the sheer audacity of it. "The interrogation," Harry said as they walked. "The soul fragment. When?" "Tomorrow. I need to prepare the ritual space and recover from the extraction." Wednesday paused. "And Harry?" "Yeah. The fragment in your scar responded during the extraction. It's more active now, more aware. The bond protects you from Voldemort's intrusions, but the fragment itself is a separate issue. It felt its sibling being pulled free and it stirred." Harry touched his scar. It was warm, not painful. "Stirred how?" "It's difficult to describe. Like something sleeping that rolled over. It's not awake, not yet. But it's closer to the surface than it was yesterday." She met his eyes. "I need to examine it closely. Before we destroy more Horcruxes, I need to understand exactly how yours is integrated and what it will take to remove it safely." "When?" "Soon. The examination will require physical contact with the scar and deep bond access. It will be intimate." The word hung between them. Not romantic. Not clinical. Something else, a recognition that what they were building went beyond partnership, beyond friendship, into a territory neither of them had a map for. "I trust you," Harry said. Wednesday looked at him. The torchlight caught her face, all angles and shadows, and for a moment he saw her, not the armor, not the mask, not the weapon, but the person underneath. A girl who had been alone her entire life, who had built herself into something the world couldn't hurt, who was standing in a hallway at 1 a.m. with someone else's power still singing in her veins and the contained soul of a monster in her bag, and she was looking at Harry Potter with something that might have been wonder. "I know," she said. "That's what terrifies me." She turned and walked toward the dungeons. The bond stretched between them, warm and cold, bright and dark, steady as a spine. Harry stood in the corridor and felt the weight of everything, the Horcruxes, the prophecy, the bond, the war, and instead of crushing, it felt like ballast. Like something that kept him upright instead of pushing him down. He had a partner now. Not a protector, not a mentor, not a friend who needed to be shielded from the worst of it. A partner. Someone who could look at the darkest thing in his head and call it interesting. Someone who could pull a soul fragment from a Horcrux and ask him if he was okay. 3 days ago, he'd been alone with a prophecy and a scar and a dead godfather and a war he didn't know how to win. Now he had Wednesday Addams, and the Horcrux count was down by 1, and Voldemort was afraid of something he couldn't name. Harry went back to Gryffindor Tower. He slept without nightmares for the first time in months, and through the bond, Wednesday's cold presence wrapped around his dreams like a sentinel, and nothing got through. Dawn came, and with it, owls. 6 of them. Ministry owls, arriving in formation during breakfast like a bureaucratic airstrike. 1 for Harry. 1 for Wednesday. 1 for Dumbledore. 1 for McGonagall. 1 for the Hogwarts Board of Governors. And 1, smaller, pinker, perfumed, addressed to no one in particular but delivered to the center of the staff table, where it unfolded itself into a singing telegram. By order of the Ministry for Magic, Senior Undersecretary Dolores Jane Umbbridge will arrive at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry on September 5 to serve as special advisor on magical safety and student oversight. All staff and students are expected to extend full cooperation. The telegram sang this in a high, tinkling voice that made Harry's teeth itch. When it finished, it folded itself into a pink paper crane and settled on the staff table, where it preened smugly. The Great Hall erupted. Students who remembered Umbbridge's reign, the inquisitorial squad, the educational decrees, the blood quills, reacted with everything from outrage to panic. The Weasley twins' legacy of resistance was still fresh in everyone's minds. DA members exchanged grim looks. At the Gryffindor table, Harry opened his personal letter. Mr. Potter, given the unprecedented and potentially dangerous nature of the magical event involving yourself and Miss Wednesday Addams, you will be required to submit to regular evaluation by the special advisor. Failure to comply will result in suspension of wand privileges pending a full Wisengamot review. Cooperation, Mr. Potter. Not resistance. D. Umbbridge. Harry set the letter on the table. Through the bond, he felt Wednesday's reaction to her own letter, which was apparently similar in content and equally threatening in tone. Her response was not anger. It was the glacial, architectural patience of someone measuring a building before demolishing it. She's threatening to take our wands, Harry sent. She's threatening to try. Wednesday's response was cold enough to crystallize. Let her come. I've dealt with petty authority my entire life. This woman has never encountered something she can't categorize, and she is about to discover that categories break. Hermione was reading over Harry's shoulder, her face white. She can't do this. The emergency decrees were repealed after she left, they're writing new ones, Ron said. He was reading his own copy of The Prophet, which had the story on page 3. Look. Emergency Educational Decree 47, revised and expanded. Fudge pushed it through the Wisengamot last night. Special session. On what grounds? On the grounds that 2 teenagers are soul-bonded by a death artifact and one of them is a necromancer. Ron looked up. Honestly? If I were the Ministry, I'd be scared too. Ron. Hermione hissed. I'm just saying, from their perspective, this is terrifying. Harry's already the most famous wizard his age, and now he's bonded to a girl who can pull souls out of objects. If I were some Ministry bureaucrat who didn't know they were on our side, I'd want oversight too. Harry looked at Ron. Ron looked back, steady and thoughtful, and Harry was reminded, as he was periodically, that Ron's strategic mind extended well beyond chess. He's right, Harry said. The Ministry isn't wrong to be scared. We are dangerous. The question is whether we let their fear dictate what we do. The answer is no, came a voice from behind them. Wednesday had crossed the Great Hall. She stood behind Harry's bench, letter in hand, thing perched on her shoulder. The Great Hall's attention swiveled to her like a spotlight. The answer, Wednesday continued, is that we proceed exactly as planned. The Ministry can send whoever they like. Our work does not stop because a woman in a pink cardigan arrives with a clipboard and a desire to feel important. She's more than that, Harry said. She's smart. Mean, but smart. And she has real power. If she gets the Wisengamot behind her, she can make things difficult. Difficult is not impossible. And impossible is not permanent. Wednesday looked at the pink paper crane, still preening on the staff table. September 5th. That gives us 2 days. 2 days to do what? 2 days to interrogate the soul fragment, locate the next Horcrux, and establish ourselves so firmly that when Umbbridge arrives, removing us isn't a matter of paperwork. It's a matter of war. Hermione made a small, strangled noise. Ron grinned. I love this plan, Ron said. I don't fully understand it, but I love it. Wednesday turned and walked back to the Slytherin table. As she crossed the hall, she passed Draco, who was sitting very still, reading his own copy of the ministry announcement. His eyes tracked her. She didn't look at him, but through the bond, Harry felt her file Draco's expression away, the fear, the calculation, the desperate hope that someone else's crisis might take the pressure off his own. He's running out of time, Wednesday observed. The cabinet isn't ready, and his master's patience has limits. Do we stop him? Not yet. His desperation is useful. Desperate people make choices, and the choice I need him to make requires him to exhaust every other option first. Harry watched Draco watching Wednesday and thought about chess, about the way the best players didn't just see the board as it was, but as it would be, 10 moves, 20 moves into the future. Wednesday was playing a game he could barely see the edges of, and the pieces were people, and the stakes were everything. 2 days. 2 days until Umbbridge. The war was already here. It had been here since the bond formed, since the Veil chose them, since a girl with death in her hands and a boy with death in his scar collided and the world cracked along the fault line between them. 2 days was more than enough. That evening, Wednesday interrogated the soul. The room of requirement had reconfigured itself again, this time into something that looked disturbingly like a combination of a surgical theater and a séance chamber. Stone floor inscribed with a massive circle of runes. Candles, black, naturally, arranged at cardinal points. The stone bowl in the center, the captured fragment pulsing inside it like a malevolent heartbeat. Wednesday knelt beside the circle. She'd changed into something Harry hadn't seen before, a black garment that was simpler than her dress, almost monastic, with sleeves that belled at the wrists. Her bone tools were arranged beside her in a precise line. Harry sat across the circle from her. Hermione and Ron stood back, near the door, close enough to help, far enough to run. Hermione had her wand in a death grip. Ron held his loosely, the way he held his chess pieces just before a decisive move. The fragment will try to manipulate us, Wednesday said. It's a piece of Tom Riddle at roughly 17, brilliant, charismatic, and utterly without empathy. It will lie. It will flatter. It will try to find weaknesses and exploit them. She placed the last bone tool. Don't engage with it directly. Let me control the conversation. What if it gets loose? Ron asked. It won't. But what if, it won't? Wednesday looked at Ron, and whatever he saw in her face settled the question. She turned back to the circle. She activated the runes with a word Harry didn't recognize, not Latin, not any language he'd encountered. Something older, guttural, that resonated in the chest rather than the ears. The circle flared with cold light. The candles dimmed. The room's temperature dropped 10 degrees in a heartbeat. The bowl opened. The soul fragment rose. It took shape slowly, a dark mist that condensed and solidified into a figure. Young Tom Riddle. 17, handsome, with dark eyes and an angular face that would have been beautiful if it hadn't been so empty. He stood in the center of the circle, translucent, flickering, and his eyes swept the room with a contempt so profound it was almost admirable. A summoning circle, the fragment said. Its voice was smooth, cultured, the voice of a boy who had learned to charm his way through every door. How quaint. And a necromancer, American, by the accent. You've pulled me from my vessel. I have, Wednesday said. That was unwise. I am Lord, you are a fragment. A severed piece of a broken soul, created through the murder of a woman named Helena Ravenclaw's descendant, and stored in a stolen diadem for 50 years. You are not Lord anything. You are evidence. The fragment's expression shifted. The charm fell away like a mask, and underneath was something cold and curious. You know what I am. I know what you were. What you are now is my prisoner, and you will answer questions. Tom Riddle's fragment smiled. It was a terrible smile, beautiful and empty. And if I refuse? Wednesday picked up the bone tuning fork. She struck it against the floor, and the note it produced was low, resonant, and wrong, a frequency that existed somewhere between sound and silence, between the living world and whatever came after. The fragment convulsed. That, Wednesday said, is the sound of dissolution. The frequency at which soul matter loses cohesion. I can sustain it for as long as necessary. Each second will feel like a year of dying. The fragment stopped smiling. Ask your questions, it said. Wednesday asked. Not the questions Harry expected, not where are the other Horcruxes or what are Voldemort's plans. She asked about the making. The ritual. The specific magical theory behind tearing a soul and anchoring it to an object. She asked about the murder, clinical, precise, the way a forensic investigator might ask about a crime scene. The fragment answered, because the alternative was the tuning fork, and even a piece of a soul could feel pain. Harry listened and felt sick and fascinated in equal measure. The mechanics of Horcrux creation were worse than he'd imagined, not just murder but a specific exploitation of the death, a cannibalization of the victim's dying moment. Voldemort hadn't just killed people. He'd used their deaths as fuel. The number, Wednesday said. How many did you intend to create? 7 is the most magically powerful number. The fragment was defiant even in captivity, chin raised, eyes blazing. 7 pieces. 7 anchors. Immortality through arithmetic perfection. 7 pieces means 6 divisions. The soul isn't designed for that. After 3, most practitioners lose. I am not most practitioners. No. You're a teenager in a circle who couldn't stop a girl from pulling you out of a hat. Wednesday's voice didn't change, but the fragment flinched as though she'd struck it. The divisions damaged you. Each one cost more than you anticipated. By the time you made the 6th, I was more. Each division freed me from weakness. Love. Compassion. Fear. I cut them away like diseased flesh. You cut away pieces of your humanity and called it strength. That's not power. That's self-mutilation. The fragment lunged at the edge of the circle. The runes flared, and it bounced back, snarling. For a moment, the handsome face flickered, and underneath was something else, rawer, less human, the face of a soul that had been carved down to its ugliest components. You understand nothing, it hissed. I conquered death. You fled from death. Conquest implies mastery. You have no mastery, you have fear, manifested as obsessive magical hoarding. Wednesday leaned forward. I'm a necromancer. I work with death every day. I speak to it. I shape it. I live in its house and know its rooms. You ran from it so hard you tore yourself apart, and now you exist as fragments, broken, terrified, desperately clinging to containers you can't even protect. The fragment stared at her. The charm was gone. The defiance was gone. What remained was something Harry had never seen on any version of Voldemort's face, uncertainty. Who are you? The fragment whispered. Wednesday Addams. And I am going to destroy every piece of you. She struck the tuning fork. The fragment screamed, a sound that was less voice than vibration, a soul in pain, and then the circle collapsed inward, the runes deactivated, and the fragment was pulled back into the stone bowl, which sealed shut with a click of finality. The room was silent. The candles guttered back to full brightness. The temperature slowly climbed back to normal. Wednesday set down the tuning fork. Her hands were steady. Her face was composed. But through the bond, Harry felt the cost, the enormous, draining effort of commanding a soul fragment, of maintaining the circle, of speaking to a piece of the darkest wizard in history and never once showing weakness. Well, Ron said from the doorway. His voice was slightly hoarse. That was the most terrifying thing I've ever seen, and I once watched a spider the size of a car try to eat me. The fragment confirmed what we suspected, Wednesday said, standing. Her movements were precise but slower than usual, fatigue, carefully hidden. 7 soul pieces. 6 Horcruxes. The diary and diadem are handled. The ring is destroyed. That leaves the locket, the cup, and the snake, plus Harry. The locket and the cup, Hermione said. She'd been taking notes, of course she had, on a scroll of parchment that was already several feet long. Did the fragment say anything about where? The locket was placed in a cave on the coast. The fragment's memories include the location. A sea cave near an orphanage where Riddle spent his childhood. It's protected by inferi and a poison that must be consumed to reach the locket. Inferi, Harry said. Reanimated corpses. Yes. Which, conveniently, fall under my exact area of expertise. Wednesday allowed herself a fraction of what might have been satisfaction. The cup is in Gringots, in the Lestrange vault. That will require a different approach. And the snake? With Voldemort. Always. It's the last anchor he'll willingly risk. Killing the snake means getting close to him. Wednesday's eyes met Harry's. That's the endgame. They stood in the room of requirement, for teenagers with a contained soul fragment, a map of Horcrux locations, and a plan that was either brilliant or suicidal or both. September 5th, Hermione said quietly. Umbbridge. Umbbridge is an obstacle, Wednesday said. Horcruxes are the mission. We don't lose sight of what matters because a bureaucrat in pink makes noise. She's more than noise, Harry said. Last time she was here, she nearly destroyed Hogwarts. Last time she was here, she didn't have to deal with me. Harry looked at Wednesday. Wednesday looked back. Through the bond, a current of shared purpose, shared fury, shared hunger for the fight ahead. 2 days, Harry said. 2 days, Wednesday agreed. And then we show her what the bond can do. They spent the next 2 days in a state of controlled chaos. Harry and Wednesday trained every morning in the room of requirement. Not dueling practice, bond practice. Learning to channel power between them without conscious effort, to share perception in combat situations, to move as a unit. Wednesday drilled him in precision, targeting, dosage, restraint not as limitation but as control. Harry showed her what raw magical power could do when it wasn't restrained by theory and caution. The results were staggering. On the first day, Harry cast a shield charm amplified by Wednesday's precision that was so strong it cracked the room's stone floor. On the second day, Wednesday channeled Harry's power through a necromantic working that reanimated a training dummy, not as a zombie, but as a fully articulated construct that could fight independently for 6 minutes before the magic drained. That's not possible, Hermione said, watching the dummy duel run across the room. Necromantic animation requires continuous concentration. She's just standing there. She's not just standing there, Harry said. She's using my magic as a battery. The bond sustains the working so she doesn't have to. Hermione's quill moved so fast it was a blur. The implications of this are, Harry, do you realize what you two could do with this? In a combat situation, she could animate an entire squad while I do what I do best. Harry watched Wednesday across the room. She was standing perfectly still, hands at her sides, eyes half closed, and 6 feet away, a reanimated training dummy was dismantling Ron's defenses with mechanical efficiency. Fight. By the evening of the 4th, they were ready. Or as ready as you could be for Dolores Umbridge. The night before her arrival, Harry found Wednesday on the astronomy tower. It had become a pattern, when the bond buzzed with too much shared emotion, one of them sought height. Wednesday preferred the tower. Harry preferred the Quidditch pitch. Tonight, they'd both ended up here. She was sitting on the parapet, legs dangling over a 100-foot drop, thing curled in her lap like a sleeping animal. The sky was vast and black and thick with stars. Harry sat beside her. Not on the parapet, he wasn't that reckless. On the stone bench nearby, close enough that the bond settled into its lowest, most comfortable hum. The examination, Wednesday said. Of your scar. We should do it before Umbbridge arrives. Once she's here, privacy will be harder to come by. Now. Unless you have other plans for midnight on a tower. Harry shifted to face her. Wednesday set thing aside, the hand scuttled away to give them space, which was both considerate and deeply weird, and turned to face him. I need to touch the scar directly, she said. And I need the bond fully open. No filters, no doors, no curtains. I need to see everything. Everything. Everything the Horcrux touches. Which is, at this point, most of you. It's been there for 16 years, Harry. It's integrated into your magical core like roots in soil. Seeing the full extent of the integration is the first step in planning the extraction. Harry took a breath. Fully open. No filters. That meant she'd see everything, not just the scar, not just the Horcrux, but every thought, every memory, every shame and secret and soft place he'd spent his life protecting. I'll see the same from you, he said. Yes. And you're okay with that? Wednesday was quiet for a moment. The wind moved her braids. There are things in me that I have never shown another living person. The Hyde, my other self, the thing that lives under my control. My family's history, which is darker and stranger than anything this school has encountered. My feelings, such as they are, which I have spent 17 years constructing a fortress around. And you're going to let me see all of it. If I ask you to open fully, I must do the same. Asymmetry in this would be a betrayal, and I don't betray. Harry looked at her. The starlight caught the sharp lines of her face, and she was so herself, so completely, unapologetically, structurally herself, that it hit him like a physical force. Okay, he said. Do it. Wednesday lifted her hands. Her fingers found his scar, both hands, framing it, cool skin against the raised ridge of lightning bolt tissue. Harry closed his eyes. Open, Wednesday said. He opened. Everything. Every door, every curtain, every wall he'd ever built. He felt himself become transparent, every memory and emotion laid bare, and simultaneously he felt Wednesday do the same. He saw her. Not the armor. Not the mask. Not the weapon. Her. A baby who didn't cry when she was born, and parents who loved her for it. A childhood in a house where the unusual was celebrated, where death was a family friend, where love was expressed through attempted murder and the shared dissection of interesting corpses. A brother she'd die for, though she'd deny it. A mother whose warmth was an open flame. A father whose gentleness was an anchor. Grandmama, teaching her the old ways, the bone magic, the language of the dead. And the Hyde. He saw the Hyde. The thing inside Wednesday that wasn't quite her and wasn't quite separate, a force of pure destruction, powerful and hungry, that Wednesday kept leashed through will alone. Not because she feared it. Because she chose restraint, every moment of every day, and the choice was the point. The choice was what made her Wednesday and not the monster. He saw the loneliness. God, the loneliness. Not the kind that came from being alone, Wednesday liked being alone, but the kind that came from being unknowable. From being so fundamentally different that every person she met either feared her or misunderstood her or tried to make her into something she wasn't. The loneliness of a girl who could speak to the dead but couldn't find a living person who heard her. Until now. She saw him, too. He felt her in his memories, careful, precise, thorough. She saw the cupboard. She saw the Dursleys. She saw Hogwarts, the first time, the wonder and belonging and the realization that he'd found a home. She saw Cedric. She saw Sirius. She saw the prophecy, the weight of it, the fury and the grief and the terrible, grinding determination that kept him going when everything said he should stop. She saw the Horcrux. Through her eyes, through her necromantic sight, he saw what lived in his scar. It was, not what he'd imagined. Not a dark mass or a tumor or a parasite. It was a web. A network of dark tendrils spread through his magical core like mycelium through soil, integrated so deeply that in places he couldn't tell where the Horcrux ended and Harry began. Wednesday's perception moved through the web, mapping it. She found the core, the original fragment, the piece that had lodged in the scar on the night his parents died. Small. Dense. Surrounded by 16 years of growth, of adaptation, of a foreign soul learning to live inside a living host. It's not killing you, she observed. It's coexisting. It's drawn nourishment from your magic and in return it's given you abilities. The Parseltongue. The connection to Voldemort. The resistance to the killing curse. Can you remove it? A long pause. Her perception moved deeper, testing connections, tracing roots. Yes. But it will be the hardest thing I've ever done. The integration is extensive. Pulling it free will be like removing a tree without disturbing the garden it grew in. How long? Weeks of preparation. The actual extraction, hours. And there's a risk. What risk? The Horcrux has been part of you for so long that your magic has adapted to include it. Removing it may alter your magical abilities. The Parseltongue will definitely go. The Voldemort connection will go. Other things, I can't predict. You might lose power. You might gain it. You might change in ways neither of us can foresee. Harry sat with that. A life without the scar. Without the pain. Without the constant, invasive presence of Voldemort in his head. Without Parseltongue, without the dreams, without the peace of a murderer riding behind his eyes. Do it, he said. When you're ready. Do it. I will. They opened their eyes. They were sitting on the astronomy tower, Wednesday's hands on his scar, their faces inches apart, the bond between them wide open and singing with everything they'd shared. I saw your hide, Harry said. I know. It's not a monster. It's a weapon. One you control. Most people see it and assume I'm one decision away from destroying everything around me. You are. That's what makes the decision not to so impressive. Wednesday's hands were still on his scar. She didn't move them. I saw your relatives. Yeah. If we survive this war, I would like to visit them. Wednesday, not to harm them. Just to explain a few things about the consequences of cruelty to children. Her thumbs traced the edges of the scar. And possibly to introduce them to Thing. Harry laughed. The sound echoed off the tower and disappeared into the night sky. Wednesday's expression didn't change, but through the bond, he felt something warm, warm from her, which was like finding a hot spring in Antarctica. Tomorrow, she said. Umbbridge. Tomorrow. She lowered her hands. The bond closed to its normal level, still connected, still aware, but no longer the fully transparent communion of the examination. They sat in the starlight for a while, not speaking, and the silence was the best kind, the kind that exists between two people who have seen each other completely and chosen to stay. When they finally went back inside, the castle was quiet and the bond was steady, and somewhere far away, Lord Voldemort sat in his cold room and felt, for the first time in decades, the unfamiliar and deeply unwelcome sensation of doubt. Something had changed in the current of his immortality. Something had been taken. And the boy and whoever was with him, were becoming something his fragmented soul couldn't quite name. He would have to act. Soon. But not tonight. Tonight, the snake coiled at his feet, and the remaining fragments sang in their hiding places, and the Dark Lord planned and plotted and refused to call what he felt by its proper name. Fear. Chapter 3, A Darkness Answered. Dolores Umbridge arrived a day early. Harry was in the room of requirement at 6 a.m., running combat drills with Wednesday, when the bond suddenly flared with a sharp pulse from somewhere near the castle's main gate. Not danger exactly, more like the magical equivalent of nails on a chalkboard. A wrongness. A presence that grated against the bond's frequency like sandpaper on skin. Wednesday stopped mid-motion, her bone stylus frozen in the air above the training dummy she'd been animating. Something just entered the castle's wards. I felt it too. What is that? Malice. Petty, institutional, self-righteous malice, pressed into a magical signature. Wednesday's eyes narrowed. Your friend in pink. She's not due until tomorrow. People who enjoy power enjoy exercising it unexpectedly. Arriving early is a control tactic, it ensures no one is prepared. Wednesday lowered the stylus. The training dummy collapsed into a heap of wood and cloth. We should be in the Great Hall when she walks in. They made it with 4 minutes to spare. The Great Hall was half full, early risers, mostly Ravenclaws, and a scattering of Hufflepuffs, eating breakfast with the glazed focus of people who hadn't fully woken up. Hermione was already at the Gryffindor table with a book propped against a milk jug, her toast untouched. Ron was nowhere to be seen, which meant he was still asleep, which meant he was Ron. Harry sat down. Wednesday, for the first time, didn't go to the Slytherin table. She sat at the Gryffindor table directly beside Harry, and the handful of students present stared openly. You're sitting here, Harry said. The bond's proximity requirements haven't fully stabilized. I need to be within arm's reach during a confrontation. She pulled a plate toward her and selected a single piece of dry toast. Also, the Slytherin table has poor sightlines to the main entrance. Hermione looked up from her book. Her eyes went from Wednesday to Harry to Wednesday again, calculating. She's early. You know. Harry said. I have a monitoring charm on the castle's visitor registry. It triggered 3 minutes ago. Hermione closed her book. Dolores Jane Umbbridge, arriving under Emergency Educational Decree 47, revised. She has expanded authority this time, Harry. Not just over curriculum, over students. She can mandate magical testing, restrict spell use, and, Hermione swallowed. Confiscate wands if she deems a student's magic to be a threat to safety. She can try to confiscate wands, Wednesday corrected. Whether she succeeds is a different matter. The Great Hall doors opened. Dolores Umbridge walked in the way she did everything, with a performance of pleasantness that fooled no one who'd encountered her before. She was shorter than Harry remembered, or maybe he'd grown. Pink cardigan. Pink bow in her hair. That face, toad-like, broad, with a smile that never reached her eyes and probably never reached her soul, assuming she had one. Behind her walked 2 ministry officials in grey robes, carrying clipboards. Bureaucratic muscle. Umbridge's gaze swept the hall. It found Harry immediately. She had a predator's instinct for locating the person she most wanted to hurt, and her smile widened. Then her eyes moved to Wednesday, sitting beside him, and the smile flickered. Just for a moment. A fractional disruption, like a record skipping. Something about Wednesday's presence, the flat dark eyes, the absolute stillness, the way she occupied space like she'd been carved from it, registered in Umbridge's calculations as something that didn't fit her model. Then the smile was back, wider than before, and Umbridge walked toward the staff table with her heels clicking on the stone floor like a countdown. Good morning, good morning. Her voice was the same, high, girlish, utterly at odds with the cruelty underneath. I do hope I'm not too early. The minister was so eager to have me settled that I thought, why wait? Dumbledore was at the staff table. His expression was serene, his blackened hand hidden beneath his robes. Dolores. We expected you tomorrow. Plans change, headmaster. I'm sure you understand. She took a seat that hadn't been there a moment ago, the castle providing, as it always did, though Harry thought the chair looked less comfortable than the others. "I'll need an office, of course. My old one should still be available." "It's been converted to a storage room," McGonagall said. Her voice could have frozen the Black Lake. "Then it can be converted back. I'm not fussy." Umbbridge turned her gaze back to the student tables. "Now, I understand we have some unusual circumstances this year. A soul bond, isn't that right? Between Mr. Potter and a new student." She was looking directly at Wednesday. The entire hall was watching. Wednesday set down her toast. She didn't stand, didn't straighten, didn't perform. She simply met Umbbridge's gaze with the flat, patient attention of someone examining an insect pinned to a board. "Wednesday Addams," she said. "Transfer from Nevermore Academy. And yes, Harry and I are soul bonded. The details are in Croker's report, which I assume you've read, since you arrived with prepared authority rather than investigative intent." Umbbridge's smile tightened by a millimeter. "What a clever girl." "Yes, I've read the report. Quite concerning. The Ministry takes magical anomalies very seriously, especially those involving, well, unusual disciplines." She said unusual the way other people said infectious disease. "I'm told you practice necromancy, Miss Addams." "I don't practice it. I am it. The distinction matters." "How fascinating. We don't have necromancers in Britain, you know. The practice has been classified as a dark art since 1473. I'm aware of the classification. I'm also aware that it's based on a fundamental misunderstanding of death magic propagated by a Wisengamot committee that included 0 necromancers and 17 people who were afraid of ghosts." Wednesday picked up her toast again. "But I'm sure you didn't come to discuss magical taxonomy at breakfast." The hall was so quiet that Harry could hear the house elves clattering in the kitchen below. Students sat frozen, forks halfway to mouths, watching the exchange like a tennis match played with hand grenades. Umbbridge's smile was now a physical structure, engineered, load-bearing, designed to support the weight of her rage. "I came to ensure the safety of this school's students. A soul bond between a known, shall we say, volatile, young wizard and a practitioner of banned magic raises legitimate concerns." "Name them," Wednesday said. "I beg your pardon. Name the concerns. Specifically. You said the bond raises legitimate concerns. I'd like to hear them articulated, because so far you've offered implication and tone but no substance, and I find substance more useful." Harry felt a ripple through the hall, not magic, just the collective realization of several hundred students that they were witnessing something unprecedented. Umbbridge had always operated through innuendo, through the slow accumulation of power, through the hem-hem and the smile and the gradual tightening of the noose. No one had ever just asked her to show her cards. Umbbridge's fingers curled around the edge of the staff table. "The concerns are outlined in the Ministry's official communication, Miss Addams. I don't intend to debate them over breakfast. Then perhaps over lunch." Wednesday took a bite of toast. "I'll clear my schedule." Umbbridge stood. The smile was gone, replaced by something harder and more honest. "I'll be conducting individual evaluations of both you and Mr. Potter this afternoon. My office. 2 o'clock. She looked at Harry. "I trust you remember where it is." Harry met her gaze. The scar on his hand, "I must not tell lies," tingled. "I remember," he said. Umbbridge swept out, her ministry officials trailing behind her. The great hall erupted into noise the moment the doors closed, 100 conversations starting at once, the word Umbbridge bouncing off the walls like a hex. Wednesday finished her toast. "She's frightened," Wednesday said. "Not of us specifically, of what we represent. Unregulated power. An alliance she can't control or understand. Her entire psychological framework is built on the premise that authority flows downward from institutions to individuals. We're an inversion of that framework. She brushed crumbs from her fingers. She'll try to separate us first. Then restrict us. Then, when those fail, she'll try to remove us from the school entirely. We won't let that happen, Hermione said. She'd been writing furiously on her parchment during the entire exchange. I've been researching the legal framework. Emergency Educational Decree 47 gives her oversight authority, but it doesn't override the Hogwarts Charter. The Charter grants students the right to magical education without interference from external political bodies. If she tries to expel or restrict you, we can challenge it through the Wisengamot. Legal challenges take time, Wednesday said. She'll move faster than any court. Then we need to move faster than her, Harry said. Through the bond, Wednesday's agreement was a blade of cold steel. They locked eyes across the breakfast table, and in that look was an entire conversation, about Horcruxes still to find, about a war being waged on two fronts, about the fact that they had a piece of Voldemort's soul in a stone bowl and a toad-faced bureaucrat about to try to leash them. Ron arrived, saw their faces, and sat down heavily. What did I miss? Umbbridge is here, Harry said. It's not even September 5th. She came early. Ron looked at his plate. He looked at Harry. He looked at Wednesday. He took a very long breath and began methodically piling his plate with sausages. Right. So we're doing this today, then. Anyone want to brief me while I eat, or should I just assume everything's terrible and work from there? The latter, Wednesday said. But have the sausages. You'll need the energy. They didn't go to the 2 o'clock evaluation. At 1:45, Harry and Wednesday were in the room of requirement. Not hiding, the room was the one place in Hogwarts that Umbbridge couldn't reach, couldn't find, and couldn't breach. They were working. The sea cave. The locket. Wednesday had spent the previous evening refining the Horcrux tracking through the bond, and the cave's location had crystallized, a rocky stretch of coast in the West Country, near the village where Tom Riddle's orphanage had taken children on summer outings. The memory came from the interrogated soul fragment, cross-referenced with historical records Hermione had unearthed from the Hogwarts library. The cave is protected by blood wards, Wednesday said. She was at the room's worktable, bone tools spread before her, studying a three-dimensional map the room had generated. Entry requires a blood payment. Inside, there's a lake, underground, vast, filled with inferi. The locket is on an island at the center, accessible only by a boat that allows one adult wizard to cross. One wizard, Harry said. Dumbledore was planning to take me. He mentioned the cave. Of course he was planning to go. It's the kind of mission that requires a guide and a sacrifice, someone to drink a potion that protects the locket. Dumbledore intended to drink it himself. Wednesday looked up from the map. His hand. The blackened hand. That's from the ring Horcrux, isn't it? He destroyed it, but it cost him. Snape's been treating it. But yeah, it's not getting better. It's not going to get better. Ring curses of that magnitude are terminal. Wednesday said it with her usual clinical flatness, but through the bond, Harry felt something he didn't expect, a thin thread of regret. Not grief, exactly. Regret for wasted potential. Dumbledore is dying. He may have months or he may have a year, but the curse is progressing. He's planning his endgame. Harry's throat tightened. He'd suspected, everyone had suspected, watching Dumbledore's hand worsen, watching him grow thinner, watching the careful way he arranged things as if putting a house in order. But hearing it stated as fact hit differently. Does he know you know? Probably. He's perceptive enough. But it doesn't change our plan. Wednesday tapped the map. The cave. I can handle the inferi, they're reanimated corpses, and I speak the language. The blood ward is simple enough. The potion is the complication. What potion? A despair draft. Voldemort placed the locket in a basin filled with a potion that must be consumed to lower the liquid level and reach the locket. The potion induces hallucinations, extreme psychological distress, and an overwhelming thirst that drives the drinker toward the lake, where the inferi wait. So the trap is, drink the potion, go mad, stumble to the water, get dragged under and killed. Elegant, in a sociopathic way. Riddle understood that magical protections could be breached, but psychological ones, those are harder. The strongest wizard in the world is still vulnerable to his own worst memories. Wednesday straightened. Dumbledore would have drunk it himself. That's what his plan required. A noble sacrifice. You have a different plan. I have a plan that doesn't require anyone drinking poison. The potion responds to living beings, specifically, to the psychological patterns of a living mind. An animated construct isn't alive. It doesn't have a psychology. It can drink without being affected. Harry stared at her. You're going to build something to drink the potion. I'm going to reanimate something that can drink the potion. The room has provided suitable materials. She gestured to a corner, where, and Harry hadn't noticed this until now, which said something about how quickly he was adapting to Wednesday's world. A human skeleton was laid out on a stone slab, bones clean and white and arranged in perfect anatomical order. Where did you get a skeleton? The room provided it. Hogwarts has extensive catacombs beneath the dungeons. This individual died approximately 400 years ago and has no descendants or magical bindings. Ethically neutral reanimation material. Ethically neutral. I have standards. Wednesday moved to the skeleton and began her preparations, bone tools arranged, runes being drawn on the stone slab in chalk mixed with something dark. The construct will be simple, ambulatory, capable of consuming liquid, responsive to basic commands. It won't be sentient. Think of it as a puppet. A dead puppet. All puppets are dead. That's what makes them puppets. Harry watched her work. Through the bond, he could feel the shape of her necromancy, cold, structured, precise as a surgical procedure. It was nothing like the dark magic he associated with Voldemort. Voldemort's magic was domination, force, cruelty. Wednesday's was conversation, a dialogue with death, conducted in a language she'd spoken since childhood. I need to ask you something, Harry said. Wednesday didn't look up. Ask. The hide. You showed me, or I saw, during the examination. The thing inside you. What happens to it when we're channeling the bond at full capacity? Her hands stilled on the bone tools. The question had landed somewhere real. The hide is a hereditary trait. My mother has it. My grandmother had it. It's a second self, a manifestation of pure destructive potential that exists parallel to my conscious mind. She resumed her work, but slower. Under normal circumstances, I maintain absolute control. The hide exists. I acknowledge it. I do not feed it. And under abnormal circumstances, the bond changes the equation. Your power, raw, emotional, enormous, feeds directly into my magical core. The hide lives in that core. When we opened the bond fully during the examination, the hide stirred. She looked at him. Not dangerously. Not uncontrollably. But it noticed. It's interested in the bond. Interested in you. Your inner monster is interested in me. Is that good or bad? It's neither. The hide isn't evil. It's immoral. It doesn't make judgments, it simply is. Raw destruction, without context or restraint. What makes the difference is me. My choices. My control. She set down a bone tool. But you should know that in extreme situations, combat, crisis, moments of maximum bond output, the hide may become more active. You might feel it through the bond. It will feel like heat. Hunger. The desire to tear things apart. I've felt that before. I thought it was me. Some of it is you. Your anger has its own teeth. Wednesday almost smiled. The difference is that your anger is directed. The hide is indiscriminate. If I ever lose control, and I haven't, not once, not ever, the hide wouldn't care about allies or enemies. It would destroy everything in range. So we make sure you don't lose control. We make sure I always have a reason not to. Her eyes held his. The bond is the strongest anchor I've ever had. Your presence, your magic, your intention, gives the hide something it's never had before. What? A counterweight. The word hung between them. Wednesday turned back to the skeleton, and Harry felt the conversation close, not dismissed, but completed. She'd told him the truth, and the truth was enough. At 2:15, a Patronus message arrived, a silvery cat that Harry recognized as McGonagall's. It spoke in McGonagall's clipped tones, "Mr. Potter, Miss Addams, Madam Umbbridge is asking for you. I strongly suggest you attend." At 2:16, Harry sent a Patronus back, his stag, bright and solid, carrying the message, "We're busy. She can reschedule." He felt Wednesday's approval through the bond like a shot of cold espresso. At 2:30, the door to the room of requirement rattled. Someone was trying to get in. The room, loyal to its occupants, stayed sealed. At 2:45, the rattling stopped. At 3 o'clock, a formal notice appeared, physically manifested through the castle's communication wards, floating into the room like a pink paper airplane. Harry caught it. "Mr. Potter and Miss Addams, your failure to attend the mandatory evaluation is noted and will be reported to the Wisengamot. You have 24 hours to present yourselves at my office, or wand privileges for both of you will be suspended pending a full review. I look forward to our meeting. D. Umbbridge Senior Undersecretary and Special Advisor." Wednesday read it over Harry's shoulder. 24 hours. That's generous. She wants us off balance. If we go, we're complying. If we don't, she has grounds to escalate. Then we go. Wednesday folded the notice into a precise square. But we go on our terms. And when she tries to establish dominance, we show her exactly why dominance isn't available. What do you have in mind? Through the bond, Wednesday sent something that wasn't words. It was a strategy, fully formed, multi-layered, elegant. Harry parsed it, and his eyebrows climbed. That's either brilliant or grounds for international incident. Why not both? They went to Umbbridge's office at 9 the next morning, which was 12 hours before the deadline and therefore neither compliant nor defiant but something in between that would annoy Umbbridge more than either extreme. The office was exactly as Harry remembered and exactly as he'd hoped to never see again. Pink. Overwhelmingly, aggressively, pathologically pink. The walls were covered in decorative plates featuring kittens, moving kittens, mewing and tumbling, their painted eyes tracking Harry and Wednesday as they entered. The desk was enormous and too high for Umbbridge's frame, which meant she sat in a raised chair behind it, looking down at visitors, a deliberate power arrangement. Umbbridge was waiting. No surprise, she'd been waiting since yesterday. She wore a pink suit, pink earrings, and an expression of sweet patience that Harry knew masked something considerably less sweet. "Ah, there you are," she said. "I was beginning to worry. Please, sit." 2 chairs had been placed before the desk. Harry took one. Wednesday took the other. Neither of them adjusted their posture, leaned back, or did any of the small submissive things that Umbbridge's office arrangement was designed to provoke. "Before we begin," Wednesday said, "I want to note that this office contains 3 monitoring charms, a confundus trigger embedded in the doorframe, and a compulsion ward in the carpet designed to induce compliance. I've disabled all of them." Umbbridge's smile held. "Barely. I'm sure I don't know what you mean, dear." The monitoring charms were standard ministry surveillance, embedded at a frequency consistent with the Department of Magical Law Enforcement's eavesdropping protocols. The Confundus trigger was keyed to activate when a student crossed the threshold, presumably to make them more susceptible to suggestion. The compliance ward was, Wednesday tilted her head, actually quite good. Subtle. I almost missed it. Whoever designed it understood ambient magical manipulation. I designed it, Umbbridge said, and the mask slipped for just a moment, a flash of pride, of ego, before the smile snapped back. Theoretically. As an academic exercise. Of course. And I disabled it as an academic exercise. Wednesday folded her hands in her lap. Shall we begin? Umbbridge opened a file on her desk. Pink folder, naturally. The ministry requires a full assessment of the soul bond between you and Mr. Potter. Magical output, stability, potential risks to the school community. I'll be conducting individual interviews and magical diagnostics. She looked up. Separately, of course. The bond should be evaluated under controlled conditions, which means, no, Harry said. Temporarily suppressing the connection while we, no, Wednesday said. Umbbridge blinked. I haven't finished you were going to propose suppressing the bond to test us individually, Wednesday said. The answer is no. The bond cannot be suppressed without risking magical destabilization that would endanger everyone in a 100-foot radius. We told Croker this. It's in his report. If you'd like to attempt it anyway, I suggest you first evacuate this floor of the castle and notify St. Mungo's to prepare beds. The ministry's own research indicates, the ministry has zero research on soul bonds because ours is the first confirmed case in recorded history. Whatever your file contains is projection and guesswork. I'll happily review their methodology, but I won't submit to procedures designed by people who don't understand what they're dealing with. Umbbridge's fingers tightened on the folder. The kitten plates mewed. The room's pinkness pressed inward like a headache. Miss Addams, Umbbridge said, and her voice had dropped the sweetness by several degrees, you are a guest in this country. A transfer student operating under a provisional visa that the ministry can revoke at any time. Your practice of necromancy, a classified dark art under British magical law, is tolerated only at the headmaster's discretion. I would suggest that cooperation is in your best interest. And I would suggest, Wednesday said, that threatening a soul-bonded necromancer while she's sitting in your office is not in yours. The room went very still. Harry felt the bond pulse, not with power, not with threat, but with something subtler. Wednesday's presence, her cold certainty, her absolute refusal to be intimidated, radiated outward like a temperature drop. The kitten plate stopped mewing. The pink curtains hung motionless. Even the air seemed to thicken. Umbbridge felt it too. Harry watched her register it, the slight widening of the eyes, the imperceptible lean backward, the survival instinct that even the pettiest tyrants still possessed. Let's be clear about what's happening, Harry said. He leaned forward. You're here because the ministry is scared. They don't understand the bond, and they don't understand Wednesday, and they don't have anyone on staff who can explain it to them. So they sent you, not because you're qualified, but because you're willing to do things other people won't. Mr. Potter, I still have the scars on my hand. Harry held up his right hand. The white lines were faint but visible, I must not tell lies, etched into his skin by a blood quill in this very room. You used a dark artifact on a 15-year-old. I never reported it because I was 15 and I didn't know I could. I know now. Umbbridge's gaze dropped to his hand. Something shifted in her face, not guilt, not remorse, nothing so human. Calculation. She was recalculating. Ancient history, Mr. Potter. And I'm sure you wouldn't want to drag up unpleasantness when we're all trying to move, I have the scars, Dolores. Harry used her first name deliberately. He saw it land, the familiarity, the refusal to acknowledge her authority. And Wednesday is a necromancer who can compel testimony from the dead. If you want to talk about what happened in this office 2 years ago, I'm confident we can assemble some very compelling witnesses. The silence stretched. Umbbridge sat behind her enormous desk in her raised chair, surrounded by pink kittens and pink curtains and all the trappings of petty authority, and she was afraid. Harry could see it. Not terrified, Umbbridge was too calcified for terror, but afraid in the way that a bully is afraid when the kid fights back and hits harder than expected. "What do you want?" Umbbridge asked. The sweetness was gone. What remained was the real Umbbridge, sharp, pragmatic, and genuinely intelligent beneath the cruelty. "We want to be left alone," Harry said. "We'll attend classes, follow school rules, and cooperate with any reasonable request for information about the bond. In return, you don't interfere with our training, you don't attempt to suppress or study the bond without our consent, and you don't threaten to take our wands. The ministry requires whatever you tell them it requires. You have discretion. Use it." Harry stood. "Write your reports. File your forms. Tell Fudge whatever keeps him calm. But stay out of our way." Umbbridge looked at him. Then she looked at Wednesday, who had watched the entire exchange without speaking, a deliberate choice, Harry knew. She'd let him take the lead, let him confront his own demon, while she sat beside him as a silent promise of what would happen if words weren't enough. "I'll need regular updates," Umbbridge said finally. "Monthly. Written. Detailed enough to satisfy the Wisengamot." "Fine," Harry said. "And I'll need access to your training facility." "Observational only." "No," Wednesday said. "But I'll provide a written summary of training objectives and magical output metrics. You can present those to the Wisengamot as supervised oversight." Umbbridge considered. Her political mind was working, Harry could practically see the gears turning. She needed results she could present to the ministry. She needed the appearance of control, even if the reality was different. And she needed to not provoke two teenagers whose combined magical capacity was, as of last week, sufficient to extract a soul from a cursed artifact. "Acceptable," Umbbridge said. "For now." "For now," Wednesday agreed. They left. In the corridor, with the pink door shut behind them, Harry let out a breath he felt like he'd been holding for 2 years. "She'll break the agreement," he said. "Of course she will. The agreement isn't the point. The point is that she made it, which means she acknowledged, publicly and on record, that she doesn't have the authority to compel us. Every future action she takes will be a violation of her own terms." Wednesday walked beside him, and her steps were measured and even, the walk of someone who just won a chess match and was already thinking 4 moves ahead. "I've also planted a monitoring charm of my own in her office. Passive, undetectable, keyed to the bone tools in my case. Everything she says and does in that room, I'll know. You bugged the toad. I prefer to think of it as ensuring transparency in governance." Harry laughed. The sound bounced off the stone walls and several portraits smiled in their frames. One, a severe-looking witch with a pointed hat, actually applauded. They turned the corner and nearly walked into Draco Malfoy. He was standing in the corridor with his back against the wall and his arms crossed, as if he'd been waiting. He looked worse than last time, thinner, paler, the shadows under his eyes deeper. His left forearm, hidden under his sleeve, twitched. "Potter," Draco said. "Addams." "Malfoy," Harry said. He felt Wednesday go still beside him, not tense, not alarmed. Attentive. "I heard you just told Umbbridge to go to hell." Draco's voice was carefully neutral. "The Slytherins in the common room are talking about it. Pansy thinks you've lost your minds. Blaise thinks it's the best thing that's happened all year. And what do you think?" Wednesday asked. Draco's jaw worked. He glanced up and down the corridor, empty, but the portraits were watching, and portraits talked. I think you're either the bravest people in this castle or the stupidest, and I haven't decided which. Those aren't mutually exclusive, Harry said. No. They're not. Draco pushed off the wall. He was vibrating with something, not anger, not fear, something more complex. Desperation refined into decision. Addams. You said to come find you when I was ready to talk. Wednesday studied him. Through the bond, Harry felt her perception sharpen, reading Draco's micro-expressions, his posture, the way his weight shifted, the flutter of the pulse in his throat. The vanishing cabinet, Wednesday said. It's not working. Draco flinched. The leprechaun bile helped. The resonance is stabilizing. But there's a secondary ward I can't crack, something Hogwarts itself is doing, a defensive mechanism that resists the connection. The castle doesn't want to be breached. It has its own magical immune system. You'd need to convince it that the cabinet isn't a threat. How? You'd need the castle to trust the person using it. Wednesday paused. Which it doesn't. The castle can feel the dark mark on your arm, Draco. It knows what you are and what you're trying to do, and it's fighting you. Draco's hand went to his forearm, an involuntary, protective gesture. Then it's impossible. I didn't say that. I said the castle doesn't trust you. Wednesday tilted her head. It might trust me. The corridor was silent. Draco stared at her with an expression that was equal parts hope and horror. You'd help me open a passage for Death Eaters into Hogwarts? He said, and his voice cracked on the word help. No. I'd help you open a passage that you control, that leads where you choose, and that can be sealed the moment it's no longer useful. Wednesday stepped closer. You're not a killer, Draco. You took this mission because the alternative was watching your mother die. I understand family loyalty. My family has killed for each other. But there's a difference between loyalty and servitude, and you crossed that line the moment you took the mark. Draco's eyes were bright. His breathing was fast and shallow. You don't know what he'll do. If I fail, if he finds out, he'll find out eventually. The question is whether, when he does, you're standing alone or standing with people who can fight him. Wednesday looked at Harry. Through the bond, your call. He's your enemy. You know him better than I do. Harry looked at Draco Malfoy. 6 years of hatred, of rivalry, of hexes and insults and sneering contempt. Draco in the bathroom, crying. Draco on the astronomy tower, his wand hand shaking. You'd have to tell us everything, Harry said. The mission, the timeline, what Voldemort's planning. Everything. He'll kill my mother. We'll protect your mother. You can't, we can. Harry felt the bond surge, not aggression, but conviction, his and Wednesday's combined certainty pouring through the connection and spilling outward. The torches in the corridor flared. The portraits gasped. And Draco, standing in the wash of their combined magical presence, went very pale and very still. You feel that? Harry said quietly. That's what the bond is. That's what we can do. And we're not even trying right now. Draco swallowed. The fight drained out of him, not all of it, not the pride, which was structural and would take more than a display of power to crack, but the resistance. The calculation that said this is a trap. He looked at Harry, and then at Wednesday, and he made a choice. My mother's name is Narcissa, he said. His voice was raw. She's at the manor. The Dark Lord is using it as headquarters. She can't leave, she's being watched. We'll get her out, Harry said. How? Harry looked at Wednesday. Wednesday's mouth did the thing that wasn't quite a smile. Leave that to me, she said. I have family resources. She didn't elaborate. Harry felt through the bond that the family resources in question were extensive, eccentric, and almost certainly terrifying, and he decided not to ask. Draco looked between them one more time. Then he did something Harry had never seen Draco Malfoy do, he extended his hand. Harry took it. The handshake was brief, tight, charged with 6 years of animosity being forcibly set aside. It wasn't friendship. It wasn't trust. It was alliance, pragmatic, conditional, and built on the shared understanding that the enemy of their enemy was currently squatting in Draco's house and wearing his father's face. Tonight, Wednesday said. Room of requirement. 8 o'clock. Bring everything you know about the cabinet and the Dark Lord's movements. Draco nodded. He dropped Harry's hand, straightened his robes with the automatic gesture of someone who'd been taught that appearance was armor, and walked away. Harry watched him go. Through the bond, Wednesday's assessment was cool and measured, he's sincere. Frightened, but sincere. The fear of losing his mother outweighs his fear of the Dark Lord, which means his loyalty has a clear hierarchy. We can work with that. And if he's playing us? Then we'll know. The bond gives us an empathic range that extends beyond each other. When he's in our presence, I can read him well enough to know if he's lying. A pause. He wasn't lying, Harry. He's a terrified boy holding a bomb, and we just offered to help him set it down. They walked in silence for a while, the castle rearranging itself subtly around them, stairs aligning, corridors straightening, as if Hogwarts itself was smoothing their path. 3 fronts, Harry said. Horcruxes, Umbbridge, and Draco. And Voldemort's going to make a move soon, he felt the diadem. 4 fronts. You're forgetting the Horcrux in your head. Extraction preparation needs to begin soon. Right. 4 fronts. Plus classes. I keep forgetting about classes. Your potions essay is due Thursday. How do you know about my potions essay? Hermione told me. She's concerned about your academic performance. I told her it was irrelevant given the circumstances, and she nearly hexed me. Harry grinned. You two are going to either become best friends or kill each other. Both outcomes remain on the table. The cave was on Saturday. They told Dumbledore, because not telling Dumbledore would have been tactically stupid and because Wednesday respected competence even when she was frustrated with its packaging. Dumbledore listened, asked questions that were sharper than his gentle demeanor suggested, and agreed to provide cover. He'd tell the school Harry and Wednesday were undergoing bond evaluation at the ministry, which would satisfy Umbbridge and explain their absence. I was planning to retrieve the locket myself, Dumbledore said. His good hand rested on his desk, the blackened one was hidden. I had intended to take Harry. And drink the potion yourself, Wednesday said. Yes. With a cursed hand and a year to live. Dumbledore's eyes crinkled. You are not one for delicacy, Miss Addams. Delicacy is a luxury. You're dying. Your remaining time has value, and wasting it on a poison that will accelerate your decline when I have an alternative method is strategically absurd. The animated construct. Yes. A reanimated skeletal form, incapable of psychological distress, capable of consuming liquid. It drinks the potion. We take the locket. No one suffers unnecessarily. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. Fawkes ruffled his feathers. You know, Dumbledore said, in all my years, I have never had a student tell me that my plan to sacrifice myself was strategically absurd. Then your students have been too polite. Or too afraid. Same thing. Dumbledore almost laughed. It came out as a dry sound, more exhalation than mirth. Go, then. Both of you. And Miss Addams, be careful with the inferi. They are numerous and they are aggressive. They are dead things in water, Wednesday said. I've been handling dead things since before I could read. They apparat to the coast at dawn on Saturday, side along, with Harry gripping Wednesday's arm and the bond flaring at the contact, amplifying the apparition so that the squeeze was shorter and smoother than Harry had ever experienced. They appeared on a cliff face overlooking a grey, churning sea. Below, waves smashed against black rocks, and the air tasted of salt and something underneath, something old and rotten and wrong, a magical residue that made Harry's skin crawl. Down there. Wednesday pointed to a gap in the rocks at the base of the cliff. A cave mouth, barely visible, half submerged at high tide. The entrance. The blood ward is on the rock face beside it. They climbed down. Wednesday moved over the rocks with surprising agility, not athletic, exactly, but precise, every handhold and footstep chosen with the efficiency of someone who'd calculated the optimal path. Harry followed, the bond humming between them, and found that her certainty bled through the connection and steadied his own footing. The blood ward was a flat section of rock that looked unremarkable until Wednesday pressed her palm against it. It needs blood. Not much. Harry drew his wand and made a small cut on his hand, barely a scratch, but enough. He pressed it to the rock. The cliff face shuddered. The stone split, revealing a narrow passage into darkness. After you, Wednesday said. Ladies first. I insist. Harry went first. The passage was tight, damp, and utterly dark. Harry cast lumos and the light bounced off wet stone walls, revealing a tunnel that descended steadily until it opened into a cavern. The cavern was enormous. The ceiling vanished into darkness above. The floor gave way, after a narrow stone ledge, to black water that stretched in every direction, an underground lake, still and dark as oil. And in the center, barely visible, a faint greenish glow. The island. The basin. The inferi are in the water, Wednesday said. She'd stepped to the lake's edge and was looking down with her necromantic sight. Harry could feel her doing it through the bond, a cold extension of perception that reached beneath the surface. Hundreds of them. Layered. The ones on the bottom have been here for decades. The ones near the surface are more recent. Can you control them? I can do better than control them. Wednesday knelt at the water's edge. She placed both palms flat on the stone and closed her eyes. Through the bond, Harry felt her power unfurl, not his, hers, the cold silver necromancy that was uniquely Wednesday, and it poured into the lake like ink into water. The surface rippled. Beneath the surface, something shifted. Harry saw it through Wednesday's perception, hundreds of pale shapes, waterlogged and decayed, corpses preserved by dark magic in a state between death and dissolution. They stirred. They turned. And then, one by one, they went still. They're dead, Wednesday said. They've been dead for a long time, and the magic animating them is crude, a blanket command, set and forgotten. There's no active controller. Riddle assumed the sheer number would be sufficient defense. She opened her eyes. He was wrong. You just stopped them. I told them to rest. In the language of the dead, which is not words but intention. They've been trapped in motion for 50 years. They wanted to stop. She stood. They won't interfere. Harry looked at the lake. The water was still, utterly still, and beneath the surface, the pale shapes had settled to the bottom like sediment. Hundreds of inferi, neutralized in seconds, not through force but through communication. You're incredible, Harry said, and meant it completely. Wednesday didn't respond, but the bond warmed by a fraction of a degree. They found the boat, a tiny, spectral thing, chained to the shore by magic that allowed passage to one wizard of sufficient power. Wednesday examined it, determined that the bond's shared magical signature confused the ward into reading them as a single entity, and they crossed together. The island was small, bare, dominated by a stone basin filled with glowing green liquid. The locket sat at the bottom, visible through the potion like a coin at the bottom of a well. Wednesday opened her leather case and removed the construct. She'd finished it the previous night. It was, Harry struggled for the right word, elegant, in a horrible way. A skeleton, reanimated and articulated, dressed in a simple black robe, moving with smooth, mechanical precision. It had no face, no expression, no humanity. It was a tool. A vessel. And it waited with empty eye sockets for its command. "Drink," Wednesday said. The construct stepped to the basin. It produced a goblet, conjured from bone, because of course it was, dipped it into the green potion, and raised it to where its mouth would have been if it had one. The potion passed through the jaw and down the cervical vertebrae and vanished somewhere in the ribcage, absorbed by the runes Wednesday had carved. The construct dipped the goblet again. Nothing happened. No screaming. No hallucinations. No psychological torture. The construct drank because it was told to, and the potion had nothing to exploit because there was nothing inside the bones except magic and Wednesday's command. Cup after cup. The green level dropped steadily. Harry watched, tense despite himself, expecting a trap, a failsafe, something Voldemort would have left for precisely this scenario. But Riddle hadn't anticipated a necromancer. He'd anticipated wizards, people who relied on wands and willpower and vulnerability. Not a girl who'd animated a skeleton to do her drinking for her. The last cup drained. The basin emptied. The locket lay at the bottom, heavy and gold, with an ornate S worked into the surface. Wednesday reached in and picked it up. The moment her fingers closed around it, the Horcrux inside screamed. Harry felt it through his scar, through the bond, a piercing shriek of violated security, and Wednesday squeezed. Not physically. Magically. She clamped her necromantic will around the Horcrux like a vice, and the screaming choked off. "Tantrums," she said. "Unbecoming." She placed the locket in a second stone bowl, prepared in advance, runes already carved, and sealed it. The bowl went into the leather case. The construct, its task complete, collapsed into a pile of bones that Wednesday gathered and returned to her bag with the efficiency of someone tidying up after a picnic. "Two down," Wednesday said. "One extracted, one contained. The cup is still in Gringots. The cup will require a different approach. Gringots is a sovereign territory, its wards are older than the ministry and considerably better designed. We'll need time and a strategy." They crossed the lake again. The inferi remained still. The cave was silent, and the air smelled like salt and victory. On the cliff top, in the grey morning light, Harry looked at Wednesday and felt the bond between them singing, two Horcruxes handled in less than a week, a soul bond growing stronger by the day, and a war that was finally being fought on their terms. "Voldemort felt this one too," Harry said. His scar had pulsed during the locket's scream, a distant echo, like thunder heard from miles away. Good. Let him feel it. Let him wonder how his defenses are being dismantled by people he's never heard of. Wednesday's dark eyes caught the grey light. He built his immortality on the assumption that no one would understand what he'd done. We understand. We're inside his system, Harry. And we're taking it apart from within. The sea crashed against the rocks below. The bond hummed. Somewhere, in a dark manner, a Dark Lord felt another piece of himself cry out and go silent, and the fear he refused to name grew teeth. They returned to Hogwarts to find chaos. Not the dramatic kind, the bureaucratic kind, which was worse. Umbbridge had used their absence to move. In 8 hours, she'd pushed through 3 new educational decrees, each one targeted with surgical precision. Decree 48, all students engaged in non-standard magical practices, defined as any magic not included in the approved Hogwarts curriculum, must register with the Special Advisor's Office and submit to regular evaluation. Decree 49, soul-bonded students, a category that coincidentally included exactly 2 people, are classified as a distinct student category requiring enhanced oversight, including monitoring of all private training sessions. Decree 50, the practice of necromancy on Hogwarts grounds is suspended pending a full ministry review, effective immediately. The decrees were posted on every house notice board. Students clustered around them, reading with expressions ranging from outrage to resignation. The Slytherins, by and large, looked smug. Umbbridge was technically one of theirs, in the sense that she operated through cunning and manipulation. The Gryffindors were livid. The Ravenclaws were already drafting formal objections. The Hufflepuffs were quietly, stubbornly organizing. Harry read the decrees with a cold that had nothing to do with the coastal wind still clinging to his robes. "She did this while we were gone," he said. "Of course she did. Classic political maneuvering, act while the opposition is absent, establish facts on the ground, force them to respond rather than initiate." Wednesday read Decree 50 with an expression so flat it could have been used as a spirit level. "Suspend my necromancy. That's ambitious. Can she actually enforce it? She can try. My necromancy is inherent. It's not a practice I can turn off, any more than you can turn off being a parselmouth. Suspending it is like suspending someone's heartbeat. Technically possible. Medically inadvisable." Ron arrived, red-faced and breathing hard. "Have you seen? We've seen. She did this in 8 hours. 8. I was in herbology and by the time I came out, there were pink notices on every wall." "Where's Hermione?" Harry asked. "Library. She's been there since the decrees went up. She's compiling legal precedent, I think. Or building a weapon. Possibly both." Through the bond, Harry felt Wednesday making a decision. Not a reaction, a decision. The difference was important. Reactions were what Umbbridge wanted. Decisions were what Wednesday gave. "The decrees are designed to provoke us," Wednesday said. "If we resist openly, she gains justification for escalation. If we comply, she gains precedent for further restrictions. The only winning move is to make the decrees irrelevant." "How?" "By making the consequences of enforcing them worse than the consequences of ignoring them." Wednesday folded the pink notice into a precise origami crane, a pointed mockery of Umbbridge's telegram, and set it on the windowsill. "Decree 50 suspends necromancy. My necromancy is the only thing keeping the Horcrux fragments contained. If I stop practicing, the fragments destabilize. If the fragments destabilize, the magical fallout could be felt across the castle." "You're saying we use the Horcruxes as leverage?" "I'm saying the Horcruxes are a fact, and Umbbridge's decree ignores that fact, and reality doesn't bend for bureaucrats." Wednesday looked at Harry. "We don't have to threaten anything. We just have to let her decree play out and see what happens." "What happens?" "The contained soul fragment in the diadem's bowl starts bleeding dark magic into its immediate vicinity. Minor effects at first, cold spots, whispers, unease. Enough to get attention. Enough to make Umbbridge realize that suspending my work has consequences she didn't model. That's, Wednesday, that's dangerous. It's controlled. The fragment can't escape the bowl. It can only bleed ambient energy, and I can stop it any time by simply resuming containment. Think of it as a demonstration." Harry thought about it. He thought about Umbbridge's blood quill, and the educational decrees, and the inquisitorial squad, and the fact that the last time she'd been given power over Hogwarts, she'd used it to torture children. "Do it," he said. Wednesday's mouth twitched. Through the bond, approval, dark and warm. By that evening, the effects had begun. Students near the 7th floor reported cold spots that moved against the drafts. A portrait near the room of requirement complained of whispers. Peeves, normally irrepressible, avoided the corridor entirely. By the next morning, the effects had spread. 3 Ravenclaw students reported nightmares, vague, formless, unsettling. A first-year Hufflepuff saw a shadow that moved against the light. The Bloody Baron, Slytherin's ghost, went to Dumbledore and said something that made the headmaster's face go very still. Dumbledore summoned Wednesday. Harry went with her. "The fragment," Dumbledore said. "Not a question. Is doing what fragments do when they're not properly contained, Wednesday said. Decree 50 suspended my necromantic practice. The containment of the fragment is my necromantic practice. Cause and effect. You could have warned me. I could have. But you would have intervened, and Umbbridge would have adjusted. This way, the demonstration is organic. The castle is experiencing the natural consequence of Umbbridge's decree, and when she asks why, the answer is clear: my work is not optional. Dumbledore looked at her for a long, long time. His blue eyes were sharp behind his half-moon spectacles, and Harry saw in them something he rarely saw directed at a student: genuine wariness. You are playing a very dangerous game, Miss Addams. I'm not playing a game at all. Games have rules and referees. This is a war, and in war, you use what you have. Wednesday met his gaze steadily. Tell Umbbridge that Decree 50 needs to be rescinded. Tell her why. And when she asks what happens if she doesn't, tell her the truth, that a piece of Voldemort's soul will continue leaking dark magic into the castle until a necromancer is allowed to do her job. Dumbledore's blackened hand twitched. Harry wondered if the old wizard was angry, impressed, or both. I'll speak to her, Dumbledore said. Thank you. Wednesday turned to leave, then paused. And Professor, the next time the Ministry tries to restrict our work, I won't let the consequences build gradually. We're at war. I respect your authority, but I will not let political cowardice compromise our ability to win. She left. Harry followed. Behind them, Dumbledore sat in his chair and stroked Fawkes's feathers and looked very, very old. Decree 50 was rescinded by dinner. Umbbridge posted the reversal herself, a terse, single-paragraph notice that cited additional information regarding the practical requirements of ongoing magical containment work. Her face at the staff table was a mask of controlled fury, and she didn't look at Wednesday once during the entire meal. Decrees 48 and 49 remained in place, but their teeth had been pulled. Everyone in the castle now knew that Umbbridge's authority had limits, that when her rules met reality, reality won. The Gryffindor table was electric. Neville, who'd suffered under Umbbridge more than most, caught Harry's eye and nodded with a fierce satisfaction that hadn't been there before. Ginny was openly grinning. Dean and Seamus were composing something that Harry sincerely hoped wasn't a song. At the Slytherin table, Wednesday ate her dinner with mechanical precision and didn't acknowledge the victory, because for Wednesday, it wasn't a victory. It was a correction. The world had been wrong, and now it was slightly less wrong, and she'd already moved on to the next problem. Draco was watching her again. His expression had changed since their conversation in the corridor, less guarded, more searching, as if he was looking for something he wasn't sure he'd recognize when he found it. Through the bond, Wednesday noticed. He's deciding. Give him time. How much time do we have? Less than he thinks. The Dark Lord is accelerating. I can feel it through your scar, movement, urgency, a build-up towards something. A pause. He's going to make a move soon, Harry. Not just the cabinet. Something bigger. That night, Harry dreamed. Not a Voldemort dream, the bond's filter kept those out now. This was his own dream, shaped by the bond's wide-open residue from the morning's Horcrux work. He dreamed of the veil. He was standing in the death chamber, and the veil was singing, and Sirius was on the other side, pressing his hand against the fabric, and Harry could almost, reach him. Padfoot. His dream voice cracked. The shape behind the veil shifted. Not Sirius, or not only Sirius. Something else. A presence that was vaster and older and more patient than any single soul. The veil was a doorway, and something lived in the doorway, and it was looking at Harry with an attention that was neither kind nor cruel but interested. The bond-forged boy, something said, in a voice that was all voices and none. You carry death in your scar and death's handmaiden in your soul. What will you do with what you've been given? Win, Harry said. The veil rippled. The presence considered. That is not an answer. That is an intention. Answers require sacrifice. I've sacrificed enough. You've sacrificed nothing yet. What you've lost was taken. Sacrifice is what you choose to give. Harry woke up. The dormitory was dark. Ron was snoring. Through the bond, Wednesday was awake. She'd felt the dream. Her presence was close, alert, concerned in her own cold way. The veil spoke to you. Something did. What did it want? I don't know. It said I haven't sacrificed anything yet. That what I've lost was taken, not given. A long pause. Wednesday's mind moved behind the bond like something vast shifting beneath ice. It's right, she sent finally. Everything you've suffered has been inflicted. The prophecy, the Horcrux, your parents, your godfather, none of it was your choice. The veil is asking what you'll choose to give when the time comes. Do you know what that is? No. But when the time comes, we'll figure it out together. The bond settled. Harry closed his eyes and felt Wednesday's cold presence like a hand on his shoulder, not comforting, not soft, but there. Steady. Certain. He slept. And in the morning, Voldemort struck. Not at Hogwarts. At the world. Harry came down to breakfast to find the Great Hall in stunned silence. The Daily Prophet's headline was 3 inches tall, Azkaban breached, mass breakout of Death Eaters, 12 high-security prisoners. Gone overnight. The Dementors, who had been slowly defecting to Voldemort's cause for months, had opened the gates and walked away. Among the escaped, Antonin Dolohov. Augustus Rookwood. Bellatrix Lestrange. Harry's hands went numb around the newspaper. Bellatrix. The woman who'd killed Sirius. Free. Through the bond, Wednesday felt his rage ignite, not a slow burn but an instant, white-hot blaze that made the glasses on the Gryffindor table rattle. She was at his side in seconds, crossing from the Slytherin table without hesitation, her hand closing over his forearm. Control, she said, low and sharp. Not suppression. Control. Channel it. Harry breathed. The glasses stopped rattling. The rage didn't diminish, it crystallized, went from fire to diamond, hard and brilliant and directed. Bellatrix Lestrange, he said. She's out. I know. Wednesday's grip on his arm was iron. And she's guarding the Hufflepuff cup in her Gringots vault. Which means she'll be checking on it. Which means she'll discover it's been compromised the moment we take it. Through the bond, this changes our timeline. We need to move on the cup before she has a chance to verify it's safe. Gringots, Harry said. We need to break into Gringots. Not break in. That's crude and the goblins would retaliate. Wednesday released his arm. We need an invitation. Or better, a key. Across the hall, Draco Malfoy was reading the same headline. His face was gray. His mother was in the same house as every escaped Death Eater, and the woman who'd just broken free was his aunt. Wednesday looked at Draco. Draco looked at Wednesday. Through the bond, Harry felt the pieces clicking together in Wednesday's mind, not a plan exactly, but the architecture of a plan, the bones of something that would need flesh and time. Tonight, she said. Room of requirement. All of us. It's time to stop reacting and start moving. Harry folded the newspaper. His scar was quiet. His hands were steady. And the rage, the cold, crystalline rage, sat in his chest like a weapon waiting to be drawn. Bellatrix Lestrange was free. Voldemort was moving. The Ministry was scrambling. And Harry Potter and Wednesday Addams had 2 Horcruxes down, a soul bond that grew stronger every day, and a plan that was about to get very, very aggressive. The war wasn't coming. The war was here. And they were ready for it. Chapter 4, the Ministry's leash. The room of requirement was crowded for the first time since Dumbledore's army. Harry stood at the center with Wednesday beside him, the bond between them a steady, humming current that he no longer noticed the way you don't notice your own heartbeat. Around them, arranged in a loose semicircle, Hermione with her scroll of notes, Ron leaning against a bookshelf with his arms crossed, Neville Longbottom standing with a quiet solidity that hadn't been there a year ago, Luna Lovegood sitting cross-legged on the floor examining something invisible to everyone else, and Ginny Weasley with her wand already in her hand because Ginny always had her wand in her hand. And Draco Malfoy, standing apart from the others, looking like a man who'd walked into the wrong funeral and was trying to decide whether to sit down or run. "No," Ron said, the moment he saw Draco. "Absolutely not." "Ron," Harry started. "He's a Death Eater, Harry. Literally. He has the mark. I can see him favoring his left arm from here. He's also the only person in this room who's been inside Voldemort's headquarters in the last month," Wednesday said. She didn't raise her voice. She never raised her voice. The room went quiet anyway. "And he's here because I invited him, and because the intelligence he carries is worth more than 6 years of schoolyard grudges." Ron's jaw worked. He looked at Harry. Harry met his eyes and held them. "I trust her," Harry said. "And I trust that Draco's scared enough to be honest. That's enough for now." "It's really not." "Ron." Hermione's hand found his arm. "Listen first. Judge after." Ron exhaled hard through his nose. He didn't leave. He didn't sit down. But he stopped arguing, and in Ron's language, that was permission. Wednesday stepped forward. 3 days ago, 12 Death Eaters escaped Azkaban. Among them, Bellatrix Lestrange, who is the keeper of a Gringotts vault containing a Horcrux, Hufflepuff's cup. We have already destroyed or contained 3 of the 6 Horcruxes. The cup, the snake, and the fragment in Harry's scar remain. "You destroyed 3 already?" Neville said. His voice was careful, steady. The boy who'd stood against Death Eaters in the Department of Mysteries didn't startle easily anymore. "Contained 2, destroyed the anchor of 1. The details are less important than the timeline." Wednesday looked at Draco. "Tell them." Draco shifted his weight. Every eye in the room was on him, and most of those eyes were hostile. He swallowed, and Harry could see the cost of what he was about to do, the bridge he was about to burn, the family legacy he was about to betray, the mark on his arm that would never fully fade. "The Dark Lord is planning something," Draco said. His voice was rough but controlled. "I don't know the full scope, he doesn't tell foot soldiers the whole plan. But I know pieces. He's been meeting with Greyback's pack. He's been sending Snape on missions that Snape won't talk about. And he's been fixated on something." "On what?" Harry asked. "On you. On whatever happened in the Department of Mysteries." Draco's eyes flicked to Wednesday. He felt something break. Something he'd hidden. He hasn't said it outright, but I've watched him. When he's angry, he circles, and he's been circling the same thought for days. Something's been taken from him, and he doesn't know how. "The diadem," Hermione murmured. "He doesn't know which one," Wednesday said. "He can feel that something's wrong in the Horcrux network, but the bond filters the signal. He can't pinpoint what's been taken or where we are in the process. That's our advantage, but it's temporary. The moment we move on the cup, Bellatrix will check her vault, and then he'll know exactly what we're doing." "So we move fast," Harry said. "We move fast and smart. Gringotts is a sovereign magical nation. The goblins answer to no one, not the Ministry, not Dumbledore, not Voldemort. Breaking in through force would trigger a goblin war, and we can't fight on that many fronts." Wednesday turned to Draco. "The Lestrange vault. What do you know about it?" Draco ran a hand through his hair, a gesture of exhaustion so genuine it almost made him look human. High security. Deep underground. Dragon guarded. The Lestranges have been banking with Gringots for 6 centuries. Their vault has blood wards, identity wards, and a multiplication curse on the contents. Anything touched by unauthorized hands multiplies and burns. Charming family, Ginny said. You don't know the half of it. Draco's mouth twisted. My aunt keeps trophies in there. Things she's taken from people she's killed. She considers the vault a shrine. Can you get us in? Harry asked. Me? No. I'm a Malfoy, not a Lestrange. The vault is keyed to Lestrange blood. Bellatrix's blood specifically. Lestrange family blood. Bellatrix, Rodolphus, or any direct descendant. There are no descendants, Hermione said. Bellatrix never had children. No. But Rodolphus has a cousin. Distant, disowned, living under a different name somewhere in France. Draco paused. I only know because my mother mentioned it once. The family trees are complicated. Forget the cousin, Wednesday said. The blood ward recognizes Lestrange blood. It doesn't need to come from a living family member. The room went quiet. Luna looked up from whatever she'd been examining and said, with perfect placidity, she means a dead one. The Lestrange family crypt is in Wiltshire, Wednesday continued. Old family, old burial ground, old bones. If I can access the crypt, I can extract viable blood from a Lestrange ancestor. The ward won't distinguish between living and dead, it reads the bloodline's magical signature, which persists in bone marrow for centuries. You want to rob a grave, Ron said. I want to collect a key. The fact that the key is buried in a femur is a logistical detail. Ron opened his mouth, closed it, and looked at Harry with an expression that said your girlfriend is insane. Harry didn't correct either the assessment or the implication. There's another problem, Hermione said. She was in full analytical mode, parchment out, quill moving, brain running at roughly twice the speed of everyone else's. Even with the blood, we can't just walk into Gringots. The goblins will recognize us. Harry's the most famous wizard his age, and Wednesday, no offense, isn't exactly forgettable. None taken. We need disguises. Polyjuice or something better. I have something better, Wednesday said. She reached into her leather case and produced a small vial of liquid so dark it seemed to absorb light, one of the 3 vials Harry had seen on the first morning in the library. This is a necromantic glamour. It doesn't change your appearance, it changes how people perceive you. Similar to the charm I used in Flitwick's class, but deeper. Anyone looking at us will see whoever they expect to see. Their mind fills in the details based on context. If we walk into Gringotts with Lestrange blood and an air of authority, the goblins will see Lestrange clients. And if they look too closely? Neville asked. Then we have a problem. The glamour isn't foolproof, it's perception-based, and goblins are resistant to mental manipulation. We'll need speed and confidence. Wednesday capped the vial. I estimate we'll have 12 minutes inside the vault before the glamour degrades enough for the goblins to notice. 12 minutes to find the cup in a vault full of cursed, multiplying treasure, Harry said. That's tight. I can sense the Horcrux. Through the bond, through your scar, I can feel it. The moment we're in the vault, I'll know exactly where it is. And the dragon? The dragon is the simplest problem in this equation. Dragons are dead things that haven't happened yet. I can convince it we're not worth the effort. Harry looked around the room. Hermione was calculating. Ron was grim but resolute. Neville was quiet and solid. Luna was smiling at something no one else could see. Ginny's wand hand was steady. And Draco was staring at Wednesday with the expression of someone watching a building demolition in slow motion. When? Harry asked. Wednesday. She paused. The day after tomorrow. Which is, coincidentally, Wednesday. Luna giggled. Nobody else did. Harry almost did. There's the other piece, Wednesday said, and the room shifted. She looked at Draco. Narcissa. Draco went rigid. What about my mother? The Azkaban breakout means Voldemort's inner circle is back at full strength. Your manor is now a barracks. Your mother is, functionally, a hostage. Wednesday's voice was clinical, but through the bond Harry felt the cold fury underneath, not for Draco specifically, but for the principle of the thing. A mother trapped in her own home by a monster who wore her husband's loyalty like a trophy. If we move on the cup and Voldemort realizes what's happening, the first person he'll punish is the closest Malfoy. That's Narcissa. The blood left Draco's face so fast Harry thought he might faint. You said you'd protect her. And we will. But it has to happen before the Gringots operation, not after. We extract your mother, then we hit the vault. If Voldemort retaliates, there's no one for him to hurt. Extract her how? The manor has wards a mile deep. The Dark Lord lives there. You can't just walk in and, I don't need to walk in. Wednesday reached into her case and produced something Harry hadn't seen before, a small, ornate hand mirror, very old, with a frame made of what appeared to be braided hair. This is a family heirloom. An Addams heirloom. It allows communication across any distance, through any ward, with anyone who holds the paired mirror. There's no paired mirror in my house. Not yet. Wednesday set the mirror down. Thing. The disembodied hand scuttled out from behind a stack of books and leaped onto the table, fingers splayed, waiting. Thing can get into the manor, Wednesday said. He's not magical in any way the wards will recognize, he's a family entity, bound to Addams' blood, and his magical signature is so alien to British wizarding wards that they won't register him at all. He'll deliver the paired mirror to your mother. Once she has it, we can communicate directly and arrange extraction. Draco stared at Thing. Thing waved. That's a hand, Draco said. That's Thing. He's been with my family for generations. He's loyal, discreet, and very fast. Wednesday scratched Thing's palm, and the hand curled with something that looked absurdly like pleasure. He'll need to know the manor's layout. Floor plans, guard rotations, where your mother spends her time. Can you provide that? Draco looked at the hand. He looked at Wednesday. He looked at Harry. This is the most insane plan I've ever heard, he said. That's not a no, Harry said. Draco closed his eyes. When he opened them, something had settled, a decision made, a line crossed. She's usually in the East Wing drawing room. Second floor. The Dark Lord uses the West Wing and the ground floor. The house elves are loyal to my mother, they'll help Thing if he identifies himself. Good. Thing goes tonight. Wednesday picked up the hand and set it on her shoulder. By tomorrow, we'll have a line to Narcissa. By Wednesday, she paused, the day, not me, we'll have her out. Draco's throat worked. He didn't speak for a moment, and when he did, his voice was thick. Why are you doing this? You don't know my mother. You don't owe my family anything. I don't do things because I owe people. I do things because they're strategically necessary and morally correct. Wednesday met his eyes. Your mother is an innocent person trapped by a war she didn't start. Extracting her is the right thing to do. It also ensures your full cooperation, eliminates a vulnerability in our operational security, and deprives Voldemort of a hostage. Strategy and morality aren't in conflict here. Draco swallowed hard. He nodded once, sharply, and turned away. Harry caught the shine in his eyes before Draco could hide it. The meeting shifted to logistics. Hermione produced a detailed map of Gringots that she'd reconstructed from 4 different historical sources and her own prodigious memory. Ron analyzed the approach routes with the focused intensity he brought to chess, entry points, exit strategies, fallback positions. Neville volunteered to coordinate a distraction outside the bank if needed. Luna offered to handle the goblins, on the grounds that she spoke basic gobbledygook and the goblins found her interesting rather than threatening, which was apparently a useful diplomatic status. Ginny pulled Harry aside while the others planned. "You trust her," Ginny said. Not jealous, Ginny had moved past whatever they'd been long before this year. Concerned. Direct. "With my life. That's a lot. She earned it." Ginny studied him. She had her mother's eyes, warm, fierce, seeing too much. "You're different. Since the bond. Calmer. More, focused. She grounds me. I didn't know I needed that until it happened." "And the Horcrux thing? The one in your scar? She's going to take it out. When the time is right." Ginny nodded slowly. "If you need anything, any of us, you know where we are." "I know." Harry caught her hand and squeezed it. "Thank you." Ginny squeezed back and returned to the group, and Harry watched her go and felt the particular ache of caring about people in a war, the constant, low-grade fear that the next battle would take someone else. Through the bond, Wednesday felt it. She didn't comment. She sent, instead, a pulse of steady certainty: we protect our people. That's what this is for. The meeting ended at midnight. Students filtered out in pairs and trios, heading back to their dormitories through routes mapped to avoid Filch and Umbbridge's new patrol schedule. Draco left last, pausing at the door. "Potter." "Yeah. If anything happens to my mother because of this, it won't." Draco held his gaze. Then he left, and the room was empty except for Harry and Wednesday and the hum of the bond between them. "He's going to be a problem," Harry said. "He's going to be an asset. Problems are what he was before. Now he's invested." Wednesday began packing her case. The difference between an enemy and an ally is often just a single conversation at the right moment. "And if you're wrong?" "I'm rarely wrong about people. I'm wrong about many things: appropriate social interaction, the appeal of popular music, the value of small talk, but not people. People are transparent when they're afraid, and Draco is very afraid." She closed the case. "Fear is honest. You can build on that." They left the room together. The corridor was dark, the torches burned low, and the castle groaned around them with the deep, slow sounds of ancient stone settling. Halfway to the point where they'd split toward their respective common rooms, Wednesday stopped. "The bond," she said. "It's changed again." Harry felt it too. The steady hum between them had deepened, not louder, but richer, like a single note becoming a chord. Where before he could feel Wednesday's presence as a direction and an intensity, now there were layers. Texture. He could feel the surface of her thoughts, the emotional weather of her mind, the cold deep where the hide lived. "It's growing," he said. "It's been growing since the veil. Each time we channel power together, each time we open the bond fully, it integrates further." She was looking at him with her head tilted, the bird-like assessment that meant she was processing something important. "I can feel your magic now. Not just when you channel it. Always. It's like a second pulse." "Same for me. Your necromancy, it's like a cold stream running underneath everything." "Does it bother you?" "No." He said it without thinking, and it was true. Wednesday's cold presence in his magical core didn't feel invasive or foreign. It felt structural. Like a foundation he hadn't known was missing. "Does mine bother you?" "Your magic is extremely loud." She said it flatly. "It's like sharing headspace with a thunderstorm." "But no. It doesn't bother me." They stood in the corridor, very close, and the bond sang between them, and Harry realized with a sudden, sharp clarity that he was going to kiss Wednesday Addams and that it was probably going to be the strangest experience of his life. He didn't. Not because he didn't want to. Because Wednesday's eyes had gone distant, the way they did when she was feeling something through her necromantic sense, and her hand shot out and grabbed his wrist. "Something's wrong," she said. "In the castle." "Something just," the torches went out. Not dimmed. Out. Every torch in the corridor extinguished simultaneously, and the darkness that rushed in wasn't natural, it was thick, heavy, suffocating, the kind of dark that pressed against your skin and filled your lungs. Through the bond, Harry felt Wednesday's senses explode outward, her necromantic perception sweeping the castle like radar, cold and vast and searching. What she found made both of them stiffen. "Dementors," Wednesday said. "Inside the castle. 12 of them. Coming up from the dungeons." Harry's wand was in his hand before she finished speaking. The cold was already setting in, the bone-deep, hope-draining cold of Dementors, the cold that turned the world gray and made you remember every terrible thing that had ever happened to you. How did they get in? The wards. Someone adjusted the wards. Wednesday's voice was tight, controlled. "Umbbridge. She has ministry authority over Hogwarts security. She could request Dementor patrols under the emergency decree. She brought Dementors into a school. She did it last time." Harry's rage was instant and incandescent, but he channeled it, the way Wednesday had taught him, not suppression but direction, turning fire into a blade. Through the bond, he felt Wednesday's cold fury join his hot, and the combination was something neither of them had felt before. A resonance. A harmonic. "Students," Harry said. "The dungeons, the Slytherins are in the dungeons. The Dementors are going straight through their common room." They ran. The castle was chaos. Students were screaming in their dormitories, the Dementors' approach was a wave of despair that hit every person in the building, dragging up worst memories, worst fears, worst moments. Harry could feel it pressing against him, trying to drag him under, Sirius falling, Cedric dying, the cupboard, the dark. Wednesday's hand found his. Her cold cut through the Dementor's cold like a knife through fog. Through the bond, her presence was an anchor, not warm, not comforting, but real. Solid. A fixed point in the drowning dark. "Together," she said. They reached the entrance to the dungeons. The temperature was arctic. Frost crept along the stone walls, and the torches were dead, and in the darkness below, something moved, tall, cloaked, hooded, drifting upward with the terrible patience of things that had nothing but time. Harry raised his wand. He thought of the clearing with the Thestrals, of Wednesday's voice in the dark, of the bond forming and the world cracking open. Expecto Patronum. The stag burst from his wand, but it wasn't just a stag. The bond amplified it, Wednesday's power braiding with his, and the Patronus that erupted into the dungeon corridor was massive, incandescent, burning with a silver-white light that was neither warm nor cold but something between, a new color, a new frequency. The stag charged into the dark, antlers lowered, and the Dementors scattered like shadows before a searchlight. But there were 12 of them, and they were hungry, and they reformed behind the stag and kept coming. Wednesday stepped forward. She raised her hands, no wand, she rarely used a wand, and her necromantic power poured out of her like a tide of black water. Where Harry's Patronus was light, Wednesday's magic was command, the authority of someone who spoke the language of death fluently and without fear. "You are servants of death," she said, and her voice was the layered, harmonic voice she used for necromantic workings. "I am death's voice in this place. You do not enter where I stand." The Dementors stopped. Harry watched, stunned, as 12 Dementors, creatures that were supposed to be uncontrollable, that answered only to the darkest magic, slowed, halted, and turned. They turned toward Wednesday, their hooded heads tilting, and Harry realized with a jolt that they were listening. "Out," Wednesday said. "Return to wherever you were summoned from." This castle is under my protection, and you are not welcome. The Dementors wavered. The nearest one drifted closer, and Harry raised his wand, but Wednesday didn't flinch. She met the hooded emptiness where a face should have been with the flat, implacable stare that she turned on everything that tried to frighten her. I set out. The Dementor recoiled. It made a sound, a thin, reedy sound like a whimper, and then it turned, and the others turned with it, and they glided back down into the dungeons and away, out through whatever gap in the ward's Umbbridge had opened, and the cold receded like a tide going out. The torches reignited. The frost on the walls began to melt. Down in the Slytherin common room, someone was crying. Harry lowered his wand. His hand was shaking, adrenaline, not fear. You commanded Dementors. They're death-adjacent entities. Not truly alive, not truly dead. They exist in the liminal space, same as me. Wednesday's hands dropped to her sides. She was breathing hard, the first visible sign of exertion Harry had ever seen from her. The bond amplified my reach. Your power fueled the command. Alone, I could have held off 2, maybe 3. 12 required both of us. Doors were opening throughout the dungeons. Students in pajamas, pale-faced, shaking. Slytherins poured into the corridor, first years clutching each other, older students with wands drawn and eyes wide. A tiny girl with blonde hair was sobbing against an older boy's chest. Wednesday walked to the girl. She knelt, a motion so uncharacteristic that Harry felt the bond ripple with something raw, and said, "They're gone. I sent them away." The girl looked up, sniffling. "Who are you?" "Wednesday Addams. And nothing in this castle will hurt you tonight." The girl stared at her, still crying, and then flung her arms around Wednesday's neck with the desperate, indiscriminate trust of a frightened child. Wednesday went stiff. Every muscle in her body locked. Through the bond, Harry felt something crack, not break, not shatter, but crack, a hairline fracture in the armor she'd built over 17 years of never being touched by someone who wasn't family. She didn't hug the girl back. But she didn't pull away. She knelt there, rigid and uncertain, with a child's arms around her neck and something enormous and unnamed moving behind her eyes. After a moment, the older boy gently extracted the girl. "Come on, Sophie. Let's get you back inside." They retreated. The corridor emptied. Wednesday stood, and her face was the mask again, composed and flat, but the hairline crack was still there underneath, and Harry could feel it through the bond like a draft through a closed window. "Don't," Wednesday said quietly. "Don't what?" "Don't look at me like that." "Like what?" "Like I just did something soft." "I didn't. I neutralized a threat and provided reassurance to a distressed minor. It was tactical." "It wasn't." "It was." "Wednesday." She looked at him. In the torchlight, with the last of the frost melting around her feet and the echo of a child's embrace still visible in the stiffness of her shoulders, she looked exactly like what she was, a 17-year-old girl who'd just faced down 12 Dementors to protect people she didn't know. "It was a little tactical," she said. Harry smiled. Wednesday didn't smile back, but the bond warmed by 2 degrees, and that was better. They went to find Umbbridge. It didn't take long. Umbbridge was in her office, pink, lit, undisturbed. She was sitting at her desk writing a report, and when Harry and Wednesday walked in, she looked up with an expression of polite inquiry that made Harry want to put his fist through her face. "Ah, Mr. Potter. Miss Addams. Can I help? You brought Dementors into the castle," Harry said. He didn't sit. He stood in front of her desk and felt the bond humming behind him like a loaded weapon. "A school full of children, and you brought Dementors in." Umbbridge set down her quill with exaggerated care. "The Ministry authorized a Dementor patrol of the school perimeters as a security measure following the Azkaban breakout. Standard protocol for high-threat situations. The perimeters. Not the dungeons. They were inside the building. They were in the student dormitories. Dementors are difficult to control precisely. If they strayed from their assigned, don't. Wednesday's voice was a scalpel. Don't insult us. The Dementors entered through a gap in the castle's wards that was open from the inside. The ward modification requires senior undersecretary clearance. You opened the gates and let them in. Umbbridge's face went very still. That is a serious accusation, Miss Addams. It is a statement of fact, Senior Undersecretary Umbbridge. The ward logs are maintained by the castle itself and can be accessed by the headmaster at any time. The modification was made at 11:47 tonight from this office. Wednesday stepped forward. You sent 12 Dementors into a school to terrorize students as a demonstration of your authority. A first-year Slytherin student, a child, was sobbing in a corridor because of your demonstration. Did you factor that into your protocol? Children must learn that the world is a dangerous place. Children must be protected from adults who use danger as a tool of control. Wednesday's voice dropped to something barely above a whisper, and the room's temperature followed it down. The kitten plates on the walls mewed nervously. I told you what would happen if you moved against us. You didn't listen. So let me be clearer. She placed both hands on Umbbridge's desk. The wood darkened under her palms, not char, not rot, but a draining of color, of life, of warmth. The pink surface went gray, then black, in spreading circles around her fingers. Umbbridge's eyes went wide. I am a necromancer, Wednesday said. I speak to the dead, I command the dead, and I stand between the living and everything that wants to consume them. The Dementors listened to me tonight. They left because I told them to leave. If they return, if you bring them back, if you open those wards again, I will not send them away. I will unmake them. I have the power and I have the knowledge and I will use both, and the Ministry's response will be irrelevant because by the time they arrive, the Dementors will be nothing but bad memories. The desk was gray from edge to edge now. The kitten plates had stopped moving. The room's pink had faded to a sickly, washed-out rose, as if Wednesday's presence was draining the color from Umbbridge's world. Do we understand each other? Wednesday asked. Umbbridge's throat moved. Her hands were flat on the gray desk, and Harry could see them trembling. Not with fear, Umbbridge was too calcified for simple fear. With something worse. The recognition that she was facing something outside her model, something that didn't respond to authority or intimidation or political maneuvering, something that simply was, the way gravity was, the way death was. The Dementor patrol will be discontinued, Umbbridge said. Her voice was thin. And the ward modification will be reversed. Tonight. Tonight. Wednesday lifted her hands. The desk didn't recover, the gray remained, a permanent reminder. Good. I'm glad we could come to an agreement. She turned and walked out. Harry followed. In the corridor, they walked side by side in silence for a full minute before Harry spoke. You just aged her desk by about a century. Necromantic entropy transfer. It's useful for making a point. I think the point was made. I don't trust her compliance. She'll find another way to move against us, she's too invested in control to simply accept defeat. Wednesday's pace was even, her face composed, but through the bond Harry felt the aftermath, the cost of sustained threat display, of holding the Hyde at bay while projecting enough menace to cow a bureaucrat. But the Dementors won't return. That much I'm certain of. How? Because I wasn't bluffing. I can unmake a Dementor. The process is unpleasant and draining, but possible. And Umbbridge, for all her cruelty, is a pragmatist. She won't risk a weapon she can't replace. They reached the junction where the corridor split. Gryffindor Tower left, Slytherin Dungeons right. They'd been stopping here every night, a brief pause before separating, and each night the pause got slightly longer. The proximity requirement, Harry said. Has it eased at all? Somewhat. I can manage distance up to roughly the width of the castle now without discomfort. But sleep is still. She paused, choosing words. The bond wants us close when our defenses are down. Sleeping apart costs energy, it's like swimming against a current all night. Is that why you look tired? I don't look tired. You look slightly less terrifying than usual. For you, that's tired. Wednesday's eyes narrowed, but through the bond came a pulse that was almost, amused. Dumbledore approved the adjacent quarters request this morning. Starting tomorrow, I'll have a room off the 4th floor corridor, near the Gryffindor staircase. Separate but close enough for the bond to settle during sleep. Tomorrow. Tomorrow. She looked at him. The torchlight caught the angles of her face, and she was striking in a way that had nothing to do with conventional attractiveness and everything to do with the architecture of a person who had built themselves into something extraordinary. Good night, Harry. Good night, Wednesday. She turned and walked into the dark, and Harry watched her go and felt the bond stretch between them like a silver wire, strong and getting stronger. Thing went to Malfoy Manor the next night. Wednesday deployed him from the astronomy tower at midnight, after giving the disembodied hand a detailed briefing that involved a tiny map, a miniature paired mirror, and a whispered conversation in what she said was a private language the Addams family had developed over centuries for exactly this kind of operation. What kind of operation? Harry asked. Infiltration, extraction, and delivery under hostile conditions. My family has a long history of, let's call it proactive problem solving in unfriendly environments. Your family sounds terrifying. My family is extraordinary. You'll meet them eventually. My mother will adore you. My father will try to kill you. These are expressions of affection. Things scuttled over the parapet and disappeared into the night, moving with a speed and agility that was honestly disturbing for something that was just a hand. Harry watched until the pale shape vanished against the dark grounds, and then they waited. Through the bond, Wednesday was a coiled spring of focus, every sense extended, tracking things' progress through some connection Harry couldn't fully perceive. She stood at the parapet's edge, motionless, braids blowing slightly in the night wind, and for an hour she didn't speak. Then she exhaled. He's in. The wards didn't register him. He's in the East Wing. A pause. Narcissa's room. She's awake, probably doesn't sleep well with the Dark Lord downstairs. Another pause, longer. She has the mirror. She's looking at it. She's confused. Can you communicate with her through Thing? Thing is delivering a written message. Short. Your son sent help. Hold this mirror. Speak the name Addams. We will answer. Wednesday's eyes were closed. She's reading it. She's crying. Through the bond, Harry felt something he didn't expect from Wednesday, empathy. Not the performative empathy of someone who'd been taught to feel sorry for others, but a deep, structural recognition of pain. Wednesday understood Narcissa's fear because she understood what it meant to love family in a dangerous world. The Addamses weren't the Malfoys, but they were a family that lived outside normal boundaries, that protected their own with ferocity, that understood the cost of the world's hostility. Things on his way back, Wednesday said, opening her eyes. Mission complete. That fast? Thing doesn't dawdle. Harry laughed. The sound was becoming more frequent around Wednesday, which either meant he was getting comfortable or going slightly mad. Possibly both. Wednesday picked up the paired mirror from where she'd set it on the parapet. She held it up and spoke, Narcissa Malfoy. The mirror's surface shimmered. Then it cleared, and a face appeared, pale, beautiful, haggard, with dark circles under eyes that had been crying. Narcissa Malfoy looked out of the mirror and saw, instead of whatever she'd expected, a teenage girl with dark braids and flat eyes. Who are you? Narcissa's voice was a whisper. Wednesday Addams. I'm working with your son. We're going to get you out. Narcissa's expression crumbled and reformed, hope and terror and desperate, vicious maternal love, all in the space of a heartbeat. Draco, is he safe? He's safe. He's at Hogwarts. He's made a choice, Narcissa, the right one. Wednesday's voice was, by her standards, gentle. Which meant it was clinical but not cold. But we need to move quickly. The Dark Lord's schedule, when is he away from the manor? Thursday nights. He meets with Greyback's pack. He takes Bellatrix and the Lestranges. The manor is guarded but, less. Narcissa's eyes were fierce. I can be ready. Tell me when. Thursday. This Thursday. Have a bag packed. When the signal comes, go to the East Garden. Thing will be waiting. Thing. You'll know him when you see him. Narcissa looked like she wanted to ask 100 questions. She asked one. Why? Why are you helping us? Wednesday looked at Harry. Harry stepped into the mirror's view. Because your son asked, Harry said. And because Voldemort doesn't get to use families as weapons. Narcissa stared at Harry Potter, the boy her husband had tried to kill, the boy her sister had tried to destroy, the boy her master wanted dead, and her eyes filled with tears she didn't let fall. Thank you, she said. Both of you. The mirror went dark. Wednesday set it down. Thursday, she said. That gives us 2 days to plan the extraction, and it happens to be the night before the Gringots operation. We extract Narcissa Thursday, hit Gringots Friday. You like stacking operations. Efficiency. If Voldemort's away Thursday night, we take his hostage. While he's reacting to that, we raid his Horcrux vault. He can't respond to 2 crises simultaneously, even Dark Lords have bandwidth limitations. Harry shook his head slowly. You're playing chess. I'm playing a game considerably more complex than chess, but the principle is similar. Control the tempo. Force your opponent to react to you rather than the reverse. Wednesday tucked the mirror away. And speaking of chess, I need to talk to your friend Ron. About what? About the Gringotts approach. He has the best strategic mind in your circle, and I need someone to wargame the operation with me. Hermione is brilliant but she optimizes for certainty. Ron optimizes for opportunity. In a situation with this many variables, I need opportunism. Harry blinked. You want to strategize with Ron? Is that surprising? Ron doesn't, people don't usually recognize what he is. Hermione gets the credit for being smart. I get the credit for being brave. Ron gets overlooked. Ron beat McGonagall's chess set at 11 years old. That's not being overlooked. That's being underestimated, which is completely different and considerably more useful. Wednesday headed for the tower stairs. Bring him to the room of requirement tomorrow morning. Early. How early? 6. He'll kill me. He'll survive. Bring coffee. Ron, to his credit, only complained for the first 10 minutes. By the 11th minute, he was leaning over the room's tactical map with Wednesday, moving conjured chess pieces that represented people and positions, arguing about approach vectors to Gringotts with an intensity Harry had only seen him bring to actual chess. You can't go through the main hall, Ron said, sliding a black knight along the map. The goblins have surveillance on every transaction station. Even with the glamour, the sheer proximity to that many observers increases your detection risk. The alternative is a side entrance, Wednesday said. Gringotts has 17. Most are service passages used by goblin staff. Goblin staff who will definitely notice 2 human-sized intruders in their corridors. Not if we time it with a shift change. Goblin shifts rotate on a 6-hour cycle. The transitions create a 12-minute window where corridors are empty. Ron's eyebrows went up. How do you know Gringotts' shift schedules? I asked a goblin. You just asked. I went to Gringotts yesterday to exchange currency. The teller was efficient but talkative once I expressed genuine interest in goblin metallurgical techniques. People, and goblins, will tell you almost anything if you demonstrate authentic curiosity about their expertise. Ron stared at her. Then he grinned, a real grin, the Ron grin that meant he'd found someone operating on his frequency. All right, Addams. All right. So we've got 12 minutes through a side entrance during shift change. What about the cart system? The deep vaults are only accessible by cart. The carts are self-operating once activated. I can override the destination with a simple confundus on the guidance mechanism. And the waterfall? Wednesday paused. What waterfall? The thief's downfall. It's a security measure, a waterfall that washes away all enchantments, disguises, and concealment charms. Every cart to the deep vaults passes through it. Your glamour will be stripped. The room was quiet. Wednesday processed. How do you know about the thief's downfall? She asked. Bill. My brother. He works for Gringotts. Cursebreaker. Ron leaned back. He mentioned it once during dinner. Said it was the goblin's ace in the hole, doesn't matter how good your disguise is, the downfall washes it away. Then we need to bypass it. You can't bypass it. It's built into the cart track. Every cart passes through it. Wednesday looked at the map. Her fingers traced the cart routes, winding, spiraling paths that descended into the earth like corkscrews. Ron was right. Every route to the deep vaults passed through a single choke point. Unless, Ron said, you don't use the carts. Wednesday looked at him sharply. The thief's downfall is on the cart tracks, Ron said. But the vaults exist in physical space. If you could get to the Lestrange vault without using the tracks, climbing, tunneling, operating, you can't operate inside Gringotts. Not normally. But the bond changes things, doesn't it? You two together have been doing things that aren't normally possible. Ron moved a piece on the map, a white queen, and Harry noticed with amusement that it represented Wednesday. What if Wednesday doesn't go through the front at all? What if Harry enters through the main hall, gets as deep as possible through legitimate channels, and then Wednesday, through the bond, operates directly to him? Apparition within Gringotts' anti-apparition wards. The wards are designed for standard magical signatures. Your bond signature is, by your own description, unprecedented. The wards might not recognize it. Wednesday stared at Ron for a long moment. Through the bond, Harry felt her reassessing, not just the plan, but Ron himself, recategorizing him from Harry's loyal friend to genuine strategic asset. That could work, she said. The bond creates a unique magical frequency. If the Gringotts wards aren't calibrated for it, and they wouldn't be, because nothing like it has existed before, I might be able to use Harry as a beacon and pull myself through the ward structure directly to his location. Might, Harry said. 70% probability of success. 30% probability of being splinched across 6 floors of goblin infrastructure. Those are terrible odds. They're better than walking through a waterfall that strips all enchantments while we're in the middle of a heist. Ron was grinning again. I like her, Harry. I really do. You didn't last week. Last week she hadn't appreciated my chess skills. People grow. The planning continued for another hour. By the end, they had a workable approach. Harry enters Gringotts legitimately, he has his own vault, his visit raises no alarms. He takes a cart as deep as possible, gets close to the Lestrange vault's level. Wednesday, waiting in a predetermined location outside the bank, uses the bond to locate Harry and operates directly to him, bypassing the wards, the thief's downfall, and every conventional security measure. From there, find the vault, use the Lestrange blood to open it, locate the cup, extract or destroy the Horcrux, get out. 12 minutes. Maybe less. And the dragon? Hermione asked. She'd arrived at 7, looking mildly affronted that planning had started without her, and had spent the last 30 minutes poking holes in every element of the operation. The dragon guards the deep vaults collectively, not individual vaults, Wednesday said. If Harry is legitimately traveling by cart, the dragon won't engage, it's trained to respond to intruders, not customers. By the time I arrive via bond apparition, we'll be at vault level, past the dragon. And getting out? Reverse bond apparition. I pull Harry to my previous location outside the bank. The wards resist inbound apparition more than outbound, it's easier to leave a secured location than to enter one. Has anyone ever done bond apparition before? No. And you're confident it will work? I'm confident that our bond has consistently done things that aren't supposed to be possible. At this point, I've stopped being surprised by its capabilities and started being curious about its limits. Hermione looked at Harry. And you're fine with this? I'm fine with Wednesday pulling me through magical wards using an unprecedented soul bond that we've had for less than 2 weeks. Harry paused. When I say it out loud, it sounds insane. It sounds insane when you think it quietly too, Ron said cheerfully. But it's the best plan we've got, and I've run the alternatives. They're all worse. Hermione sighed, the particular sigh of a person who knew she was going to agree and resented the process. Fine. Thursday extraction, Friday Gringots. But I'm monitoring from outside with a full emergency kit, and if anything goes wrong, I'm coming in. Agreed, Wednesday said. And Ron, you're with me. Outside. With an exit strategy for every contingency. Already mapping them, Ron said. He was making notes on the tactical map, his handwriting a sharp contrast to Wednesday's surgical print. Hermione, do you still have contacts in the Department of Magical Transportation? I have contacts everywhere. I need real-time flow network data for the Diagon Alley node. If the goblins lock down the building, the flow network is the only unmonitored exit. They fell into a rapid-fire tactical exchange that Harry followed for about 30 seconds before losing the thread entirely. He looked at Wednesday. She was watching Ron and Hermione with an expression that, on anyone else, would have been a smile. Through the bond, your friends are remarkable. I know. I didn't have this. At Nevermore. I had allies and acquaintances and people who tolerated my presence. I didn't have this. You have it now. Wednesday looked at him. The bond pulsed between them, warm and cold, bright and dark, and for a moment all the planning and strategy and war fell away, and there were just 2 people who'd found each other in the dark. I know, she said. That's still new. Thursday came fast. The Narcissa extraction went exactly as planned, which made Harry deeply nervous because things in his life never went exactly as planned. At 9 p.m., Thing was dispatched to the manor. At 9:30, Narcissa Malfoy stepped into the East Garden with a single bag, and the disembodied hand led her through a gap in the wards that Wednesday had identified through the mirror, a flaw in the boundary, a place where the old Malfoy protections didn't align perfectly with Voldemort's newer additions. Narcissa apparat from outside the ward line to a safe house that the Order maintained in Devon. Kingsley was waiting. Draco was waiting. The reunion happened behind a closed door, and Harry didn't see it, but through the bond he felt Wednesday's cold satisfaction at the operation's success, and underneath it, barely detectable, a warmth that she would deny to her last breath. At 10 p.m., Wednesday confirmed through the Horcrux network that Voldemort had not yet noticed Narcissa's absence. The manor's wards were designed to keep people out, not in, and the house elves had covered Narcissa's departure with practiced efficiency. She has until morning, Wednesday said. By then, someone will notice. But by then, it won't matter. Because we'll be in Gringotts. Because we'll have the cup, and Voldemort will have 2 crises instead of 1, and crisis management is not a strength of fractured psychopaths. They slept. Or tried to. Harry lay in his four-poster and felt the bond humming with tomorrow's anticipation, his and Wednesday's, tangled together, a braid of excitement and focus and the particular, electric fear that came before action. At 3 a.m., Wednesday's voice came through the bond, clear as a bell. "Stop worrying." "I'm not worrying. Your anxiety is vibrating through the bond at a frequency that is making it impossible for me to meditate. Sorry. Don't apologize. Just, think about something calm. The Thestrals. The clearing. Something quiet." Harry closed his eyes and thought about the clearing. The Thestrals in the moonlight. Wednesday standing among them with death's creatures pressing close, recognized and recognizing. The first night. Before the bond, before the war, before everything. Through the bond, he felt Wednesday settle. Her cold presence smoothed out, the vibration stilling. And then, very faintly, a pulse that was neither word nor image but something warmer and more honest than either. Gratitude. And something underneath gratitude that she still wouldn't name. Harry smiled in the dark. He slept. Friday morning. Gringots' Day. They left Hogwarts at dawn, under cover of Dumbledore's Ministry evaluation excuse. Ron and Hermione went ahead to establish the external monitoring position, a rented room above Flourish and Blots with a clear view of Gringotts' entrance. Hermione had a communications mirror linked to Wednesday's, a Fleur network monitor borrowed from Arthur Weasley's office, and a bag containing what she described as emergency supplies, but which clinked with the unmistakable sound of bottled potions and possibly small explosives. Harry and Wednesday apparat to Diagon Alley at 7 a.m. The street was quiet, shops not yet open, the morning crowd still thin. Gringotts' marble facade gleamed in the early light, and the goblin guards at the entrance stood with their usual air of armed disinterest. "Remember," Wednesday said. They stood in the shadow of Ollivander's burned-out shop, destroyed during the summer and not yet rebuilt. "You go in legitimately. Visit your vault. Take the cart as deep as possible. When you reach the Lestrange level, open the bond fully. I'll come to you. And if the wards resist, then you'll feel a sharp pain and I'll be somewhere unpleasant. But I don't think that's going to happen." She held up the vial of Lestrange blood, extracted from a 200-year-old femur in the Wiltshire crypt 2 nights ago, preserved in a bone vessel inscribed with keeping runes. "The blood is viable. The bond is strong. The plan is sound." "You're nervous," Harry said. Wednesday's eyes flicked to his. "I am operating under a heightened state of physiological alertness consistent with the anticipation of risk." "That is not nervousness. It's nervousness." "It is not, fine. I am slightly nervous. This is unprecedented for me. I don't typically commit felonies in foreign magical jurisdictions before breakfast. Welcome to my life." Something passed between them through the bond, not quite humor, not quite affection, but something adjacent to both that belonged only to them. "Go," Wednesday said. "I'll be right behind you." Literally. Harry walked to Gringotts. Up the marble steps, past the goblin guards, through the bronze doors and the silver doors and into the vast, columned hall where goblin tellers presided over their ledgers with expressions of professional disdain. He approached a teller. "Harry Potter. I'd like to visit my vault." The goblin peered at him over half-moon spectacles that made him look remarkably like a tiny, hostile Dumbledore. "Key." Harry produced his key. The goblin examined it, bit it, and nodded. "Griphook will escort you." A familiar goblin appeared, Griphook, who'd been one of the goblins freed during the previous year's turbulence, and who regarded Harry with an expression that combined professional courtesy with deep personal suspicion. Harry followed him to the carts. The cart ride was exactly as Harry remembered, a plunging, screaming descent through torchlit tunnels, the wind tearing at his hair, the track spiraling downward into the earth's bowels. His vault was mid-level, but the cart passed through deeper tunnels on the way, and Harry noted the levels, memorizing the route, the turns, the depth markers carved into the stone walls. They reached his vault. Harry opened it, removed a handful of galleons to maintain the pretense, and then said, as casually as he could manage, "Actually, can we go deeper? I've been thinking about upgrading to a high-security vault." Griphook's eyes narrowed. High-security vaults are available by application only. The process takes 6 to 8 weeks. I'd just like to see the level. Get a sense of it. That is not standard procedure. Harry reached into his pocket and produced a galleon. Then another. Then 5 more. He set them on the cart's edge. Griphook looked at the galleons. His expression didn't change, but his hand moved, and the coins vanished. "A brief viewing only," Griphook said. "We do not stop." The cart descended further. Deeper. The tunnels narrowed and the temperature dropped and the torchlit walls gave way to raw stone that glittered with minerals Harry couldn't name. They passed the thief's downfall, a curtain of water that shimmered across the tracks, and Harry felt its magic wash over him, testing, probing, finding nothing to strip because Harry wasn't wearing a disguise. Deeper still. The air smelled of dragon fire and old stone. Harry could hear the beast somewhere in the darkness, a low, rumbling breath, the scrape of scales on rock. The cart slowed. They were on the high-security level. Massive vault doors lined the tunnel walls, each one unique, some iron, some bronze, some materials Harry couldn't identify. And there, he could feel it through the bond, through his scar, a sick pulse of wrongness, was the Lestrange vault. A door of black iron, engraved with the Lestrange crest, radiating malice. "Deep enough," Griphook said, and moved to accelerate the cart. Harry opened the bond. Now. The world lurched. Reality stuttered. Harry felt Wednesday's presence surge through the bond like water through a broken dam, not a gentle flow but a torrent, a blast of cold silver power that punched through Gringots' wards like they were tissue paper. The ancient anti-apparition enchantments, calibrated for every known magical signature, met the soul bond's unprecedented frequency and found no match, no protocol, no defense. Wednesday materialized beside him in the cart. One moment empty air. The next, Wednesday Addams, bone tools already in hand, eyes flat and focused, not even slightly disoriented by what should have been impossible. Griphook shrieked. The cart swerved. Harry's wand was up before the goblin could reach for whatever alarm mechanism was built into the cart's controls. "Confundo," Harry said, and the spell was precise, Wednesday's influence, her precision shaping his power, hitting Griphook with exactly enough force to fog his immediate perception without damaging him. The goblin blinked, swayed, and sat back with a glazed expression. "He'll remember a routine trip," Wednesday said. "Nothing unusual. The confundus will layer over the real memory." They had 12 minutes. Maybe less. Wednesday stepped out of the cart and approached the Lestrange vault. She uncorked the bone vessel and let 3 drops of 2-century-old blood fall on the door. The black iron recognized its own, the Lestrange bloodline, preserved in bone marrow, speaking the old language of family and ownership. The door groaned. Clicked. Swung open. The vault was a cathedral of dark treasure. Gold coins heaped to the ceiling. Goblets, swords, suits of armor, jeweled boxes, and between them, stranger things, skulls in glass cases, preserved hands, a cabinet of crystal vials containing liquids that moved against gravity. Bellatrix's shrine. Her trophies. The collected suffering of a lifetime of cruelty, hoarded like dragon's gold. "Don't touch anything," Wednesday said. "The multiplication curse is active. Anything your skin contacts will multiply and burn." She raised her hands and closed her eyes. Through the bond, Harry felt her necromantic sense unfurl, cold, vast, reaching through the vault like invisible fingers, sorting through the ambient dark magic until she found what she was looking for. There. Her eyes opened and she pointed to a small golden cup, barely visible between a tower of galleons and a suit of black armor. Helga Hufflepuff's cup. 2 handles, a badger engraved on the side. Pulsing with the sick, wrong energy of a Horcrux. Wednesday produced a pair of gloves from her case, not fabric, not leather. Bone. Thin, articulated gloves carved from human finger bones, jointed and rune-inscribed, fitting over her hands like a second skeleton. She reached into the pile and lifted the cup. It screamed. The Horcrux inside thrashed and raged, and the vault responded. Gold began to multiply where the cup had touched, coins cascading in a metallic avalanche, and everything the new gold touched multiplied too, a chain reaction of expanding, burning treasure. "Move," Wednesday said. They moved. Harry grabbed the cart's edge and hauled himself in. Wednesday followed, the cup in her bone-gloved hands, and the vault behind them was filling, gold pouring out of the door in a molten wave, the multiplication curse running unchecked. Harry kicked the cart's control lever. The cart shot forward, accelerating away from the Lestrange vault and the expanding flood of cursed gold. Behind them, the rumbling of multiplying treasure echoed off the tunnel walls, and somewhere in the darkness, the dragon roared. 7 minutes, Wednesday said. She was already working, bone tools out, the cup clamped between her gloved hands, her necromantic power flowing. She wasn't going to extract this one. There was no time. Instead, she was doing something faster, something more brutal. She was crushing the fragment inside the cup, using the bond's amplified power to compress the soul piece until it simply ceased to exist. Harry felt it through the bond, the enormous, grinding effort, like pressing a diamond back into coal. The Horcrux fought. It screamed through his scar. Voldemort, wherever he was, would be feeling this one, and this time there would be no subtlety, no ambiguity. "Hold on," Wednesday said through gritted teeth. "I'm holding. To me. Through the bond. Give me everything." Harry opened the bond as wide as it would go and poured himself through it, every ounce of power, every reserve, the raw volcanic energy of his magical core channeled through Wednesday's precision into a single, devastating point of force. The Horcrux in the cup shattered. The fragment died with a sound like tearing metal, and a pulse of dark energy erupted from the cup, visible, tangible, a shockwave of released soul magic that hit the tunnel walls and cracked the stone. The cart rocked. The dragon roared again, closer. Wednesday dropped the cup. It clattered to the cart floor, empty, inert, just a golden cup with a badger on the side. No Horcrux. No dark magic. Just metal. 3 down, Wednesday gasped. Her nose was bleeding, black blood, which Harry had learned was a side effect of extreme necromantic exertion. The cup is clean. He felt that. He definitely felt that. Good. Let him. The cart was climbing now, spiraling upward toward the surface. Harry could hear alarms, goblins shouting, the grinding of security mechanisms engaging. The cursed gold was still expanding somewhere below them, flooding tunnels, triggering structural warnings. "We need to get out before they lock down the carts," Harry said. "The bond. Reverse apparition. Take my hand." Harry grabbed Wednesday's hand. Her bone gloves were cracked, the runes flickering, her fingers slick with the black blood from her nose. Through the bond, she reached for the location she departed from, the shadow of Ollivander's shop, the exact coordinates, the anchor point. The wards resisted. Outbound was easier than inbound, she'd said, but Gringots was now in lockdown and the wards were tightening, contracting, and the bond's unprecedented frequency was still unprecedented, but the goblin's ancient magic was old and angry and it was pushing back. Wednesday pushed harder. Harry pushed with her. The bond flared, not silver, not gold, but white, the color of both combined, a frequency that existed nowhere in the known magical spectrum. Gringotts' wards screamed. The cart vanished. They appeared in the alley behind Ollivander's shop, stumbling, gasping, still holding hands. Wednesday's glove shattered, the bone fragments falling to the cobblestones like broken teeth. Her nose was still bleeding. Harry's scar was on fire, not Voldemort, not the Horcrux, just the raw aftermath of channeling that much power through a connection that had existed for less than 2 weeks. "We're out," Harry said. "We're out." Wednesday leaned against the shop wall and breathed. Through the bond, she was trembling, not visibly, not in any way anyone else would detect, but trembling at the core, her magical reserves drained down to fumes. "The cup is destroyed," she said. "The fragment is gone. 4 of 6 Horcruxes are handled. The snake in me. The snake in you." She wiped the blood from her nose with the back of her hand. The black smear on her pale skin was stark and striking. "We should move. The goblins will be." Hermione appeared at the alley's entrance, Ron behind her. "We saw the wards flare. We're fine. We got it. Let's go." They moved fast, through the back alleys of Diagon Alley, away from Gringots and its wailing alarms, to the leaky cauldron and through the flue to Hogsmeade and up the path to Hogwarts. Nobody spoke until they were inside the castle gates, and then everyone spoke at once. "The gold, the cursed gold, was it contained?" "Hermione. The goblins will handle it. Their vaults, their problem." "Wednesday. And the Horcrux? You destroyed it right there in the cart." "Ron. Time constraints required an infield destruction rather than extraction. The fragment is gone." "Wednesday. Voldemort felt it. Harry. He's going to know. 3 Horcruxes in 2 weeks. He'll be terrified. Let him be terrified." Wednesday's black-smeared face was fierce and exhausted and alive in a way that Harry had never seen her. "Let him feel what we've taken. Let him count what's left and realize the number is getting smaller. Fear is a resource, and his fear is the most valuable currency in this war." They were inside the castle now, moving through the entrance hall, and Harry felt the Hogwarts wards close around them like arms. Safe. For now. Through the bond, Wednesday's exhaustion was a physical weight, and Harry felt his own crashing over him, the adrenaline draining, the power deficit making his vision blur at the edges. "We need to rest," he said. "We need to plan. The snake will still be a snake tomorrow. You're bleeding from your nose and I can barely see straight. We rest." Wednesday opened her mouth to argue and then closed it, which was, in Harry's experience, a sign of truly extreme fatigue. "Fine. 2 hours. 6. 4. Deal." They split at the 4th-floor corridor. Wednesday's new quarters were here, a small room the castle had provided, spare and dark and exactly suited to her tastes. Harry walked her to the door. "The bond," she said. "During the Gringotts' escape. When we pushed through the wards together." "Yeah. It felt like," she paused. Wednesday never paused. "It felt like being whole. For the first time in my life, the gap between what I am and what I could be disappeared. There was no limit. No ceiling. No piece of me held in reserve. I felt it too. Is that what it's always like for you? That fullness? No. That was new. That was us." She looked at him for a long moment. The corridor was quiet. The torches burned low. Through the bond, a current of something vast and uncharted moved between them, not love, not yet, not the way either of them understood the word, but something that contained love's DNA and was growing into something larger. 4 hours, Wednesday said. Then we plan the endgame. She went inside. The door closed. Harry stood in the corridor and felt the bond settling between them, steady, strong, humming with the resonance of 2 people who had just robbed Gringotts and destroyed a piece of a Dark Lord's soul before breakfast. 4 Horcruxes down. The snake and Harry's scar remained. The endgame was coming. And somewhere, in a dark manner that was one hostage lighter than it had been yesterday, Lord Voldemort sat in his throne and felt his immortality crumbling and knew, with a certainty that pierced even his fractured soul, that the children he'd dismissed were coming for him. He was right. Chapter 5, Blood and Bone and Binding. Voldemort's response came faster than anyone expected. Harry was asleep, genuinely, deeply asleep for the first time in days, the bond humming low and steady between his quarters and Wednesday's room down the corridor, when his scar detonated. Not the slow burn of a distant emotion. Not the tuning fork resonance of the bond adjusting. This was a directed, deliberate, screaming assault, Voldemort reaching through the Horcrux in Harry's skull with every ounce of fury his fractured soul could muster. Harry's back arched off the bed. His mouth opened but no sound came out. Behind his eyes, the world dissolved into crimson, and then he was there, standing in a circle of Death Eaters in the Malfoy Manor drawing room, except he was seeing it from behind Voldemort's eyes, feeling Voldemort's rage like molten iron poured down his spine. 3. The Dark Lord hissed, and his voice was a sound that shouldn't exist, layered, harmonic with wrongness, the vocal equivalent of a wound. 3 of my anchors, gone. Destroyed. By children. Bellatrix was on her knees. She'd come from Gringots. Harry could see the soot on her robes, the wild terror in her eyes. My lord, the vault, the goblins said there was an intrusion, the curse activated, but the cup is, gone. I can feel its absence. As I felt the ring. As I felt the diadem. Voldemort's hand, white, skeletal, Harry could feel its cold, closed into a fist. 4 of my anchors remain. The diary was destroyed years ago. The ring by Dumbledore's hand. The diadem and the cup, by someone new. Someone I cannot see. He turned, Harry turned with him, a helpless passenger, and faced a mirror on the wall. The reflection was Voldemort's face, white, noseless, red-eyed, a face that had abandoned humanity so thoroughly it had become a different category of thing. But the expression was fear. Raw, unprocessed fear, the kind that Voldemort hadn't felt since he was Tom Riddle in an orphanage, afraid of the dark, afraid of death, afraid of being ordinary. The boy, Voldemort whispered. Potter. And whoever is bonded to him. The soul bond, I felt it form. I felt it change him. He is, different now. Shielded. I cannot reach his mind the way I could before. He was reaching now. Harry felt it, fingers of consciousness pressing against the bond's filter, probing, testing, looking for a gap. Voldemort could feel the Horcrux in Harry's scar, could feel it like a loose tooth, and he was trying to use it as a doorway, the way he'd always used it. But the door was blocked. Wednesday's cold silver presence filled the gap, an impenetrable barrier between Voldemort's probing and Harry's vulnerable mind. The Dark Lord pushed. Wednesday's barrier held. He pushed harder. It held harder. What is this? Voldemort's fury spiked to a frequency that made Harry's bones vibrate. What has he done? What has been done to my Horcrux? Voldemort raised his wand. The room shifted, Death Eaters scattering, Bellatrix crawling backward, and Harry understood with sick clarity what was about to happen. Voldemort was going to push through the bond by force. Not a mental probe. A full, directed psychic assault, powered by the Elder Wand and fueled by the rage of a man who just discovered his immortality was half destroyed. The assault hit. Harry was ripped out of the vision and back into his own body, but the pain followed, a tidal wave of dark magic crashing against the bond, against Wednesday's barrier, against the walls of his mind. His scar split open. Actual blood ran down his face, hot and sticky, and the pain was beyond anything he'd ever felt, beyond the cruciatus, beyond the bond's formation, beyond the graveyard. Through the bond, he felt Wednesday wake. Not the slow surfacing of normal waking. A snap, instant, total, combat ready. Her cold presence surged through the bond and met Voldemort's assault head-on. The collision was cataclysmic. Three forces, Harry's raw power, Wednesday's necromantic precision, and Voldemort's focused rage, met in the space behind Harry's scar, and the resulting detonation blew out every window in the fourth-floor corridor. Glass rained into the night. The castle shuddered. Portraits screamed. The suits of armor along the corridor toppled like dominoes. Harry was on the floor. He'd fallen out of bed and he was on his hands and knees, blood dripping from his scar onto the stone, and through the bond he could feel Wednesday, not in her room anymore. She was running, bare feet on cold stone, sprinting down the corridor toward him. The door burst open. Wednesday, in a black nightgown that reached her ankles, hair unbraided and wild around her face for the first time Harry had ever seen. She dropped to her knees beside him, and her hands found his scar, and the cold poured in. The pain didn't stop this time. Voldemort was too powerful, too angry, too desperate. He was battering at the bond's barrier with everything he had, and through the connection Harry could hear him, not words, but a scream of pure psychic rage that carried images with it. Death Eaters mobilizing. The snake coiling around Voldemort's shoulders. A location, a village, Hogsmeade. He's coming, Harry gasped. Hogsmeade. He's sending them to Hogsmeade. Wednesday's hands pressed harder against his scar. The blood ran between her fingers, dark in the torchlight. When? Now. He's sending them now. He's going to draw us out. Force us to fight. He thinks if he can get close enough, he can break the bond through the Horcrux. Can he? I don't know. Then we don't let him get close enough to find out. Wednesday pulled her hands away. Harry's scar sealed, not healed, but closed, the bleeding stopped by whatever she'd done with her necromantic touch. Get dressed. Grab your wand. We have minutes. Harry grabbed his wand and his shoes and followed Wednesday into the corridor, where chaos was already erupting. Students were spilling from dormitories in various states of undress, drawn by the shattered windows. Professors were converging, McGonagall in a tartan dressing gown with her wand already lit, Flitwick half-dressed and levitating at head height for a better view, Snape in full black robes because apparently Snape slept in full black robes. Potter. McGonagall's voice cracked through the noise. What in the name of Death Eaters coming to Hogsmeade? Voldemort sent them. We have minutes, maybe less. McGonagall didn't waste time on disbelief. She'd learned that lesson the hard way. Her wand came up and a Patronus, a silver tabby cat, burst from the tip and streaked away. Alert to all Order members. Death Eater attack imminent on Hogsmeade. All available, respond. Snape had gone pale. Not with fear, with the particular tension of a double agent whose cover was about to be tested. He looked at Harry, and something passed between them that was too complex for words, the shared knowledge of what Snape was, what he'd done, what he was still doing. How many? Snape asked. I couldn't count. A lot. Bellatrix is with them. Greyback's pack. The Azkaban escapees. Snape's jaw tightened. He turned without another word and strode toward the dungeons. Wednesday watched him go. He's going to warn them, Harry said. The Order. He's going to do what he always does. Play both sides until one of them kills him. Wednesday's voice was flat, clinical, but through the bond Harry felt a thread of something unexpected, grudging respect. We don't have time to worry about Snape. We need to get to Hogsmeade. Wednesday, this is what he wants. He wants us to come out. He wants to break the bond. I know what he wants. He also wants his Horcruxes back and Narcissa Malfoy in chains and the world to bow at his feet. He doesn't get what he wants tonight. She looked at him, and her eyes, dark, deep, lethal, were blazing with something that the bond translated as absolute, unshakable resolve. We don't hide, Harry. We don't cower behind walls while people die. We go out there and we show him what the bond is. And if the Horcrux in my scar, is my responsibility. The moment we're in combat, I will have a continuous anchor on that fragment. He cannot weaponize it while I'm watching. She stepped closer. Her hand found his, and the bond roared to life, fully open, fully connected, their combined magical output surging until the air around them crackled and sparked. Together. Together. They ran. The castle was mobilizing with the grim efficiency of a school that had been, on some level, expecting this for years. McGonagall had activated the emergency protocols, younger students herded to the inner chambers, older students given the choice to fight or shelter. Dumbledore was nowhere to be seen, and Harry didn't have time to wonder where he was. They hit the main entrance and the night air slammed into them, cold, sharp, carrying the smell of smoke from the direction of Hogsmeade. The village was less than a mile away, visible from the castle gates, and even at this distance Harry could see the flashes of light, red, green, white, spellfire painting the night sky. The attack had already begun. Harry and Wednesday sprinted down the path, and they weren't alone. Behind them, a growing crowd of fighters, DA members, professors, order members who'd apparat to the school's gates in response to McGonagall's Patronus. Ron and Hermione, dressed and armed and running with the practiced urgency of people who'd been doing this for too long. Neville, wand drawn, face set. Ginny, already casting as she ran, shield snapping into place around the group. Luna appeared beside them, seemingly from nowhere. The Nargles are very agitated, she said conversationally. They always are before a battle. They hit Hogsmeade's edge and plunged into war. The village was burning. Not entirely, patches, buildings, the kind of targeted destruction meant to terrorize rather than annihilate. Death Eaters moved through the streets in packs, robed, masked, casting with the casual brutality of people who enjoyed their work. Villagers were fighting back, the shopkeepers and residents of Hogsmeade were not helpless, and many of them had lived through the First War, but they were outnumbered and outgunned. Harry saw Madame Rosmerta dueling a masked Death Eater outside the Three Broomsticks, her stunning spells precise but her shield faltering. He saw Aberforth Dumbledore in the doorway of the Hog's Head, firing curses with the grim competence of a man who'd been fighting dark wizards since before Harry was born. He saw bodies. Not many, 2, 3, but enough. Enough to make the rage climb his throat like bile. The first Death Eater who spotted them made a mistake. He saw Harry Potter and a girl he didn't recognize, and he raised his wand with the casual confidence of a trained killer engaging a student. Wednesday raised her hand. Not her wand. Her hand. The Death Eater's mask cracked. Not from a spell, from cold. Frost bloomed across the porcelain surface, spreading from an epicenter directly between his eyes, and the mask shattered and the man beneath it screamed as the same cold hit his skin. He staggered backward, clawing at his face, and Harry hit him with a stunner that sent him cartwheeling into a wall. Non-lethal, Wednesday said, already moving. When possible. Agreed. They moved into the village, and what followed was nothing like any battle Harry had experienced before. He'd fought Death Eaters in the Department of Mysteries, panicked, chaotic, improvising. He'd fought in the graveyard, alone, terrified, surviving on instinct. He'd fought in 100 smaller skirmishes, always reactive, always desperate, always one step behind. This was different. The bond changed everything. Wednesday's perception flowed through the connection, her necromantic sense, which could feel life and death and the spaces between, swept the battlefield and fed Harry a real-time map of every combatant. He knew where the Death Eaters were. He knew where the civilians were. He knew who was injured and who was dead and who was about to cast and from which direction. Harry's power flowed back through the bond, raw, vast, amplified by adrenaline and fury, and Wednesday shaped it. His shield charms became walls. His stunners became battering rams. His Patronus, when he cast it to drive back a trio of Death Eaters cornering a group of villagers, was the size of a horse and burned so bright that the Death Eaters' robes caught fire. They didn't fight side by side. They fought as a single entity, the bond turning two people into something that was more than the sum of its parts. Wednesday moved left and Harry moved right, and every spell was coordinated without speaking, every dodge anticipated, every opening exploited. It was chess and it was dance and it was war, and the Death Eaters were not prepared for it. 5 down in the first 2 minutes. Stunned, bound, disarmed. Harry and Wednesday cut through the main street like a blade, and the masked figures who'd been terrorizing shopkeepers suddenly found themselves fighting something they'd never trained for. Dolohov was the first serious opponent. He stepped out of the smoke from a burning shop front, wand raised, and he was good, dueling champion, veteran of the First War, the man who'd nearly killed Hermione in the Department of Mysteries. He cast 3 curses in rapid succession, a killing curse, a bone breaker, and something purple and vicious that Harry didn't recognize. Harry dodged the green light. Wednesday deflected the bone breaker with a wave of her hand. The purple curse hit Harry's shield and dissolved. Wednesday had reinforced the shield through the bond, her precision identifying the curse's structure and countering it before it could penetrate. Dolohov's eyes widened behind his mask. He hadn't expected the shield to hold. Harry didn't give him time to recover. He cast, not a standard spell but something the bond had created, something neither of them could do alone. A bolt of magic that was both his and Wednesday's, red gold wrapped in black silver, that hit Dolohov's shield and went through it like it wasn't there. Dolohov flew backward 20 feet and hit the wall of Honeydukes hard enough to crater the stone. He didn't get up. Was that new? Harry asked. That was the bond's combined output shaped into a directed energy attack. We should name it. Later. They kept moving. The battle was spreading, Death Eaters in the streets, on the rooftops, pouring from alleyways. But the Order was arriving in force now, and the DA members were fighting with the ferocity of people who trained for exactly this. Ron and Hermione fought back-to-back near the post office, their combined style a perfect complement, Hermione's technical brilliance and Ron's aggressive instinct. Neville was dueling 2 Death Eaters simultaneously and winning, his wand work transformed by a year of practice and a lifetime of bottled courage finally uncorked. Ginny had taken a position on a rooftop and was raining spells down on any Death Eater stupid enough to cross the main intersection. Luna was doing something Harry couldn't quite parse. She seemed to be standing in the middle of the street, serene and untouchable, and every curse that came near her simply curved away, as if the air around her had decided that violence was unwelcome. Then Bellatrix Lestrange found them. She came out of the smoke like a nightmare, wild hair, mad eyes, the cackling laugh that Harry heard in his worst dreams. She was heading straight for them, and she wasn't alone. Fenrir Greyback flanked her right, massive and feral, half-transformed even without a full moon. Rookwood flanked her left, tall and cold-eyed, casting with the mechanical precision of someone who'd worked in the Department of Mysteries and knew how magic really worked. Potter! Bellatrix shrieked, and her voice carried over the battle like a blade. Little baby Potter with his new friend. The Dark Lord sends his regards. She cast the killing curse. Not at Harry, at Wednesday. The green light crossed the distance between them in a fraction of a second. Harry didn't think. He didn't need to. The bond moved him, Wednesday's perception fed him the trajectory, his power fed the response, and he stepped in front of the curse and raised his wand and did something that should have been impossible. He deflected it. Not a shield charm. Not a dodge. A deflection, his magic meeting the killing curse at an angle and turning it, the way a blade turns a blade, redirecting the green light into the cobblestones, where it blasted a crater 3 feet deep. The street went silent. Both sides stopped fighting. Every eye turned to the boy who'd just deflected a killing curse with a wave of his wand. Bellatrix's laugh died. For the first time in Harry's memory, she looked uncertain. "That's not possible," she whispered. Surprise, Harry said. Bellatrix shrieked with rage and fired again, a barrage, 3 killing curses in rapid succession, mixed with cruciatus and a curse that turned the air black. Greyback charged, abandoning wand work for the raw physical attack of a werewolf who preferred his claws. Rookwood cast something complex and structural that hit the ground beneath Harry's feet and tried to swallow him. Harry and Wednesday fought. Not defensively. Not desperately. They fought the way they'd trained, as a single unit, the bond wide open, power flowing between them like blood through shared veins. Harry handled Bellatrix's offensive magic, deflecting and countering with the combined force of 2 magical cores. Wednesday handled Greyback. The werewolf came at her with inhuman speed, claws extended, jaw gaping. Wednesday didn't flinch. She raised both hands and the air between her and Greyback changed, the temperature dropping so fast that the moisture in the air crystallized, and Greyback hit a wall of supernaturally cold air that froze the saliva in his mouth and the blood on his claws and sent him crashing to the cobblestones, coated in a thin shell of ice. He thrashed. The ice cracked. He was already getting up, werewolf resilience, werewolf rage, but Wednesday was faster. She grabbed the frozen air and pulled, and the cold went inward, past Greyback's skin, into his muscles, into his bones. Not killing him. Stopping him. The werewolf went rigid, paralyzed by a cold that came from inside, his body locked in place while his eyes, yellow, wild, furious, rolled. "Stay," Wednesday said, with the tone of someone disciplining a poorly trained dog. Rookwood, seeing his companions falling, tried to run. Ron hit him from behind with a full body bind that dropped him like a felled tree. That left Bellatrix alone. Facing Harry Potter and Wednesday Addams in a destroyed street, with her allies down and her curses failing and the Dark Lord's orders ringing in her ears. She was insane, but she wasn't stupid. She knew she was outmatched. Harry could see the calculation in her wild eyes, fight and die, or run and live to serve. "This isn't over, Potter," she snarled. "The Dark Lord the Dark Lord is losing," Harry said. "4 Horcruxes, Bellatrix. We've taken 4. The cup in your vault. Gone. The diadem in the castle. Gone. His immortality is crumbling, and when it's done, he's just a man. A broken man with a broken soul, and I am going to end him." The words hit Bellatrix like physical blows. Her face, already unhinged, went blank with a terror so profound it was almost sane. She knew. She might not have known about all the Horcruxes, but she knew enough to understand what Harry was saying. She disapparated. The crack of her departure echoed off the damaged buildings, and then she was gone, and the battle's fulcrum broke. Without Bellatrix, without Dolohov, without Greyback and Rookwood, the remaining Death Eaters lost cohesion. They fought on for another 10 minutes, ugly, desperate, scattered engagements throughout the village, but the outcome was decided. The Order and the DA and the villagers of Hogsmeade drove them out, and one by one the masked figures disapparated, until the streets were empty except for the defenders and the fallen. Harry stood in the middle of the main street. The cobblestones were cracked and scorched. Buildings smoldered. The smell of smoke and ozone hung in the air like a shroud. Wednesday stood beside him. Blood on her nightgown, not hers. Soot in her wild, unbraided hair. Her hands were shaking from the magical expenditure, a tremor she couldn't quite control. Through the bond, they were both wide open, both raw, both running on fumes and adrenaline and the electric aftermath of having fought together for the first time in real combat and discovered that what they could do was extraordinary and terrifying and unlike anything the wizarding world had ever seen. "Casualties?" Harry asked. His voice was hoarse. Hermione appeared beside them. Her face was streaked with tears and dirt. 3 dead. Villagers, Madame Putafoot, a retired wizard from the bookshop, and, her voice cracked. Mundungus Fletcher. He was trying to protect a family. Mundungus? Ron said from behind them. Mundungus Fletcher died protecting a family. He was order. Whatever else he was order. Hermione wiped her eyes. 12 injured. None critical, thanks to you too. The Patronus you cast, Harry, it covered half the village. It held them off long enough for the order to arrive. Wednesday was looking at the 3 covered bodies, laid out on the street by the Hog's Head. Her face was the mask, flat, composed, unreadable. But through the bond, Harry felt something vast and dark and heavy moving underneath. 3 people died because we provoked him, Wednesday said quietly. 3 people died because Voldemort sent murderers to a village, Harry said. That's on him. Not us. Causality doesn't care about moral assignment. We destroyed his Horcruxes. He retaliated. People died. She looked at Harry. I'm not saying we were wrong. We weren't. But the cost is real, and pretending it isn't is a luxury I refuse. Harry had no argument for that, because she was right. Every action they took cascaded outward, and the cascade hit people who didn't have soul bonds or necromantic powers or the ability to deflect killing curses. The war's cost was paid in lives that weren't theirs, and the math of that was ugly no matter how you ran it. They stood in the ruined street and let the weight settle. Kingsley arrived with a squad of Aurors 20 minutes later, too late for the battle, exactly on time for the cleanup. The political machinery would grind into motion now, ministry statements, prophet headlines, Wisengamot debates. The attack on Hogsmeade would be the biggest story since the Azkaban breakout, and Harry Potter's name would be at the center of it, again, always. We need to talk, Harry told Wednesday. About the scar. About the extraction. I know. Soon. I know. She was looking at the sky, which was going gray with dawn. Her hair was still loose, still wild, and in the early light she looked younger than she usually did, younger and more real, like someone who'd taken off a costume. There's something I need to tell you first. About what I felt during the battle. What? The hide. It woke up. She said it matter-of-factly, but the bond was humming with something that was almost anxiety. During the fight with Greyback. When I used the cold to paralyze him, that wasn't entirely me. The hide contributed. It felt the threat and it responded. You stayed in control. I did. But the hide's response was faster than mine. For a fraction of a second, the hide was driving, not me. She met his eyes. It didn't want to stop at paralysis, Harry. It wanted to kill him. It wanted to kill all of them. And through the bond, it had access to your power, and for that fraction of a second, it had everything it needed. The silence between them was loaded. But you stopped it, Harry said. I stopped it. Then that's what matters. What matters is that next time, the hide might be faster. The bond amplifies everything, including the parts of me I keep locked down. As we grow stronger, the hide grows stronger. I need you to understand that. Harry looked at her, soot-streaked, wild-haired, bloody, exhausted, honest in a way that was harder than any fight. She was telling him the truth about the most dangerous thing inside her, and she was trusting him to not run. I understand, he said. And I'm not going anywhere. Wednesday's expression didn't change. But through the bond, something released, a tension she'd been carrying since the battle, since before the battle, since the moment the bond formed and she'd realized she was no longer alone with the monster in her chest. We should go back to the castle, she said. Yeah. Harry. Yeah. You deflected a killing curse. I know. Nobody has ever deflected a killing curse. In the history of magic. Nobody. I had help. You had me. And the bond. And 16 years of surviving things that should have killed you. She stepped closer. Her hand found his, and their fingers laced together with a naturalness that would have been impossible 2 weeks ago. You're not the boy who lived anymore. That's too small. You're something new. Something that doesn't have a name yet. I've always hated the name they gave me. Then we'll find a better one. Her grip tightened. After we finish this. They walked back to Hogwarts through the grey dawn, holding hands, leaving the smoking village behind them. The castle rose against the sky, ancient and enduring, and the bond between them sang with everything they'd shared and survived and become. 2 Horcruxes left. The snake and the scar. The endgame was here. The aftermath was political wildfire. The Prophet ran 3 editions the next day. The first, Death Eaters attack Hogsmeade, 3 dead, village in ruins. The second, Harry Potter and Mystery Girl fight OFF Death Eater army. The third, and the one that mattered, soul-bonded students deflect killing curse, ministry demands answers. The Great Hall was a pressure cooker. Students who'd seen the battle, 6th and 7th years who'd fought, younger students who'd watched from the castle windows, talked in hushed, intense clusters. The name Wednesday Addams was on every tongue. So was Soul Bond. So was She Froze a Werewolf with her bare hands. Umbbridge was in emergency session with the Wisingamot via flu. Harry could hear her voice, high, sharp, urgent, echoing from behind her office door as he and Wednesday passed it on the way to breakfast. Unacceptable level of risk, the bond is clearly destabilizing, I recommended containment from the beginning. Wednesday paused outside the door. She listened for 3 seconds, then kept walking. She's arguing for our arrest, Wednesday said. On what grounds? Reckless endangerment. Use of unregulated magic. Being too powerful for her comfort. Wednesday's voice was flat as a blade. The Wisingamot is split. Half of them saw the battle reports and want to pin medals on us. The other half saw a boy deflecting killing curses and a girl commanding ice and death and decided we're the bigger threat. We saved Hogsmeade. We did. And the Ministry will use that to either weaponize us or cage us. There's no third option in their framework. They entered the Great Hall. The silence that fell was instantaneous and total, 500 students staring at 2 teenagers who looked like they hadn't slept and who walked with the particular gravity of people who'd killed a battle and brought back the dead. Wednesday sat at the Gryffindor table. Nobody questioned it anymore. She sat beside Harry, and Hermione, and Ron closed ranks around them, and the 4 of them ate breakfast in a bubble of quiet while the rest of the hall hummed. Dumbledore wants to see you, Hermione said. Both of you. He sent a message through McGonagall. When? Now. He said it's about the snake. Harry and Wednesday looked at each other. Through the bond, a shared thought, the endgame. They went. Dumbledore's office was warm and golden and smelled of lemon drops and old paper. Fawkes was on his perch, singing a low, mournful note that vibrated in Harry's chest. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, and he looked worse. The blackened hand was darker, the spread clearly visible past his wrist now, and his face had the thinned, refined quality of a man whose body was slowly being consumed from within. Harry. Miss Addams. Sit. They sat. Wednesday's eyes went immediately to the blackened hand. It's accelerated, she said. Since the Hogsmeade attack. The exertion of maintaining the castle's wards during the battle, yes. Dumbledore flexed the dead fingers. They didn't move. I estimate I have weeks rather than months now. Harry's throat tightened. He'd known, they'd all known, but weeks. Weeks was nothing. Weeks was the blink of an eye. We need to move faster, Harry said. Which is why I've called you here. Dumbledore opened a drawer and removed a pensieve, not the large stone basin Harry was used to, but a smaller, portable version, silver and intricately carved. I have located Nagini. The name dropped into the room like a stone into water. The snake, Wednesday said. The sixth Horcrux. Voldemort keeps her close. Always within striking distance. She has never been more than a room away from him since the night he was restored. Dumbledore touched the pensieve. But the Hogsmeade attack changed his pattern. He is afraid now, truly afraid, for the first time since his return. And afraid people make mistakes. What mistake? He's moved Nagini. Dumbledore's blue eyes were sharp despite his weakened body. Not far, she's still under his protection. But he's hidden her. Separately. In a location he believes is unknown and impenetrable, because he's finally realized that keeping all his remaining anchors in one place is a vulnerability. Where? Wednesday leaned forward. Dumbledore touched the pensieve, and a memory rose from it, silvery, swirling, coalescing into an image. A house. Abandoned, derelict, surrounded by overgrown grounds. Harry recognized it with a jolt. The Riddle House, he said. Little Hangleton. His father's home. The place where Tom Riddle Sr. was murdered. Voldemort has always had a possessive relationship with the site. It's where he was conceived, where he committed his first murders, where the ring Horcrux was hidden. Dumbledore let the image spin slowly. He's placed Nagini there under heavy wards and a contingent of guards. He believes no one knows the location's significance. But you do. I've known since I retrieved the ring. Dumbledore's voice was gentle but urgent. The wards are formidable, Harry. Voldemort's own work, layered over the protections his grandfather's family placed on the area centuries ago. A direct assault would alert him immediately. We don't need a direct assault, Wednesday said. She was staring at the pensive image with the focused intensity of a surgeon studying an X-ray. I need the snake dead. Not contained, not extracted. Dead. A snake Horcrux is different from object Horcruxes. The soul fragment is integrated with a living host, which means it can only be destroyed by destroying the host. Basilisk venom, Harry said. The sword of Gryffindor, it absorbed basilisk venom when I killed the basilisk in second year. The sword is in this office, Dumbledore said. He gestured, and the glass case behind his desk glowed. The ruby-encrusted sword hung in its place, gleaming, lethal. I had planned to use it myself. But, he raised the blackened hand. My capacity for combat is significantly diminished. Then we use it, Harry said. The wards, Harry. Voldemort will feel you coming. Not if he's busy. Wednesday stood. The Hogsmeade attack was his move. He expected it to draw us out, test the bond, measure our capabilities. Instead, it showed him that we're more dangerous than he feared. He'll be regrouping. Planning his next strike. If we give him something else to react to, something that demands his attention, his personal attention, he'll be distracted long enough for us to reach the snake. What kind of distraction? Wednesday looked at Harry. Through the bond, she sent the shape of a plan, not complete, not detailed, but the skeleton of something bold and desperate and potentially suicidal. Me, she said. Harry's stomach dropped. No. The Horcrux in your scar. The extraction. We've been waiting for the right time, the right conditions. There will never be a right time. But if I begin the extraction, if Voldemort feels his last Horcrux in a living host being threatened, he will abandon everything to protect it. His attention will be on you. On us. Not on the snake. You want to use the extraction as a distraction? I want to do the extraction and use it as a distraction. 2 objectives, 1 operation. She looked at Dumbledore. I'll need a secure location. Somewhere with heavy wards, somewhere Voldemort can feel the extraction happening but can't reach us. Somewhere that will hold against whatever he throws at it. Hogwarts, Dumbledore said quietly. Hogwarts. The castle's wards are the strongest in Britain. If I perform the extraction inside the castle, Voldemort will feel it through his connection to Harry's scar. He'll feel his Horcrux dying. He'll be consumed with it, the fear, the rage, the need to stop it. And while he's focused on us, a team goes to Little Hangleton and kills the snake. Harry's voice was hollow. With the sword of Gryffindor. Yes. Who? Wednesday looked at him. Through the bond, the answer was already there, and Harry hated it. Your friends, she said. Ron, Hermione, Neville. They're capable. They've fought Death Eaters. And they won't hesitate. You're sending my best friends into Voldemort's stronghold while I'm lying on a table having a soul fragment ripped out of my head. I'm sending the 3 most reliable people we have to complete the mission that ends the war. Wednesday's voice didn't soften, but her hand found his. I can't extract the Horcrux from you and kill a snake in Little Hangleton at the same time. You can't be in 2 places at once. This requires trust. I trust them. You want to protect them. I know. The bond tells me everything you're feeling right now, and it's a complicated mess of love and fear and guilt, and none of it changes the tactical reality. Her grip tightened. They're soldiers, Harry. They've chosen to be. Let them fight. Harry looked at Dumbledore. The old wizard's eyes were bright with something that might have been tears. She's right, Dumbledore said. And I will do what I can to support them. The wards at Little Hangleton have a weakness. The Gaunt family protections are old and keyed to Parseltongue. If you provide the phrase to breach them, Harry, your friends can enter. And the guards? My task. What remains of my strength is sufficient to create a diversion at the perimeter. Dumbledore's voice was calm, settled, the voice of a man who'd made peace with what was coming. I will draw the guards away. Your friends enter. They find the snake. They use the sword. And then Voldemort has no Horcruxes left. And you, Harry, if Miss Addams is successful, will be free of the fragment that has haunted you since infancy. Dumbledore smiled. It was a tired smile, but real. A mortal Voldemort. That is what we've been working toward. Harry sat in Dumbledore's office with the weight of the plan on his shoulders and the bond humming in his chest and the faces of his friends in his mind, Ron's grin, Hermione's determination, Neville's quiet steel, and he wanted to say no. He wanted to keep them safe. He wanted to be the one who walked into danger, always, so they didn't have to. But Wednesday was right. He couldn't be everywhere. And his friends were not children to be protected. They were warriors who'd earned the right to fight. When? Harry asked. Tomorrow night, Wednesday said. I need 24 hours to prepare the extraction ritual. During that time, we brief the team, provide the Parseltongue phrase, coordinate timing. The extraction begins at midnight. The snake team moves at midnight. Tomorrow night. Tomorrow night. Harry looked at the sword of Gryffindor, gleaming in its case. He looked at Dumbledore, dying slowly behind his desk. He looked at Wednesday, steady and certain and terrifying in his. All right, he said. Let's end this. He told them that afternoon. The room of requirement. The full team. Harry stood in the center and told them everything, the snake's location, the extraction plan, the Parseltongue wardbreaker, the sword. Ron listened without expression. When Harry finished, Ron said, the snake. How big? 12 feet. Venomous. Semi-intelligent because of the soul fragment. And we've got a magical sword. The sword of Gryffindor, impregnated with basilisk venom. Ron nodded slowly. I've always wanted to use a sword. Hermione, you're on wards and defense. Neville, you're on the snake with me. We go in, we kill it, we get out. It's Voldemort's stronghold, Ron. I heard you the first time. Ron's jaw was set, his eyes steady. I've been your second for 6 years, Harry. Every fight, every crisis, every time you walked into something mental, I was there. This is no different. Except this time, instead of following you in, I'm leading my own team, and honestly, that's about time. Harry's vision blurred. He blinked hard. I want to come, Ginny said. No, Ron said, immediately and flatly. Ron, 3 is a surgical team. 4 is a crowd. And Mum will literally murder me if you get hurt. Mum will literally murder you if you get hurt. Then I'd better not get hurt. Ginny's jaw clenched, but she didn't push. She looked at Harry instead. If they need backup, you'll be here, Harry said. With Luna. Holding the castle. Because if Voldemort realizes what's happening and sends people here, someone needs to lead the defense. Ginny accepted that with a sharp nod. She'd command. She was good at it. Neville stood quietly through the planning, absorbing everything. When Harry turned to him, Neville said, My parents were tortured by Bellatrix Lestrange until their minds broke. She used a Horcrux-powered wand. Every piece of Voldemort we destroy is a piece of the thing that destroyed my family. He paused. I'll kill the snake. The room was very quiet after that. Wednesday briefed them on the extraction. She was clinical, thorough, detached. She described the procedure the way a surgeon would, laying out the steps, the risks, the anticipated duration. She'd be working on Harry's scar for approximately 2 hours. During that time, Harry would be conscious but immobilized. The pain would be significant. The bond would be fully open, which meant Wednesday would experience whatever Harry experienced. If the extraction fails, Hermione said carefully, what happens? The fragment remains in place. We find another way. And if it partially succeeds? If the fragment is dislodged but not fully removed? Then Harry will experience a period of magical instability while his core adjusts to the disruption. Potentially dangerous, but survivable. Wednesday paused. I don't intend to partially succeed. What if it kills him? Ron's voice was raw. Just, say it. What if it kills him? Wednesday looked at Ron. Through the bond, Harry felt something move in her, not fear, not hesitation, but a bone-deep, structural refusal. The kind of certainty that came from somewhere below thought, below decision, from the place where Wednesday was most fundamentally herself. It won't, she said. Because I won't let it. The words weren't a promise. They were a fact, stated in advance, with the same flat certainty she applied to gravity and death and the bond that bound them. Harry felt the truth of it through the connection, not arrogance, not false confidence, but the absolute, unshakable commitment of someone who had decided that Harry Potter was going to survive, and who had never in her life failed to achieve something she'd decided. The meeting ended. People filtered out to prepare, to rest, to say the things you say when tomorrow might be the last day. Harry caught Hermione at the door. Be careful. Hermione's eyes were red but her chin was up. We'll be careful. You be careful. I'll be lying on a table. How much trouble can I get into? With you? An extraordinary amount. She hugged him. Hard, fierce, the hug of someone who'd been his friend for 6 years and had walked into fire for him more times than either of them could count. Don't die, Harry. Working on it. Ron was next. The handshake turned into a hug, which turned into a backslapping thing that was aggressively masculine and deeply emotional. If the snake kills me, Ron said, tell my mum I died heroically. If the snake kills you, your mum will resurrect you and kill you herself. Fair point. Ron stepped back. His eyes were bright. See you on the other side, mate. Neville shook Harry's hand. No words needed. The grip said everything, steady, strong, the hand of a boy who'd grown into someone his parents would have been proud of. They left. The room of requirement was empty except for Harry and Wednesday. Tomorrow night. Wednesday was sitting on the stone floor, her bone tools spread before her, preparing. The extraction ritual required specific arrangements, runes drawn on skin, not stone, using ink mixed with graveyard earth. The bone stylus would trace the Horcrux's tendrils through Harry's magical core, mapping them in real time, while the obsidian needle would sever each connection one by one. "It's going to hurt," she said. "Not a warning. An acknowledgement. I know. More than anything you've experienced. The Horcrux has been part of you for 16 years. Removing it will feel like losing a limb. A limb I never wanted. A limb you've adapted to. Your magic has shaped itself around the fragment. When it's gone, everything will shift. Your magical core will need to find a new equilibrium." She looked up from her tools. "You might lose the Parseltongue. Good. You might lose some power. I have you. We have the bond. You might." She stopped. The mask cracked, just slightly. "You might feel alone. In your head. For the first time in your life, there will be nothing in your scar. No Voldemort. No fragment. Just you. And you. Through the bond. And me." Wednesday set down the stylus. "Harry. When I extract the fragment, I'll be holding a piece of Voldemort's soul in my hands. Literally. It will try to survive, they always do. It will try to latch onto the nearest viable host. Which is you. Which is me. But the bond protects me the same way it protects you. The fragment can't possess someone who's already bound." She met his eyes. "I need you to stay conscious during the extraction. Not because I need your help, I'll have the bond for power. Because the fragment will try to convince you to resist. It will use your own memories, your own fears, your own love for the people in this castle. It will tell you that removing it will kill them, or hurt them, or change you into something unrecognizable. It will lie, Harry. And you need to remember that it's lying. I'll remember. Promise me." He looked at her. Wednesday Addams, who never asked for promises, who never needed reassurance, who stood on her own 2 feet against the dark and dared it to blink first. She was asking him to promise. "I promise," he said. She nodded. The mask sealed. She went back to her tools. Harry sat beside her on the stone floor, and they prepared for tomorrow in silence, and the bond between them was quiet and steady and ready for whatever came next. Outside the room, the castle settled into evening. Students went to bed. Professors patrolled. Umbbridge sat in her grey-desked office and wrote reports she knew were useless. Dumbledore stood at his window and watched the grounds and pressed his blackened hand against the glass and felt the life draining from him in slow, measured increments. And somewhere, in a derelict house in a small village, a great snake coiled in the dark and waited, and the fragment of soul inside it stirred in its sleep, dreaming of the master who had made it and the war that was coming to its door. Tomorrow. Everything tomorrow. Chapter 6, The Unraveling. The day before the end of the world was remarkably ordinary. Harry went to classes. He sat through charms, where Flitwick taught them the Protean charm and Wednesday modified it on the spot to work across dimensional boundaries, which made Flitwick nearly weep with academic joy. He sat through herbology, where Neville handled a venomous tentacula with the calm hands of someone who'd already decided what he was going to do tomorrow night and had made peace with it. He sat through lunch, eating mechanically, tasting nothing, watching his friends across the table and memorizing them. Ron ate 3 helpings of shepherd's pie and argued with Hermione about the structural integrity of Gringotts' lower tunnels and didn't once mention the snake. Hermione had a stack of books beside her plate, Ward-Breaking Theory, Advanced Defensive Charms, a field guide to magical serpents, and was reading while eating, her fork moving automatically between plate and mouth while her eyes devoured text. Neville sat quietly, polishing something under the table that Harry recognized as the hilt of the sword of Gryffindor, which Dumbledore had given him that morning with the simple instruction, use it well. Nobody talked about what was coming. Everybody knew. Wednesday spent the afternoon in the room of requirement, preparing. Harry stayed with her for most of it, watching her work, the bond open and steady between them. She drew the ritual circle on the stone floor with a precision that would have made a geometry professor weep, every line measured, every rune placed with sub-millimeter accuracy, the circle itself a perfect 12 feet in diameter. The runes were unlike anything Harry had seen in Ancient Runes class. These were older, cruder, drawn not from the Elder Futhark or the Ogham alphabet but from a system Wednesday called the Mortis script, a notation developed by necromancers over millennia, each symbol representing not a sound or a concept but a relationship. The relationship between soul and body. Between anchor and vessel. Between the living and the dead. This one, Wednesday said, indicating a rune that looked like two serpents eating each other's tails, represents severance. The controlled dissolution of an unnatural bond. She drew it carefully, the bone stylus leaving a mark on the stone that glowed faintly silver. This one, a spiral that tightened to a point, represents extraction. The movement of soul material from one container to another. And this one? Harry pointed to a rune at the circle's center, a simple vertical line bisected by a horizontal one, forming a cross. Sacrifice, Wednesday said. Every necromantic working requires an exchange. Energy in, energy out. The extraction will draw power from the bond, that's our energy source. But the rune of sacrifice is a safety measure. If the bond's power isn't sufficient, the ritual will draw from the nearest alternative source. Which is? Me. Harry's hand closed on her wrist. No. It's a contingency. The bond should provide more than enough power. But I build in fail-safes, Harry. That's how I survive. She didn't pull away from his grip. If the worst happens, if the extraction requires more than the bond can give, the ritual takes from me. My magical reserves, my physical energy, your life. Potentially. In extreme circumstances. Which I do not anticipate. Wednesday. I've calculated the energy requirement 17 times. The bond's output exceeds the extraction's demand by a factor of 3. The sacrifice rune is a precaution. I will not need it. She met his eyes. Through the bond, her certainty was granite, but underneath the granite, deep down, there was a seam of something softer. Not doubt. Acceptance. The quiet willingness to pay a price if the price was necessary. I don't intend to die tonight, Harry. I have too much to do. Like what? Like retrieve your godfather from the veil. Like dismantle the ministry's anti-necromancy legislation. Like meet your terrible relatives and make them regret every moment of your childhood. The corner of her mouth twitched. Like discover what happens when a soul bond between a necromancer and whatever you are has time to fully mature. I have plans. Dying would be inconvenient. Harry released her wrist. He didn't have words for what he was feeling, the bond was transmitting it anyway, a complicated tangle of fear and trust and something deeper than either. When this is over, he said. When Voldemort's mortal and the Horcruxes are gone and the war is, whatever it becomes. I want to take you flying. Wednesday looked at him. On a broomstick, he clarified. Over the lake. At sunset. I want to show you why I love it. I told you. I don't do broomsticks. You will. For me. Something happened in Wednesday's face that Harry had never seen before. The mask didn't crack, it shifted, rearranging itself into something that was still Wednesday but somehow lighter, as if a weight she'd been carrying for 17 years had eased by a fraction. Fine, she said. One flight. If you survive tonight. Deal. But if you drop me, I'll reanimate your skeleton and make it apologize. That's fair. They worked through the afternoon, and the castle turned gold with sunset, and the hours counted down. At 8 p.m., Harry met Ron, Hermione, and Neville in the room of requirement. The room had split itself. One half was Wednesday's ritual space, the circle and runes glowing faintly in the candlelight. The other half was a tactical staging area, complete with maps of Little Hangleton, the Riddle House floor plans, and a rack containing the sword of Gryffindor, 3 brooms, and an emergency port key that Dumbledore had created and keyed to the Hogwarts infirmary. Ron was dressed in dark clothing, practical, no robes. He'd strapped a wand holster to his forearm and had a second wand, a spare, borrowed from the room's supplies, tucked into his boot. He moved through the staging area checking equipment with the focused efficiency of a general preparing for deployment. Hermione wore similar clothing. Her beaded bag, the one with the undetectable extension charm that held approximately everything, hung from her shoulder. She'd packed healing potions, shield amulets, food, water, a tent, and what she described as contingency materials, which Harry suspected included at least one banned substance and possibly a small bomb. Neville stood by the sword. He'd been standing by it for 10 minutes, not touching it, just looking. The ruby-studded hilt caught the candlelight and threw red sparks across his face. "Neville," Harry said. "It pulled itself out of the hat for you," Neville said. "In the Chamber of Secrets. Second year. The sword comes to any true Gryffindor in need." "Yeah. Do you think it'll come to me? If I need it?" "I think you've been a true Gryffindor since the day you stood up to us in first year and Dumbledore gave you the points that won the House Cup." Harry put his hand on Neville's shoulder. "Take the sword. Kill the snake. Come home." Neville reached out and closed his hand around the hilt. The sword rang, a clear, pure note, like a bell struck in an empty cathedral. The sound filled the room and vibrated in the stone and made the candles flare, and Neville Longbottom lifted the sword of Gryffindor and it fit his hand like it had been made for him. "Yeah," Neville said softly. "All right." Harry turned to Ron and Hermione. His best friends. His family, in every way that mattered. They stood side by side, and Harry saw what everyone else had been seeing for years, the way they orbited each other, the way Hermione's hand found Ron's sleeve without looking, the way Ron angled his body to shield her without thinking. "The Parseltongue phrase to breach the outer ward is open to the heir's command," Harry said. He spoke it in Parseltongue, the hissing, sliding syllables that had always felt alien in his mouth, and then repeated it 3 times while Hermione recorded the exact phonetics. "I can approximate it," Hermione said, studying her notes. "The Parseltongue ward won't require a true speaker, it's keyed to the sound, not the magical signature. Close enough should work. And if it doesn't? Then we blast through," Ron said. "Neville's got a sword, I've got 2 wands, and Hermione's got a bag that probably contains a war crime. We'll manage." Hermione swatted his arm. Ron grinned. "Dumbledore will draw the guards," Harry continued. "He said he'd engage them at the perimeter, create a window. You'll have minutes, not hours. Get in, find the snake, kill it, get out. Use the port key the instant the snake's dead. And if Dumbledore can't hold them, he will. Whatever it costs him." Harry's voice was rough. "He knows what's at stake." The room was quiet. 4 people standing at the edge of a precipice, looking down. "Midnight," Harry said. "Wednesday begins the extraction at midnight. The snake team moves at midnight. We hit both targets simultaneously. Synchronized Horcrux destruction," Ron said. "There's a sentence I never thought I'd say. When the extraction begins, Voldemort will feel it through the connection. He'll be consumed with it, his attention, his magic, his fear. That's your window. He won't be watching the Riddle House. He'll be trying to reach me." "And Wednesday keeps him out," Hermione said. "Wednesday keeps him out." Hermione nodded. She stepped forward and hugged Harry again, and this time the hug was different, not fierce but gentle, the kind of hug you give someone when you're not sure you'll see them again. "We'll be fine," she whispered. "All of us. We'll be fine. I know." She pulled back. Her eyes were wet. She wiped them briskly and turned to her bag, adjusting straps, checking contents, falling back into competence the way she always did when emotions threatened to overflow. Ron shook Harry's hand. The handshake lasted longer than either of them would have admitted. "Don't let the necromancer kill you. She prefers Wednesday. Don't let Wednesday kill you. I'll do my best." Neville sheathed the sword across his back. The weight of it settled him visibly, his shoulders squared, his spine straightened, and the last traces of the round-faced boy who'd lost his toad on the Hogwarts Express vanished like mist. "For my parents," Neville said. Not to Harry. To himself. A promise spoken aloud to make it real. They left at 10, 2 hours early, to reach Little Hangleton, scout the perimeter, and rendezvous with Dumbledore. Harry watched them go from the room's doorway. 3 figures in dark clothes, walking down the 7th-floor corridor toward the stairs, and not one of them looked back. The door closed. Harry stood alone in the room of requirement with Wednesday's ritual circle glowing behind him and 2 hours until midnight. Wednesday emerged from behind a shelf of books. She'd changed into the monastic black garment she used for necromantic work, sleeves belling at the wrists, her bone tools arranged in the leather case at her hip. Her hair was braided again, the twin braids, severe, practical, the hairstyle of someone preparing for surgery. "They'll succeed," she said. "You can't know that. I can extrapolate. Ron's tactical intelligence is exceptional. Hermione's defensive magic is graduate level. Neville has a personal motivation that transcends fear. And the sword of Gryffindor contains enough basilisk venom to kill anything short of a dragon." She paused. "They'll succeed. And if they don't? Then we find another way to kill the snake." "But they will." Harry turned from the door. The ritual circle waited, 12 feet of silver glowing runes, ancient and alien and thrumming with potential. At the center, a flat stone surface where he would lie. Beside it, Wednesday's tools. Around it, candles, black, arranged in a pattern that followed the Mortis script's geometry. 2 hours, Harry said. "I need to prepare you. The runes on your skin, they need to be drawn before the ritual begins. The ink takes time to bond with your magical signature." Harry sat on the stone surface. Wednesday opened her case and produced a small pot of ink, black, thick, with the earthy smell of graveyard soil and something metallic underneath. She dipped the bone stylus and began to draw. The runes went on his forehead first, circling the scar. Then down his temples, his jaw, the sides of his neck. Each rune tingled where it was drawn, not painful, but present, a vibration that sank through his skin and into whatever lived underneath. Wednesday worked in silence, her face close to his, her breath cool against his skin. Her focus was absolute, the flat, consuming attention she brought to everything that mattered. Harry held still and watched her eyes move across his face, mapping and marking, her fingers steady as stone. "The runes create a map," she said as she worked. "Each one connects to a node in the Horcrux's root system. When I activate the ritual, the runes will illuminate the fragment's tendrils, make them visible to my necromantic sight, so I can sever them individually." "How many tendrils?" "Hundreds. Possibly thousands. 16 years of growth, Harry. The fragment has woven itself through your magical core like roots through soil." She drew a rune beneath his left ear, a delicate, spiraling thing. "Each severance will be precise. Cut the tendril, cauterize the connection, move to the next. The fragment will fight, it will try to regrow the connections as fast as I cut them. That's why I need the bond's power. Speed and precision, simultaneously. And when all the tendrils are cut, the core fragment, the original piece that lodged in the scar, will be isolated. Disconnected from your magical core, unsupported, vulnerable. At that point, I extract it. Into the stone bowl. Into the bowl. And then it's over. Her stylus moved to his collarbone. You'll feel different after. Emptier. Not in a bad way, in the way a room feels after you've removed a piece of furniture that was always in the way. More space. More light. I've never known what it feels like to not have him in my head. You'll know tonight. She finished the runes at 11. Harry sat on the stone surface, covered in silver-black markings that glowed faintly in the candlelight, and felt the ancient notation resonating with his magic, tuning it, preparing it, like an orchestra tuning before a performance. Wednesday set down the stylus and inspected her work. Her gaze moved methodically across every rune, checking placement, checking resonance. When she was satisfied, she set the stone bowl beside the ritual surface and opened the bone case fully, arranging every tool in the precise order she'd need them. The obsidian needle. She held it up, black, polished, wickedly sharp, carved from volcanic glass and etched with runes so small Harry couldn't read them. This is the extraction tool. It will enter your scar and make direct contact with the fragment's core. When I activate it, it will act as a magnet, drawing the fragment out of you and into the bowl. Is it going to hurt? I already told you it would. I know. I'm asking again because I want to hear you not lie about it. Wednesday met his eyes. It will be the worst pain you've ever experienced. The fragment has been part of you since infancy. Removing it is not like removing a splinter. It's like removing a vital organ that was never supposed to be there but that your body has learned to rely on. Every nerve in your magical core will fire simultaneously. You will want to scream, and you should, suppressing pain wastes energy. You will want to make it stop, and you can't, I need you to endure it. The fragment will use the pain to try to convince you to resist the extraction. It will lie to you, as I said. It will show you things. What things? I don't know. Whatever you fear most. Whatever would make you fight me instead of fighting it. She held the needle between her fingers, perfectly balanced. This is why I need your promise. No matter what you see, no matter what you feel, no matter what the fragment tells you, you let me work. You don't resist. You don't fight me through the bond. You trust me. I trust you. Say it again. I trust you, Wednesday. She nodded. She placed the needle beside the bowl. She stood. 11:30, she said. 30 minutes. They stood in the circle of runes, in the room of requirement, in the castle that had been Harry's home for 6 years, and the silence between them was loaded with everything they hadn't said and might never say and couldn't afford to say now because words were too small for what they meant to each other. Wednesday. Yes. Whatever happens tonight. Whatever I lose. I need you to know that the bond is the best thing that's ever happened to me. The bond was involuntary. A cosmic accident triggered by a death artifact. I know. And it's still the best thing. Wednesday's mask was in place, flat, composed, impenetrable. But the bond was wide open, and through it Harry felt what she was feeling, and what she was feeling was vast and terrifying and unprecedented. Not love, she wouldn't call it that, might never call it that. Something larger. Something that included love the way the ocean includes a wave. You are the most infuriating person I've ever met, she said. You are reckless, emotionally unguarded, tactically impulsive, and you have a pathological inability to value your own survival. Okay. And I would burn the world to keep you alive. I want you to understand that. Not as metaphor. Not as sentiment. As fact. If the extraction threatens your life, I will stop it. If Voldemort breaches the bond, I will hold him. If the worst happens and everything falls apart, I will find a way. Because I am Wednesday Addams, and I do not lose things that matter to me. The room was very quiet. The runes glowed. The candles burned steady. That might be the most romantic thing anyone's ever said to me, Harry said. It wasn't romantic. It was a tactical commitment. It was romantic. It was not. Harry kissed her. It was not a gentle kiss. It was not a careful kiss. It was the kiss of two people who might not survive the night, who had spent 2 weeks circling each other like binary stars, who carried death and power and darkness in their hands and their hearts and had found, against all logic, that the darkness fit. Wednesday went rigid for half a second. Then her hand came up to the back of his neck and her fingers tightened in his hair and she kissed him back with the same focused, precise, consuming intensity she brought to everything, and the bond between them detonated. The runes in the circle blazed white. The candles flared to 3 times their height. The room of requirement shuddered, walls, floor, ceiling, the very fabric of the magical space vibrating at a frequency that was their frequency, the soul bond's frequency, the sound of 2 people choosing each other completely. They broke apart. Wednesday's eyes were wide, the first time Harry had ever seen her eyes wide, and her chest was heaving, and through the bond she was a supernova of sensation that she didn't have the vocabulary to process. "Well," she said. Her voice was unsteady. "That was, yeah." The bond responded. "Yeah. We should, perhaps save further experimentation for after the ritual." "Probably." They stood very close, breathing hard, and the runes slowly dimmed back to their steady silver glow, and the candles settled, and the room stopped shaking. 11:45, Wednesday said. 15 minutes. They separated. Wednesday returned to her tools, her movements slightly less precise than usual, a flush on her pale cheeks that she would deny under oath. Harry lay down on the stone surface and felt the runes align with his body, each one finding its corresponding node in his magical core, the map taking shape. Through the bond, he reached for the snake team. He couldn't communicate with them directly, the bond was between him and Wednesday only, but he could feel the direction, the distance. They were south. Moving. Alive. Be safe, he thought, and knew they couldn't hear him, and thought it anyway. 11:55. Wednesday stood over him. The bone tools were arranged at her right hand. The obsidian needle was in her left. The stone bowl waited at the circle's edge, runes dark and ready. "Open the bond," she said. "All the way." Harry opened. Everything. Every door, every curtain, every wall. He felt Wednesday rush in, her cold precision, her vast necromantic reach, her absolute control, and he felt himself pour into her, his raw power, his heat, his stubborn refusal to stay down. They mixed. They braided. They became the thing they'd been becoming since the veil chose them. Midnight. Wednesday activated the circle. The runes blazed to life, not silver now but white, blazing white, the color of the bond at full power. The light spread from the floor up through Harry's body, illuminating every rune drawn on his skin, and through Wednesday's necromantic sight, the Horcrux's root system became visible. Harry saw it through her eyes. The tendrils, dark, writhing, threaded through his magical core like parasitic vines. Hundreds of them. Thousands. They were everywhere, wrapped around his magical channels, embedded in his core's structure, woven into the very fabric of his power. 16 years of growth, 16 years of integration, and the fragment at the center of it all, pulsing like a dark heart behind his scar. The fragment felt the ritual's activation. It woke. Not the slow stirring Harry had felt before. A snap, instant, total, furious. The fragment recognized what was happening, and it fought. Pain hit Harry like a train. Every nerve in his body fired. His back arched off the stone surface and a sound came out of his mouth that wasn't a scream, it was too primal for screaming, a raw animal vocalization that bounced off the room's walls and made the candles gutter. The fragment was fighting the only way it knew how, through pain, through the nervous system it had colonized, trying to make the host too agonized to cooperate. Wednesday's hands found his scar. Cold poured in, her necromantic cold, precise and surgical, and the pain didn't stop but it focused, narrowing from a full-body assault to a concentrated blaze behind his forehead. "I'm beginning," Wednesday said. Her voice was the layered harmonic, the necromantic voice, the voice of authority, the voice that commanded the dead. "Hold on." She began cutting. The obsidian needle entered his scar. Not physically, it passed through his skin like a ghost through a wall, entering the magical space where the Horcrux lived. Harry felt it, a cold, sharp presence moving through his head, and then the first tendril was severed. The scream that came from inside his scar wasn't his. It was Voldemort's. The Dark Lord felt it, felt the needle, felt the severance, and his psychic assault hit the bond like a battering ram. Through the connection, across whatever distance separated them, Voldemort threw everything he had at Harry's mind, trying to reach through the Horcrux, trying to stop the extraction. Wednesday held. The bond's barrier, reinforced by her necromantic power, amplified by the ritual, caught Voldemort's assault and absorbed it. Harry felt the impact through the bond, felt Wednesday stagger under the weight of it, and then her cold fury crystallized and the barrier hardened and Voldemort's assault broke against it like a wave against a cliff. "You cannot have him," Wednesday thought, and the thought was directed at Voldemort, and through the bond's open channel and the Horcrux's dying connection, the Dark Lord heard her. "He is mine. The fragment is mine. And you are a broken thing clinging to stolen life, and I am going to take every piece of you apart." Voldemort's fury doubled. Tripled. He was pouring power through the connection, everything he had, the Elder One's amplification, his decades of dark magic, and it hit the bond and Wednesday held and the room of requirement shook. And Wednesday kept cutting. Tendril after tendril. Snip, cauterize, move. Snip, cauterize, move. Each severance was a flare of pain, sharp, bright, and then gone as the cauterization sealed the wound. Harry gritted his teeth so hard he felt something crack. His hands gripped the stone surface and his nails left scratches in the rock. The fragment fought differently now. Not just pain, images. Memories. The worst of Harry's life, dredged up and amplified and twisted. The cupboard under the stairs, but this time Uncle Vernon's hand on the door, locking it, and the dark pressing in, and no one coming, no one ever coming. "It's lying," Harry told himself. "It's lying." Cedric in the graveyard, but this time Harry wasn't there, and Cedric was calling for help, and the green light came and Harry could have stopped it but he didn't. "It's lying." Sirius falling through the veil, but this time Harry pushed him, Harry's hand on Sirius's chest, and the look on Sirius's face was betrayal, and the veil swallowed him and it was Harry's fault, it was always Harry's fault. "It's lying." "Harry." Wednesday's voice cut through the visions like a blade through fog. "Stay with me. It's lying. Everything it's showing you is a lie. I know. Keep going." She kept going. The tendrils fell, dozens, hundreds, the Horcrux's root system being dismantled with the relentless precision of a surgeon removing a cancer. Through the bond, Harry could feel the cost, Wednesday's energy draining, her magical reserves depleting, the sustained effort of simultaneously cutting tendrils, holding Voldemort at bay, and managing the bond's full power output. 1 hour. Half the tendrils gone. The fragment was weakening, its screams were thinner, its attacks less focused. But Voldemort's assault from outside was intensifying. The Dark Lord had realized what was happening and was committing everything. Every Death Eater with legitimacy training was feeding power through the connection, a psychic battering ram aimed at the bond. Wednesday's nose began to bleed. Black blood, as before. It dripped onto Harry's forehead, mixing with the rune ink, and the combination sizzled where it touched the scar. "Wednesday. You're bleeding. I'm aware. Don't distract me. You're draining too fast." I'm draining at the expected rate. The bond is compensating. But her voice was strained, and through the bond Harry could feel the edges of her reserves, not empty, not yet, but thinner than they should be. The sacrifice rune at the circle's center was glowing brighter. It was warming up. It was getting ready. Use me, Harry said. Take more from me. I have power, take it. I'm already taking, take more. I'd rather burn out my magical core than let that rune touch you. Wednesday looked at him. Her eyes were black, the full necromantic black, pupil and iris consumed, and her face was streaked with dark blood, and she was the most terrifyingly beautiful thing Harry had ever seen. She took more. The drain hit Harry like a punch to the chest. His vision blurred, his muscles went weak, his heartbeat stuttered. Power poured out of him through the bond, enormous, reckless, everything he had, and Wednesday caught it and shaped it and drove it into the extraction with devastating efficiency. The remaining tendrils fell in minutes. Snip, cauterize, gone. Snip, cauterize, gone. The fragment shrieked and thrashed and threw images and lies, and Voldemort hammered at the bond, and the sacrifice rune dimmed as the bond's amplified power surged past the crisis point. And then there were no more tendrils. The fragment, the core, the original piece, the shard of Voldemort's soul that had lodged in a baby's forehead 16 years ago, hung in the magical space behind Harry's scar, isolated, disconnected, alone. No roots. No support. No anchor. It screamed. Not with Voldemort's voice. With its own, thin, high, the sound of a piece of a soul that had been torn from its hole and abandoned in an infant's skull and had spent 16 years growing and adapting and becoming something that was neither Voldemort nor Harry but something trapped between. Wednesday raised the obsidian needle. The extraction tool. She pressed it to Harry's scar. Last step, she said. I'm pulling it out now. It will fight. Hold on. She pulled. The fragment came screaming out of Harry's scar. It was the worst pain of his life and it was the best moment of his life, and the two things were the same thing. The fragment ripped free like a tooth being pulled from bone, a tearing, wrenching, separation that went beyond physical pain into something existential, the feeling of losing a piece of yourself that you'd never wanted but that had become so familiar its absence was a shock. Harry screamed. The room screamed. The runes screamed. And through it all, Wednesday held the needle steady, guiding the fragment out of his scar and into the air, where it hung, a dark, writhing, miserable thing, barely human, the last piece of Tom Riddle to inhabit Harry Potter's body. It looked at Wednesday with eyes that were not eyes but the memory of eyes, and it said, in a voice that was not a voice, please. Wednesday guided it into the stone bowl. The runes activated. The fragment vanished into containment, and the bowl sealed, and the chamber went silent. Harry lay on the stone surface, breathing. Just breathing. The scar was, he reached up and touched it. It was just a scar. Raised skin, lightning-shaped, and behind it, nothing. No presence. No pressure. No Voldemort. No Horcrux. No dark passenger riding behind his eyes. He was alone in his own head for the first time in his life. The silence was enormous. It was oceanic. It was the most beautiful thing he'd ever experienced. Harry. Wednesday's voice was thin, exhausted, barely above a whisper. Harry, can you hear me? Yeah. His own voice was wrecked, raw, barely functional. Yeah, I can hear you. The extraction is complete. The fragment is contained. You're clean. A pause. Through the bond, still there, still strong, still theirs, he felt her relief. Not the cold, controlled emotion she usually permitted. Something raw and unguarded and so full of feeling that it nearly broke them both. You're clean, Harry. He sat up. It hurt. Everything hurt. His magical core felt like a crater, vast, empty, echoing. The Horcrux's absence was a physical void, and his magic was already rushing to fill it, realigning, restructuring, finding its new shape without the parasite it had carried since infancy. Wednesday was on her knees beside the stone surface. The black blood had streaked down her face and neck and stained the white collar of her garment. Her hands were shaking. Her eyes were still black, slowly fading back to their natural dark brown. She looked like someone who'd been to war and back, because she had. Harry reached for her. His hand found her face, cupped her cheek, smeared the blood, didn't care. Through the bond, he poured everything he had left, not power, there was none left to give, just himself. His gratitude. His amazement. His absolute, bone-deep conviction that this girl, this strange, terrifying, extraordinary girl, had just saved his life in a way no one else could have, and that he would spend whatever life remained trying to be worthy of it. Wednesday's eyes closed. She leaned into his hand. The mask was gone, not cracked, not shifted, but gone, dissolved by the ritual's extremity, by the bond's full communion, by the simple fact that you cannot hold a person's soul in your hands and maintain a pretense. "We did it," she whispered. "You did it. The bond did it. We are the bond." Her eyes opened. "Brown, not black. Human. We need to check the snake team. I can feel, through the residual Horcrux network, something happened. The network is changing." Harry reached for the bond's broader sense. The Horcrux network, the web of connections between Voldemort's soul fragments, had been part of his awareness since the bond formed. Now, with his own fragment removed, the network was visible from outside rather than inside. He could feel the remaining pieces, the contained fragments in the stone bowls, the ring's destroyed echo, and the snake. The snake's signature was flickering. "They're fighting," Harry said. "The snake, it's active, agitated. The team is there." "Voldemort?" Harry reached deeper. The Dark Lord's presence was a storm at the edge of the network, raging, thrashing, trying to reach the fragments that were being systematically destroyed. But he was far away, at the manor, and the bond's barrier was still holding even after the extraction, and he couldn't. "He's stuck," Harry said. He felt the extraction. He felt his Horcrux die. "He's panicking. Throwing everything at the bond, at the connection. But the connection is gone. I'm not a Horcrux anymore. He's screaming at a deadline." "Good. Then the snake team has their window." They waited. There was nothing else to do, no way to help, no way to communicate, no way to do anything but sit in the ritual circle and feel the Horcrux network convulse. 5 minutes. The snake's signature flickered. 10 minutes. It flickered harder. 12 minutes. The snake's signature went out. Harry gasped. Through the remnants of the Horcrux network, he felt it, the last external fragment dying, the soul piece in Nagini severed from its host, destroyed by basilisk venom delivered through a goblin-forged blade. The network, what remained of it, collapsed. The connections between fragments dissolved. The contained pieces in the stone bowls went inert. The ring's echo faded. Voldemort's scream was audible through the bond's residual connection, a psychic shriek of pure anguish that crossed hundreds of miles and hit Harry and Wednesday like a physical force. Not pain. Not this time. Something worse than pain. The sound of a man who'd built his entire existence on the premise of immortality discovering that every anchor was gone, every safety net removed, every failsafe destroyed. Tom Marvolo Riddle was mortal. And he knew it. "It's done," Harry said. "Neville killed the snake. It's done." Wednesday slumped. Actually, genuinely slumped, her posture collapsing, her rigid control finally giving way to the physical reality of having spent 2 hours performing the most demanding necromantic working of her life. She caught herself on one hand, breathing hard, and for a moment she looked exactly like what she was, a 17-year-old girl who'd pushed herself past every limit to save someone she cared about. Harry pulled her close. She didn't resist, another first. She leaned against him, her head against his shoulder, her breath warm through his shirt, and the bond between them settled into something new. Quieter. Deeper. The frantic energy of the extraction was gone, replaced by a steady, profound hum that felt like permanence. "The sacrifice rune," Harry said. "It lit up during the extraction. It activated partially. Standard. The bond covered the deficit." "How partially?" A pause. "Partially enough that I'll need to sleep for approximately 16 hours and may not be able to perform major necromantic workings for a week. But you're okay. I'm alive. I'm functional. I'm holding you." Another pause, longer. "I'm okay." They sat in the circle of dying runes, in the room of requirement, and the castle was quiet around them, and somewhere far away a dark lord wept with rage and terror, and somewhere closer 3 friends were holding a sword covered in snake blood and reaching for a port key, and the war was still coming, but the hardest part, the impossible part, the part that required 2 people to become one and tear a soul from a living body, was done. Harry pressed his face against Wednesday's hair. She smelled like graveyard earth and black candle wax and something underneath that was just her. "One more," he said. "One more. Voldemort himself. A mortal man with an army. We've got an army too. We've got something better. We've got each other." The room of requirement wrapped around them, warm, dark, safe, and the bond hummed its steady song, and they rested. They'd earned it. The snake team arrived through the port key at 12:47 a.m. Harry and Wednesday were in the infirmary. Madame Pomfrey had descended on them the moment they'd emerged from the room, clucking and casting diagnostics and forcing potions into their hands with the ferocity of a woman who'd been patching up heroes for decades and was thoroughly tired of it. The port key deposited 3 people on the infirmary floor in a tangle of limbs and dark clothing. Ron hit the ground first, rolling, coming up with his wand drawn, muscle memory from a night of combat. Hermione landed on top of him with a yelp. Neville landed last, on his feet, the sword of Gryffindor in his hand, its blade covered in something dark and viscous that was not quite blood. "It's done," Neville said. He was shaking. His face was pale, scratched, smeared with dirt and sweat. His robes were torn and there was a deep gash on his left arm that was bleeding freely. But his eyes were blazing. "The snake's dead." Ron stood, pulling Hermione up with him. He was intact, bruised, limping slightly, a burn on his right hand that looked like the aftermath of a deflected curse. Hermione had a cut above her eye and her hair had reached a state of disarray that transcended mere dishevelment and entered the realm of mythological. "Dumbledore?" Harry asked. His voice was still raw from the extraction. Ron's face changed. He drew the guards. Engaged them at the perimeter. Gave us the window we needed. Ron swallowed. "Harry, he fought 4 Death Eaters at once. With one hand. The other one, the cursed one, it was completely dead. Just hanging there. But he fought them. Held them off for 6 minutes while we got inside. And we got in." Used the Parseltongue phrase, Hermione nailed it, first try. The wards dropped. "We found the snake in the upstairs room." Ron's jaw tightened. It was big, Harry. And fast. And smart. It knew we were coming. Neville went for it with the sword and the snake dodged and bit him, the arm, Neville said, glancing at his bleeding gash. "Got me with a fawn. Madame Pomfrey's going to have a fit." And Hermione shielded him and I stunned the snake but the stunner barely slowed it down and it came at Hermione and Ron stopped. Breathed. I tackled a 12-foot magical snake. Full body tackle. Got my arms around it. And Neville took the head off. You tackled the snake, Wednesday said. It was going for Hermione. I wasn't thinking. You were absolutely thinking, Hermione said. Her voice was thick, her eyes red. You calculated the angle and the distance and you chose the option with the highest probability of success. Don't pretend it was impulse. Ron looked at her. Something moved between them, something that had been building for years, and Ron said, Hermione. Yes. Shut up. He kissed her. In the infirmary, in front of everyone, covered in snake blood and dirt, Ron Weasley kissed Hermione Granger, and Hermione grabbed the front of his ruined shirt and kissed him back with the desperation of someone who'd waited 6 years for this particular idiot to do this particular thing. Neville coughed. Madame Pomfrey huffed. Harry grinned, a real grin, the first one in what felt like years. Wednesday's hand found his under the infirmary blankets. She squeezed once. Through the bond, finally. And Dumbledore? Harry asked again, when Ron and Hermione had separated and were both pretending to be very interested in their injuries. Ron's face sobered. He got hit. Multiple times. But he was still standing when we left. He told us to go, to use the port key. He said, Ron's voice cracked. He said, tell Harry I'm proud of him. Tell him the end is close. And tell Miss Addams that she was right about the necromancer. Harry closed his eyes. The relief and the fear fought in his chest, relief that Dumbledore had survived, fear at what surviving had cost him, grief for what was coming regardless. He's on his way back, Hermione said. He apparat to the Hog's Head. Aberforth is with him. He'll be at the castle by morning. If the curse hasn't, Harry stopped. He couldn't finish the sentence. We'll see him in the morning, Wednesday said. Tonight, we rest. All of us. Madame Pomfrey. All of you, in beds, now, Pomfrey said, her voice brooking no argument. I've got a snake bite to treat, a magical core depletion to monitor, and what appears to be the aftermath of a full necromantic extraction, which I've never treated before and which is going in my journal whether you like it or not. She was already moving, potions and bandages appearing from her supplies. Beds. Now. All of you. They slept in the infirmary, all 5 of them, lined up in adjacent beds, too tired and too relieved and too close to what they'd survived to be apart. Madame Pomfrey treated Neville's snakebite, the venom was mild, the fong hadn't gone deep, and bandaged Ron's burns and healed Hermione's cut and fussed over Harry's magical depletion and stared at Wednesday's readings with naked bewilderment. Your magical signature is completely restructured, Pomfrey told Wednesday. The extraction altered your core. Both of your cores. She looked between them. Your bond has deepened. Significantly. I've never seen readings like this. Is it dangerous? Harry asked. Dangerous? Mr. Potter, your combined magical output is registering at a level I've only seen in 3 individuals in my entire career, and 2 of them were Dumbledore. Pomfrey shook her head. It's not dangerous to you. It might be dangerous to anyone who gets in your way. Wednesday's mouth did the thing that wasn't quite a smile. They slept. And the infirmary was dark and quiet, and the bond was steady, and 5 people who'd torn a Dark Lord's immortality to shreds rested in the knowledge that tomorrow, the real fight would begin. No more Horcruxes. No more fragments. No more safety nets. Just Voldemort, mortal, furious, desperate, and more dangerous than ever. And Harry Potter, clean, whole, bonded, and ready. Chapter 7, What Death Cannot Divide. Dumbledore died on a Tuesday. Not in battle. Not in a blaze of glory or a last stand or any of the dramatic endings that the wizarding world would later invent for him. He died in his office, in his chair, with Fawkes on his shoulder and his blackened hand resting on his desk and the afternoon light coming through the window and making his half-moon spectacles glow. Harry found him. He'd come to report on the Horcrux status, all fragments contained or destroyed, the network collapsed, Voldemort confirmed mortal, and the door to the office was open, which was unusual, and the staircase was still, which was wrong, and when Harry walked in, the old wizard was sitting behind his desk with his eyes closed and a small smile on his face and the particular, unmistakable stillness of a body that no longer contained a person. The curse had taken him. Not suddenly, Dumbledore had felt it coming for weeks, had known with the clinical certainty of a man who understood magic at its deepest levels that his time had a definite edge. He'd chosen his chair. He'd chosen his phoenix. He'd chosen to go quietly, in the golden light, with his work done. Harry stood in the doorway and felt nothing. Not grief. Not shock. Not anger. Nothing. A vast, white, empty nothing that filled his chest and his throat and his head, and the bond thrummed with Wednesday's immediate, sharp awareness. She felt the nothing, felt its depth, and she was moving, he could feel her moving through the castle, coming to him. Fawkes opened his eyes. The phoenix looked at Harry with an ancient, sorrowful gaze, and then he opened his beak and sang. The song was unlike any phoenix song Harry had heard. It wasn't comfort. It wasn't grief. It was a farewell, a sound that contained centuries of partnership, of trust, of a man and a magical creature who had loved each other in the way that only beings of fundamentally different natures can love, imperfectly, with vast gaps of misunderstanding, and with absolute fidelity. Wednesday arrived. She stood beside Harry in the doorway and looked at Dumbledore's body, and her face was the mask, flat, composed, impenetrable, but through the bond, Harry felt her assessment shift from clinical to something deeper. She hadn't loved Dumbledore. She'd respected him, argued with him, been frustrated by him, and ultimately acknowledged that his flaws were the flaws of a man who cared too much and controlled too much because caring and controlling were the only tools he trusted. "He's been dead approximately 40 minutes, Wednesday said. Her necromantic sense was precise. The curse consumed the last of his magical reserves. It was peaceful. As these things go. Can you?" Harry's voice broke. "Is there anything?" "No. This isn't like the Veil." He wasn't moved, he was released. His soul has already departed. Wednesday paused. Properly. Completely. Wherever it goes, he's there. Harry stepped into the office. His legs moved him forward without his permission, and he stood beside the desk and looked at the face that had been the center of his world for 6 years, the long nose, the crooked bridge, the lines that mapped a century of laughter and sorrow and terrible decisions made with good intentions. "You could have told me," Harry said. "To the body. To the air. To whatever remained. You could have told me everything from the beginning. Instead of the hints and the tests and the careful revelations. I would have been ready." The body didn't answer. Fawkes sang. Wednesday moved to stand beside Harry. She didn't touch him. She didn't speak. She was simply there, a cold, steady presence at his shoulder, an anchor in the white nothing. "He left something," Wednesday said. She was looking at the desk. Beneath Dumbledore's good hand, his left, the one that hadn't been cursed, a sealed envelope, addressed in the familiar purple ink. Harry picked it up. The seal was Hogwarts' crest. He opened it. "Harry, if you're reading this, the curse has finished its work, and I have finished mine. Don't grieve too long, I've had a remarkable innings, and the last act, thanks to you and Miss Addams, was the most interesting of all. The Horcruxes are gone. Tom is mortal. What remains is the hardest part, not because it requires great magic, but because it requires great courage. You must face him, Harry. Not because of the prophecy is just a prediction, and predictions are not commands. You must face him because you are the only person who can look Tom Riddle in the eye and show him what he could have been. What love and choice and sacrifice can build, that fear and cruelty cannot. I made many mistakes with you. I kept too much. I said too little. I treated you as a piece on a board when you deserved to be treated as a person. Miss Addams was right about that, as she was right about most things, which I found enormously irritating and deeply reassuring. The Elder Wand is yours. It passed to you when you disarmed Draco, who disarmed me, a chain of ownership that Tom will not anticipate. Use it or don't. You don't need it. You have something better. You have Wednesday. And she has you. And that bond, involuntary, impossible, magnificent, is the thing Tom Riddle has never understood and never will. Not love, exactly. Something beyond love. The choice to be fully known by another person and to remain, despite everything, yourself. Go well, Harry. I am so very proud of you. Albus Harry read the letter twice. Then he folded it and put it in his pocket and stood very still and let the grief come. It came like weather, not a storm but a change in pressure, a slow, heavy settling that pushed the air out of his lungs and the strength out of his legs. He sat in the chair opposite Dumbledore's desk and put his face in his hands and wept. Wednesday stood beside him. Her hand found his shoulder and rested there, light, cool, present. She didn't speak. She didn't offer comfort or platitudes or the kind of hollow reassurances that people offered when they didn't know what else to say. She stood with her hand on his shoulder and let him grieve, and through the bond she held the perimeter of his pain, keeping it from consuming him, giving it shape and boundary so it could be felt and survived. Fawkes sang until the psalm was done. Then the phoenix burst into flame, a sudden, brilliant conflagration that filled the office with golden light and heat, and when the flames died, a tiny, ugly chick sat in a pile of ashes on its perch, blinking up at Harry with wet, newborn eyes. Rebirth. The cycle continuing. The fire that consumed and the life that emerged. Harry wiped his face. He stood. We need to tell the school, he said. McGonagall first. She'll take over as head. She'll handle the announcement. And then Voldemort comes. He'll feel Dumbledore's death, he's been monitoring the castle, probing the wards. The moment the headmaster's magical signature drops from the ward structure, Voldemort will know. How long? Hours. Maybe less. He's desperate. His Horcruxes are gone, his snake is dead, and the most powerful wizard in Britain just died. He'll see it as an opening. It's a closing. For him. Wednesday looked at him. Through the bond, a question, not words, but a searching, an assessment of where Harry was, what he was capable of, whether the grief had broken something or forged something. Harry met her eyes. The grief was there. It would be there for a long time. But underneath it, deeper than grief, deeper than loss, the thing that had always been at the center of Harry Potter, the stubborn, reckless, indestructible refusal to stay down, was burning. I'm ready, he said. I know, she said. They left the office together. Behind them, Fawkes chirped once, a thin, baby sound, and the portraits of former headmasters wept in their frames, and Albus Dumbledore sat in his chair with his small smile and his still hands and was, at last, at rest. McGonagall took it like a blow. She stood in her office, she'd have to move into Dumbledore's office soon, Harry thought, and the thought was small and absurd and devastating, and she listened to Harry tell her, and her face did the thing that McGonagall's face did when the world cracked, it went completely still, and behind the stillness, something vast and private moved, and then the stillness hardened into steel. The school will be informed at dinner, McGonagall said. Her voice was Edinburgh granite. In the meantime, I'm activating the full castle defense protocols. If you know who, if Voldemort, is coming, we will be ready. He'll bring everyone, Harry said. This is his endgame. He's mortal and he knows it and he'll throw everything at us to make it stop. Then everything will be met. McGonagall's wand came up and a silver tabby cat erupted from the tip and streaked through the wall. Then another. Then 6 more, firing like missiles toward every order member, every ally, every adult wizard and witch who had sworn to fight. The order is activated. The DA is activated. Any student of age who wishes to fight will be given the opportunity. Any student who wishes to leave will be evacuated through the Hog's Head tunnel. The younger students will be evacuated first. Non-negotiable. McGonagall looked at Harry with eyes that were red-rimmed but dry. This is your fight, Potter. I've known it since the prophecy. But this castle is my responsibility, and I will defend it and every person in it with everything I have. I know you will, Professor. Minerva. Her voice softened by a fraction. Under the circumstances, I think Minerva will do. Harry nodded. The lump in his throat made speaking difficult. Wednesday had been standing by the door, letting Harry handle the notification, but now she stepped forward. The castle's wards are anchored to the headmaster's office. With Dumbledore gone, they'll weaken unless a new anchor is established. I'm aware, McGonagall said. The headmaster's office will recognize me as acting head within the hour. The wards will hold. They'll hold against conventional assault. Voldemort isn't conventional. He'll have the Elder Wand, or he'll believe he does. He doesn't, Harry said. Both women looked at him. Dumbledore's letter. The Elder Wand's allegiance passed to Draco when Draco disarmed Dumbledore on the astronomy tower, the night Dumbledore confronted him about the cabinet. And I disarmed Draco during a practice duel last week. The Elder Wand is mine. McGonagall blinked. Wednesday tilted her head. Wand lore, Wednesday said. The allegiance follows the disarmer, not the wand itself. Voldemort will take the wand from Dumbledore's body, but it won't work for him. Not fully. Not against you. Does Voldemort know this? No. And that's our advantage. The pieces were falling into place. Not neatly, war was never neat, but with the grinding, inevitable logic of a game reaching its final moves. Voldemort, mortal and desperate, would come to Hogwarts with everything he had. He would take the Elder Wand, expecting it to make him invincible. He would face Harry, expecting the wand to give him the edge. And the wand would betray him. We need to prepare, Harry said. The castle, the grounds, everything. McGonagall was already moving. You prepare. I'll handle the castle. She paused at the door. And Potter, Harry, whatever happens tonight, you should know that Albus always said you were the bravest person he'd ever known. And he knew Gryffindor. She left. The tartan dressing gown billowed behind her, and her stride was long and certain, and she did not look back. The afternoon was controlled chaos. The castle mobilized with the strange, focused energy of a community preparing for the worst while hoping for the best. Older students reinforced the entrance hall, conjuring barricades from stone and wood. Professors layered defensive charms over every window and door. The suits of armor, activated by McGonagall, marched to their defensive positions with a clanking purpose that was almost cheerful. Younger students were evacuated through the tunnel behind the Hog's Head portrait, a steady stream of frightened faces, some crying, some brave, all of them too young for what was coming. Ginny organized the evacuation with the fierce efficiency of a general, counting heads, calming first years, physically shoving a pair of reluctant fourth years through the tunnel when they insisted they wanted to fight. Luna stood at the entrance to the tunnel with a calm smile, handing each departing student a small object, a pebble, a button, a folded piece of paper, and telling them, for luck. The Nargles say it'll be fine. Nobody questioned Luna's distribution of protective trinkets. Several students clutched them like lifelines. Ron and Hermione worked the tactical layout. They'd spent the morning in the room of requirement with the castle's floor plans, identifying choke points, kill zones, defensive positions. Ron's chess brain had shifted fully into warfare mode. Every corridor was a lane of fire, every classroom a fallback position, every staircase an opportunity. The main assault will come from the grounds, Ron said, pointing to the map spread across a table in the entrance hall. Around him stood the DA's senior members, Ginny, Neville, Dean, Seamus, the Patil twins, Ernie Macmillan, Hannah Abbott. The gates are the obvious entry point. Voldemort will throw bodies at the front while sending strike teams through the flanks. The Forbidden Forest, Hermione added. He'll use the tree line for cover. Greyback's pack will come through the forest, they know the terrain. Then we need people in the forest, Neville said. We have people in the forest. Ron allowed himself a thin smile. Hagrid's brother Grop is in the forest. So are the centaurs. And I sent a message to Charlie this morning, he's been working the Romanian Dragon Reserve, and he's bringing friends. Friends as in people or friends as in dragons? Dean asked. Yes, Ron said. The preparation continued. Harry moved through it all with a focus that burned the grief into fuel. He checked wards with McGonagall. He coordinated with Kingsley, who'd arrived with a squad of Aurors and the blunt statement that the Ministry could go hang, he was here to fight, and anyone who tried to stop him could take it up with his wand. Snape was absent. Harry noticed, and the noticing carried a complicated weight. Snape had disappeared the night of the extraction, gone, presumably, to maintain his cover with Voldemort. Whether he'd return as ally or enemy was an open question that Harry couldn't afford to spend energy on. Draco was in the castle. He'd stayed, refused evacuation, refused to leave. He stood in the entrance hall with his wand in his hand and his Slytherin robes and an expression that dared anyone to question his presence. My mother is safe because of you, he said when Harry passed. This is where I need to be. Harry nodded. No words necessary. Wednesday spent the afternoon with her bone tools. Not preparing a ritual this time, preparing herself. She stood in the room of requirement with her leather case open and her tools arranged in a pattern that Harry recognized as the Mortis script configuration for combat necromancy. The inferi from the cave, she said. I released them, told them to rest. But there are others. Battlefields around Britain are full of the unquiet dead. Old wars. Old casualties. If I reach out through the bond's amplified range, I can call them. Call them to fight. Call them to defend. The dead of Hogwarts, there have been battles here before. The Founders' Era, the Goblin Rebellions, the First War against Voldemort. There are dead in these grounds who fell defending this castle, and they'll answer a necromancer's call if the call is sincere. Raising an army of the dead. Raising a defense of the dead. People who chose to fight for this place when they were alive. I'm offering them the chance to fight for it again. Harry looked at her. She was pale, the extraction had cost her more than she'd admitted, and a week of recovery had not been enough, and tonight she'd be fighting at full capacity regardless. The bond between them was steady, but he could feel the cracks at her edges, the places where her reserves were thin. The hide, he said. Wednesday's hand stilled on her tools. What about it? Tonight. In combat. With the bond at full power and you pushing your limits. The hide's going to wake up. Probably. Can you hold it? I've always held it. Wednesday. Can you hold it tonight? She looked at him. The mask was in place, but behind it, through the bond, he saw the truth. She wasn't sure. The extraction had drained her. The bond's amplification meant the hide had more fuel than ever. In the extremity of combat, with death and violence and the full fury of a Dark Lord bearing down on them, the hide would surge, and she'd need to hold it and fight Voldemort's forces and raise the dead and channel the bond, all simultaneously. I'll hold it, she said. But if I can't, if I tell you to run, I won't run. Harry, I won't run from you. Not from any part of you. The hide is yours, Wednesday. It's part of you. And you're part of me. Whatever happens tonight, we face it together. All of it. Wednesday closed her bone case. She stood, and they faced each other in the room of requirement, and the bond between them was a living thing, warm and cold, bright and dark, steady as a spine. "Together," she said. "Together." Voldemort came at dusk. The sun was setting behind the mountains, painting the sky in bruised purple and bleeding gold, when the castle's wards screamed. Not metaphorically, the ancient protections around Hogwarts had a voice, and when a force sufficient to challenge their existence pressed against them, they cried out, a sound that resonated in the stone and the air and the bones of everyone inside. Harry was on the astronomy tower. He'd come here deliberately, the highest point, the best view, the place where he could see the full scope of what was coming. And what was coming was an army. They emerged from the tree line like a tide, dark robes, silver masks, the organized ranks of Voldemort's Death Eaters in full wartime deployment. Hundreds of them. Not just the inner circle, the outer ranks, the sympathizers, the opportunists, the desperate and the fanatical. Giants strode among them, 3 of them, their massive bodies silhouetted against the sunset. Greyback's pack ran at the flanks, grey shapes moving through the shadows, faster than humans, hungrier. And above it all, circling like vultures, the Dementors, dozens of them, a black cloud of despair that dimmed the twilight and turned the warm evening air to frost. At the center of the army, a figure in black robes. Pale face. Red eyes. The Elder Wand in his hand, Dumbledore's wand, taken from a dead man's fingers. Voldemort looked up at the castle. And even at this distance, Harry felt his gaze, not through the scar, not through the Horcrux that was no longer there. Through simple, terrible recognition. 2 enemies, seeing each other across a battlefield, knowing that one of them would not leave it. Wednesday stood beside Harry on the tower. The wind caught her braids and her black robes and she looked out at the army with the flat, assessing gaze she turned on everything. Approximately 300 combatants, she said. 12 Dementors. 3 giants. 1 werewolf pack. And him. She paused. He looks smaller than I expected. He always does. Until he starts casting. We have 143 defenders. 30 Order members. 40 DA students. The Auror contingent. The staff. And, she raised her hands. The ground trembled. Not the castle. The ground, the earth itself, the soil and stone and bedrock of Hogwarts, the ground that held 1,000 years of history and 1,000 years of dead. Wednesday reached down through it with her necromancy, amplified by the bond, and she called. Not with words. With intent. With the cold, resonant authority of a necromancer at the peak of her power, bonded to the most powerful wizard of his generation, standing on ground that was soaked in magical death. They answered. The earth split. Not violently, gently, like a door opening, like a blanket being lifted. And they came up. Dozens. Then scores. Then hundreds. The dead of Hogwarts. They were not inferi. Inferi were crude, mindless, driven by the dark magic that animated them. These were called, summoned with respect, offered a choice, and they had chosen to rise. Soldiers from the First War, wizards and witches who had fallen defending this castle against Voldemort's first army. Founders-era warriors, ancient and terrible, clad in armor that was more memory than metal. Ghosts made solid by Wednesday's power, translucent but present, their wands reformed from ectoplasm and will. They formed ranks. They faced the approaching army. And they waited. On the grounds below, the defenders of Hogwarts watched the dead rise and join their lines, and the sound that came from them was not fear. It was awe. How, Harry breathed. They were waiting, Wednesday said. Her voice was strained, the working was enormous, draining, pushing her reserves to their edge. They've been waiting for centuries. The dead who fall defending a place leave an imprint, a willingness, a standing offer. All they needed was someone who spoke their language. The dead numbered close to 200. Transparent, glowing faintly, they stood among the living defenders and the effect was stunning, an army of the present and the past, united by the castle they'd all sworn to protect. From the approaching army, a ripple of uncertainty. The Death Eaters had expected to face students and teachers, not an army that included the literal dead. Several of the outer-rank fighters faltered. The giants slowed. Even the Dementors seemed to hesitate, confused by the presence of called dead, souls that had chosen to return, that were neither alive nor departed, that existed in the liminal space that was Wednesday's domain. Voldemort's voice cut across the grounds. Magically amplified, it carried to every ear. Harry Potter. The words were ice and fire and the terrible, seductive power of a voice that had commanded thousands. You have taken my Horcruxes. You have destroyed my anchors. You have meddled in magic beyond your understanding. A pause. I have come for what is mine. Surrender yourself, and I will spare this castle. Refuse, and everyone in it dies. The castle was silent. Every defender, living and dead, turned to Harry. Harry looked at Wednesday. She looked back. Through the bond, a current of absolute certainty, not hope, not faith, but the cold, structural knowledge of two people who had weighed the odds and accepted them. Harry stepped to the edge of the astronomy tower and cast Sonorous on his throat. Tom. His voice boomed across the grounds, and the use of the name, the real name, the orphan's name, the human name, hit Voldemort like a slap. Harry saw him flinch. Even at this distance. Your Horcruxes are gone. Every single one. The diary, the ring, the diadem, the locket, the cup, the snake, and the piece you left in my scar, gone. You're mortal, Tom. As mortal as the day you were born. And the wand in your hand, Dumbledore's wand, the Elder Wand, it doesn't belong to you. A murmur ran through Voldemort's army. The Dark Lord's hand tightened on the Elder Wand. The wand's allegiance follows the disarmer, Harry continued. Draco Malfoy disarmed Dumbledore. I disarmed Draco. The Elder Wand is mine. When you try to use it against me, it won't kill me. It can't. You're standing in front of your army holding a weapon that has already betrayed you. The silence was vast. The sunset was dying, the sky darkening from gold to deep blue, and the first stars were appearing. Come and try, Harry said. I'll be waiting. He cancelled the sonorous charm. The echo of his voice faded. Below, Voldemort stood motionless, and the army behind him was very, very still. Then Voldemort raised the Elder Wand and screamed, "Attack!" and the world split open. The Battle of Hogwarts began with the giants. They came first, 3 of them, massive, stupid, and virtually impervious to standard hexes. They crashed through the outer wards like a wall through wet paper, and the ground shook, and the defenders on the ground scattered. McGonagall's response was instantaneous. She animated every suit of armor in the castle, hundreds of them, clanking metal soldiers that poured from the doors and formed a line. Charge, she shouted, and they did, a metallic tide that hit the giants at knee level and swarmed. One giant went down, tangled in armor, thrashing. The other 2 kept coming. From the forest, Grop emerged. Hagrid's brother was smaller than the attacking giants but faster and considerably angrier, and he hit the nearest giant with a boulder the size of a car. The impact sent the giant staggering into its companion, and the 2 of them collapsed in a heap of limbs and outrage. The Dementors swept in next, a black wave that came over the castle walls like a shadow made solid. The cold hit the defenders, and despair followed, and students who'd been ready to fight found their courage draining, their wands lowering, their worst memories surging. Harry cast the Patronus. Not the stag. Something new. The bond was fully open. Harry's power poured through it, and Wednesday's necromancy shaped it, and the Patronus that erupted from his wand was not silver. It was white, blinding, burning white, the color of the bond itself. And it wasn't a stag. It was both of them, Two shapes, intertwined, one that galloped and one that walked, light and dark braided together into something that had no name and no precedent. The Patronus expanded. It grew. It filled the sky above the castle like a second sun, and the Dementors hit it and broke. Not scattered, broke. The white light of the Bon Patronus tore through them like fire through paper, and the Dementors screamed, actually screamed, a sound that no one had ever heard from them before, and they dissolved. One by one. Then in clusters. Then all of them, a dozen ancient horrors unmade by a light that was neither love nor death but something between that was stronger than both. The night sky cleared. The stars shone through. And the cold lifted, and the defenders of Hogwarts felt hope return like blood to frozen limbs. The Death Eaters came then, the main force, masked and robed, pouring through the broken wards in a black tide. Spellfire erupted along the entire perimeter, red and green and white and purple, hexes and curses and shields and counter-curses, the full, terrible vocabulary of magical combat. Harry and Wednesday descended from the tower. Not by stairs, Harry jumped, and Wednesday jumped with him, and the bond caught them, slowing their fall with a burst of combined magic that set them gently on the ground in the middle of the defenders' line. They fought. It was different from Hogsmeade. Hogsmeade had been a skirmish, fast, contained, survivable. This was war. The Death Eaters came in waves, and behind them Greyback's pack hit the flank, and the sounds were enormous, explosions, screams, the cracking of stone, the roaring of spells too powerful to be cast silently. Harry moved through the battle like a force of nature. The bond amplified everything, his speed, his power, his awareness. He could feel every combatant on the field through Wednesday's necromantic sense, and he cast with a precision and force that was beyond anything he'd been capable of 2 weeks ago. Stunners that hit like freight trains. Shields that held against killing curses. And the bond's combined attack, the red gold wrapped in black silver, that cut through Death Eater defenses like they were made of tissue. Wednesday fought differently. She stood near the castle entrance, both hands raised, and she held the dead. 200 risen spirits, fighting alongside the living, their transparent forms absorbing curses and returning fire with ghostly wands that cast ghostly spells that hurt just as much as the real thing. She was the conductor of a spectral orchestra, and every dead defender moved at her command, covering gaps, reinforcing lines, pulling wounded students to safety with insubstantial hands that were somehow strong enough to carry. The cost was visible. Blood, black, ran from her nose. Her hands trembled. The hide stirred behind her eyes, a heat that Harry felt through the bond, growing warmer with every spell that was thrown, every death that occurred within her range. Neville fought near the bridge, the sword of Gryffindor in one hand, his wand in the other. He'd found his element, the chaos of battle stripped away everything uncertain and left only the steel underneath. He dueled 2 Death Eaters simultaneously, the sword deflecting curses that his shield missed, and when Greyback came for him, the werewolf, thawed from Wednesday's ice, hungry for revenge, Neville didn't run. He planted his feet and swung the sword, and the basilisk venom in the blade opened a gash across Greyback's chest that burned like acid, and the werewolf howled and fled. Ron commanded the defensive line from the courtyard, moving people like chess pieces. Seamus, left flank, now, Dean, cover the gap, Ernie, fall back to the second line. His voice carried over the chaos, steady, certain, and the fighters listened because Ron Weasley in a crisis was a general born, and everyone who'd ever underestimated him was revising that assessment in real time. Hermione anchored the defensive wards, pouring power into the castle's weakening shields, patching gaps as Death Eaters breached them, improvising ward configurations that shouldn't have worked but did because Hermione Granger didn't accept the word shouldn't. She stood at the castle entrance, wand blazing, and anyone who tried to pass her didn't. Ginny led a squad of DA fighters along the upper battlements, raining spells down on the attacking force with devastating accuracy. Luna fought beside her, and Luna's fighting style was unique. She cast spells that Harry had never heard of, that might not have existed before she cast them, that did things like turn a Death Eater's robes into a flock of butterflies and make the ground beneath another one's feet temporarily convinced it was a trampoline. They weren't combat spells. They didn't need to be. They were chaos incarnate, and chaos was more destabilizing than any curse. Draco fought. He'd taken a position on the castle's right flank, where the Slytherin dormitories bordered the grounds, and he fought with the desperate precision of a boy who'd spent a year learning dark magic and was now using it against the people who'd taught him. His targets were specific: Crabbe's father, Goyle's father, the Death Eaters who'd sat at his family's table and planned atrocities while his mother served tea. He fought them with a fury that was personal and surgical, and when Bellatrix found him, the confrontation was not what anyone expected. Draco. Bellatrix shrieked, and her voice was madness and betrayal and the particular rage of a zealot discovering a heretic in their own family. Traitor! Your mother, where is she? What have you done? She's safe, Draco said. His voice was steady. She's out. And you'll never touch her again. Bellatrix screamed and cast, and Draco deflected and returned fire, and aunt and nephew dueled in the shadow of the castle while the war raged around them. Harry felt it all through the bond, the battle's texture, its rhythm, its horrible, exhilarating, terrible music. He moved through it, casting, shielding, fighting, and with every moment the bond grew stronger, the amplification deeper, the connection between him and Wednesday more complete. And then Voldemort came. He didn't arrive from the front lines. He apparat, directly into the castle courtyard, bypassing the wards with a display of raw magical power that shattered the nearest wall and sent defenders flying. He stood in the rubble, the Elder Wand in his hand, and his red eyes found Harry with the unerring precision of a missile finding its target. Potter. The courtyard cleared. Fighters on both sides pulled back, driven by the primal instinct of all creatures to avoid the proximity of apex predators in conflict. A circle formed, ragged, terrified, awestruck, and in the center stood Harry Potter and Lord Voldemort, 20 feet apart. Wednesday was beside Harry. She'd crossed the courtyard the moment Voldemort appeared, her spectral army reforming around her, the dead pressing close. "Step aside, girl," Voldemort said. His voice was different up close, thinner, more ragged, stripped of the amplification that gave it grandeur at a distance. This was the voice of Tom Riddle, orphan, half-blood, murderer, afraid. "This is between Potter and me. Nothing is between Harry and you anymore," Wednesday said. "The Horcrux is gone. The connection is severed. You have no claim on him. I have the prophecy. You have a self-fulfilling prediction made by a fraud in a pub. The prophecy has exactly as much power as you give it." Wednesday stepped forward. "I am Wednesday Addams. I extracted your soul fragment from Harry's scar with my bare hands. I tracked your Horcruxes through the network you didn't know was visible. I commanded the dead to fight against you. I spoke to the piece of your soul that lived in a diadem, and it was afraid of me." Her voice didn't rise. It didn't need to. "Are you afraid of me, Tom?" Voldemort's red eyes fixed on her. The Elder Wand twitched. "I am afraid of nothing," he said. "That's your problem. Fear is information. It tells you what matters. You cut away everything that mattered to you, love, compassion, connection, fear, and called it strength. But it wasn't strength. It was amputation. You made yourself less so you could feel powerful, and now you're standing in a courtyard, mortal, facing a boy and a girl who have everything you cut away, and you have nothing." Voldemort raised the Elder Wand. "I have this. That wand belongs to Harry. And you know it." Something flickered in Voldemort's face. A crack in the mask of rage, doubt, small and sharp, worming into the foundation of his certainty. He looked at the Elder Wand. He looked at Harry. "Lies," Voldemort whispered. "The wand is mine. I took it from Dumbledore's tomb. I am the master of death." "You've never been the master of anything," Harry said. He stepped forward. His wand, his own wand, Holly and Phoenix Feather, the twin of Voldemort's original, was in his hand. You've been a slave to your own fear since you were a child in an orphanage, afraid of dying, afraid of being ordinary, afraid of being like your father. Everything you've done, the murders, the Horcruxes, the army, the terror, all of it was just a scared boy trying to feel safe. Do not speak to me of Tom Riddle. Born in an orphanage. Afraid of the dark. Afraid of death. So afraid that he tore his own soul to pieces and scattered it across the country, and it still wasn't enough. It was never going to be enough. Harry raised his wand. Because you can't conquer death, Tom. You can only learn to live with it. He glanced at Wednesday. She looked back. Through the bond, a pulse of everything, their power, their partnership, their choice. Or, Harry said, you can learn to love someone who speaks its language. Voldemort screamed and cast the killing curse. Green light erupted from the Elder Wand, but wrong, twisted, fighting itself. The wand knew its master. The wand knew it was being wielded against its rightful owner. The curse left the wand but it stuttered, its coherence fractured by the conflict between the caster's intent and the wand's allegiance. Harry didn't dodge. He didn't shield. He raised his own wand and cast the simplest spell he knew. Expelliarmus. The red light of the disarming charm met the green light of the killing curse in the space between them, and the Elder Wand chose. The explosion of light was blinding. The killing curse rebounded, reflected by the Elder Wand's betrayal, turned back on the caster, amplified by the wand's full power now that it was working against the person holding it. The green light hit Voldemort in the chest. His body arched. His mouth opened. His red eyes went wide with a terror so vast and so pure that it was almost beautiful, the terror of a man who had spent his entire life running from death and had finally been caught. Tom Marvolo Riddle fell. He hit the cobblestones and did not move, and the body that had housed the darkest wizard in a century was just a body, thin, pale, already diminishing, already forgetting the power that had animated it. The Elder Wand flew through the air in a graceful arc and landed in Harry's outstretched hand. The courtyard was silent. Then Wednesday raised her hands. The dead, 200 risen spirits, the defenders of Hogwarts across a millennium, lowered their spectral wands. They turned, not toward the enemy but toward the sky. And they ascended. One by one, then in groups, then all at once, the dead of Hogwarts rose into the night sky like lanterns, their translucent forms catching the starlight, growing brighter as they climbed. They hadn't fought for victory. They'd fought for the castle, for the living, for the thing that Hogwarts represented, the idea that magical children deserved a home, deserved safety, deserved a chance to become whoever they were meant to be. They'd fought, and they were done, and now they were going home. The last to rise was a figure Harry almost recognized, a woman with dark red hair and green eyes, transparent and glowing, who looked at Harry from across the courtyard with an expression of such love and pride and peace that Harry's knees buckled. Wednesday's hand found his arm. She held him up. The figure rose. The sky cleared. The dead were gone. On the battlefield, the Death Eaters saw their master fall. The reaction was immediate and total, some disapparated instantly, some dropped their wands in surrender, some stood frozen with the particular emptiness of people whose entire identity had been built around a man who was now a cooling body on the cobblestones. Bellatrix screamed. A sound like an animal dying, like a world ending, like everything she'd built her madness on crumbling to dust. She raised her wand, not at Harry, not at anyone specific, just at the world that had taken her lord from her, and Draco Malfoy hit her with a full body bind that dropped her like a stone. He stood over his aunt's rigid form and his face was blank and his hands were steady and he said nothing. Greyback's pack fled. The giants surrendered, they'd never cared about the cause, only about the winning, and the winning was clearly over. The remaining Death Eaters were rounded up by Aurors and Order members and DA fighters who moved with the grim efficiency of people finishing a job. Harry stood in the courtyard with the Elder Wand in one hand and Wednesday's hand in the other and looked at the body of Tom Riddle and felt, not triumph. Not satisfaction. Not joy. Relief. Enormous, crushing, oceanic relief. The weight he'd been carrying since he was 11 years old, since he was 1 year old, since the night in Godric's Hollow, lifted. Not all at once. Not completely. But enough. Enough to breathe. Enough to stand straight. Enough to look at the sky and see stars instead of threats. Wednesday stood beside him. Her nose had stopped bleeding. Her hands had stopped shaking. The hide was still, quiet, settled, satisfied in some deep, structural way that it had been part of something that mattered. Through the bond, she sent one word. Not spoken. Not thought. Something that existed only in the frequency that was uniquely theirs, the harmonic of two people who had been forged together by death and had chosen, every day since, to stay home. The aftermath lasted weeks. Months. The kind of slow, grinding recovery that wars always leave in their wake, the rebuilding of things that can be rebuilt and the mourning of things that can't. The dead were buried. Mundungus Fletcher. Madame Putafoot. Colin Creevey, who'd snuck back into the castle to fight and caught a curse meant for someone else. Fred Weasley, hit by an explosion that brought down a corridor wall, killed by the cruel mathematics of being in the wrong place at the wrong second. Harry attended every funeral. Wednesday went with him. She didn't speak at the services, that wasn't her role, but she stood beside him, a steady, cold, unwavering presence, and when the grief hit him in waves, she held the bond steady and kept him from drowning. The ministry restructured. Fudge was removed, not by revolution but by the slow, grinding mechanics of political accountability. Kingsley became minister, which was the first sensible thing the wizarding government had done in decades. Umbbridge was arrested. Not for the Dementors. Not for the blood quills. For collaborating with Voldemort's regime through her enforcement of anti-Muggleborn legislation that had been quietly implemented through her emergency decrees. The evidence was in her grey-stained desk, in records she'd kept because bureaucrats always kept records, and Hermione presented it to the Wizengamot with the clinical precision of someone who'd been waiting for this moment for years. Draco testified against the surviving Death Eaters. His testimony, detailed, devastating, delivered in a flat monotone that reminded Harry uncomfortably of Wednesday, sent 37 people to Azkaban. When it was done, he stood outside the Wizengamot chamber and his mother took his arm and they walked away together, and Harry watched them go and felt the complicated, unresolvable weight of an enemy who'd become an ally who might, eventually, become something like a friend. Snape survived. He'd been at the battle, Harry learned later, from McGonagall, that Snape had spent the fight feeding false information to Voldemort's rear guard, redirecting Death Eater squads into ambush positions, quietly and methodically sabotaging his own side from within. He'd been hit by a curse meant for a student, a first-year Slytherin who'd somehow wandered into the crossfire, and had spent 3 weeks in St. Mungo's recovering. When Harry visited him, Snape looked at him with those black, fathomless eyes and said, "The textbook, Potter. I hope you returned it." "I did." "Good." The marginal notes were private. "You wrote Sectum Sempra in the margin of a potions textbook." "I was 16. We all do things at 16 we later regret." A pause. "Some of us more than others." Harry left Snape's hospital room with the distinct impression that he'd just received the closest thing to an apology the man was capable of producing. The Elder Wand, Harry broke. Snapped it in half in the privacy of the headmaster's office, McGonagall's office now, and dropped the pieces into the fireplace. The Death Stick. The Wand of Destiny. The most powerful wand in existence, reduced to ash and splinters. "You could have kept it," Wednesday observed. She was sitting in the chair opposite McGonagall's desk, her feet tucked beneath her, looking more relaxed than Harry had ever seen her. "I don't need it." "No. You don't." He repaired his own wand, the holly and phoenix feather, broken during the Horcrux hunt, using the Elder Wand's final act of power before he destroyed it. The wand mended in his hand, whole and warm, and Harry felt something slot into place that had been missing for too long. The school year ended. Results were, unsurprisingly, catastrophic. Nobody had done much studying between the Horcrux hunt and the battle, and the newts were a formality that most sixth years slept through. Hermione got top marks anyway, because she was Hermione. On the last day of term, Harry found Wednesday in the Thestral clearing. She was sitting on the ground with 6 Thestrals pressed around her, their skeletal heads in her lap, their white eyes half closed in something like bliss. She was running her fingers along the nearest one's muzzle, and her face was open. Not the mask. Not the armor. Not the weapon. Just a girl in a clearing, with death's creatures at her feet, and the fading light of a June evening turning her pale skin to gold. Harry sat beside her. A Thestral immediately shifted to include him, its bony head settling against his knee with the casual affection of an animal that had decided he was pack. "The veil," Harry said. "I know. I've been thinking about it." Wednesday's hand moved over the Thestral's muzzle. "The bond is strong enough now. The extraction proved that. If I channel the bond's power through my necromantic reach, I can breach the veil's barrier and locate Sirius. And bring him back. The veil transitions. It doesn't destroy. If Sirius is intact, and he was, the last time I felt him, then yes. I can bring him back." She looked at Harry. "It won't be easy. It won't be safe. And the Ministry will have opinions. The Ministry can have all the opinions it wants. Kingsley might actually be supportive. He liked Sirius. Everyone liked Sirius. I never met him. You'd have hated him. He'd have loved you." Harry leaned back against a tree. "After, though. After we bring him back. I want to do the thing." "What thing?" "The flying thing. The broomstick. Over the lake. I promised." Wednesday was silent for a moment. The Thestrals shifted around them, their wings folding and unfolding. The clearing was warm with the last of the sunset, and the bond between them was quiet and steady and full. "You're asking me to get on a broomstick. I'm asking you to trust me. I trust you with my soul. Literally. I held yours in my hands. Then trust me with a 20-minute flight over a lake." Wednesday looked at him. The mask was gone. It had been gone more and more often lately, slipping away in private moments, revealing the person underneath, not soft, never soft, but real. Complicated. Human. A girl who spoke to the dead and fought Dark Lords and couldn't figure out what to do with the feeling in her chest when Harry Potter smiled at her. "Fine," she said. "One flight. One flight. And if you drop me, you'll reanimate my skeleton and make it apologize." "I remember." She almost smiled. The closest she'd ever come, a genuine, unguarded softening of her mouth that reached her eyes and made her look 17 instead of ancient. Harry leaned forward and kissed her, gentle this time, without the desperation of the night before the extraction. A slow kiss, a deliberate kiss, the kind of kiss that was a statement of intent rather than a farewell. Wednesday kissed him back. Her hand found the back of his neck, and through the bond the frequency of them, their frequency, the one that existed nowhere else in the known magical spectrum, hummed and deepened and settled into something that felt permanent. They stayed in the clearing until the light was gone and the stars came out and the Thestrals stood around them like sentinels and the world was, for the first time in a very long time, simply still. No Horcruxes. No prophecy. No Dark Lord. No piece of someone else's soul squatting behind his scar. Just Harry, clean and whole and bonded. Just Wednesday, cold and fierce and his. Just the bond between them, singing its steady song, death and life braided together, the darkness that wasn't evil and the light that wasn't naive, and the space between where two impossible people had found each other and chosen to stay. The war was over. Everything else was beginning. 3 months later. The Department of Mysteries was exactly as Harry remembered, black-tiled, cold, humming with the contained energy of 1,000 magical experiments. The circular room spun around them, and Wednesday spoke a word and the correct door clicked open. The death chamber. The veil. It was silent now. No singing, no calling, no harmonic tone pulling them forward. It hung in its ancient arch, tattered and still, and Wednesday approached it with her bone tools in her hands and the bond wide open between them. Harry stood behind her. His hands on her shoulders. The bond at full power. "Ready?" she asked. "Always." Wednesday closed her eyes and reached through the veil. The fabric rippled. Something moved on the other side, not shapes this time, not suggestions, but a response. A recognition. A hand, reaching back. Wednesday pulled. The veil tore. Not physically, metaphysically, a rip in the membrane between living and dead that Wednesday held open with the full, terrifying force of her necromancy amplified by the bond. Through the gap, a figure emerged, stumbling, gasping, wild-eyed, alive. Sirius Black fell through the veil and hit the stone floor of the death chamber and looked up at Harry with eyes that were grey and bright and present, and he said, "Blimey. How long was I gone?" Harry dropped to his knees. The tears came before the words, and Sirius caught him, and the embrace was fierce and real and warm, and through the bond Wednesday felt Harry's joy, vast, uncomplicated, the pure, brilliant happiness of a boy getting back the family he'd lost. She stood by the veil with her bone tools in her hands and her nose bleeding and her reserves empty and a feeling in her chest that she still couldn't name but that she was beginning to suspect was simply, terrifyingly, love. Sirius looked at her over Harry's shoulder. He was thinner, wilder, with the slightly dazed expression of someone who'd been somewhere else entirely and hadn't expected to come back. But his eyes were sharp, and they found Wednesday, and they assessed her with the particular intensity of a godfather evaluating the person holding his godson's soul. "You're the necromancer," Sirius said. "Wednesday Addams. You brought me back." "Harry brought you back." "I opened the door." Sirius looked at Harry. Looked at Wednesday. Looked at the bond between them, visible, faintly, if you knew how to look. "Right then," Sirius said. He grinned, the Sirius grin, the marauder's grin, the grin of a man who'd walked through death and come out the other side and found it all rather funny. "Anyone going to tell me what I missed?" Harry laughed. The sound echoed through the death chamber, bright and free and full of everything the war had tried to take from him and failed. Wednesday watched him laugh, and the mask was gone, and the armor was down, and the girl who walked with death stood in the chamber of death and felt, for the first time in her life, that she was exactly where she was supposed to be. The bond hummed between them. Steady. Strong. Permanent. What death could not divide, life had brought together. And it was just the beginning.